Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku abandoned all quirks and raised by spider powers. Here is short summary. Denied a quirk and forgotten by heroes, Deku's destiny twists with a spider's bite, and with it, a burden only he can bear. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. It's not wrong to dream, Midoriya, but you need to be realistic. You should not be a hero without power. Those words remained in my heart for the longest. Ever since I was a child, I've always loved heroes. I wanted to be one and save others, just like him, the greatest, strongest, coolest hero in the world, All Might. I met him in September of my last year of middle school. On my way back home after getting yelled at by Kachan, I walked down an alleyway to avoid him. That's when I ran into him, a villain made of sludge. He tried to take over my body to hide from his pursuer, and I was helpless trying to stop him. That's when he stepped in, All Might. He saved me, thanked me for my bravery, and even signed my book. But I had to tell him about me, so I grabbed him as he fled and landed on top of a building with him. There we spoke. I told him about myself, and I saw his secret. He then told me those words, the words that would stain my confidence black. I never saw him since, and I never was happy again. If there was any good from that, the punches stopped hurting and I stopped caring. I couldn't even move on, and school started to get meaningless. But that's when the most amazing thing happened to me. It was the school trip to Astrocorp, during the final month of the year at Aldera Middle School. All right, everyone, pair up, speaks my teacher as he stands in front of the multi-million-dollar company. I say dollar because this is the Japanese base. Back to the pairing, everyone quickly moves to pick their partner. And since a classmate is sick today, I'm the odd one out. Again. I hear a sigh coming from the teacher. Well, just try not to touch anything dangerous, Midoriya. I know you won't get in trouble. Well, at least I can be depressed by myself. After that, we enter Astrocorp. Inside are so many exhibits we get a grand look at. A woman with 3 horns in her black curled hair leads them through the exhibits, the first one being a medicinal facility. What's this? Astrocorp has a range of focuses, one of them being of a pharmaceutical variety. The CEO is pretty persistent in being the best in everything, she tells us. I get the feeling she seems annoyed with whoever it is, but it could just be my opinion. What has my attention is the variety they have, one of which is creating medicine from animal cells. Dr. Kuroto Cage seems invested in telling us this, considering he's a lizard man who can probably already regenerate. Next up on the list are inventions created by interns at Astrocorp. The third exhibit turns out to be a bit odd. The lady brings us to glass cases with spiders inside. Here we have something we've designed in our specialist department. Over 5 years we've bred and genetically altered the DNA of these spiders, giving life to a new species. We hope to have them protect crops from other livestock. How exactly are they genetically altered? This is from one of my classmates, Hitomi. We combined the DNA of multiple spiders into several Parasitota tepidariorum and had them breed. They're still failures because the children don't last as long as regular spiders. These 13 are the only ones left. There's 12. Kachan is right. There are only 12 spiders left. Considering they're in separate cases each, this seems strange. I guess one of your little F******'ers is Mia. Can't be. It's probably blending in with the environment. She checks inside that sole case, ignoring the other spiders minding their own business in their glasses. Looking at them, many of them are all the same color, black, brown, and that one green spider who is the odd man out. The rest of the exhibit was fairly boring in comparison, and we return home without trouble. By tomorrow we'll go back to class and have to write down what we learned in a 5-paragraph essay. I guess the spider exhibit was the most compelling to me. Maybe I can. Wait, is something crawling on my arm? I look down and spot a bright green and blue spider resting on my uniform sleeve. It looks like one of those spiders from that genetically enhanced spider exhibit. I reach for it and allow the red-eyed arachnid to crawl onto my hand. From what I saw, the spiders are generally docile and cute. Plus, according to the internet, they aren't venomous. I'll just hand it over tomorrow. Ah. It bites me. That little 8-legged thing just sunk its fangs into my arm vein. Why? I whip my arm, throwing it off. It hurts. I've been bitten by insects before and it never hurt that much. It feels like a dog or something bigger dug its teeth into me. I don't feel so good. It's getting hard to see now, and I think my palms are sweaty. Oh no, I'm going over. My consciousness is going. The next morning. That was a horrible night. As I pick myself up and check myself, I wonder what exactly happened to me. Let's see, I had the tour at AstraCorp. After that, I came home, told Mom about it, and then, now I remember, a spider hitchhiked on my backpack home and I got bit by it. I look down at my hand and see no spider bite. Nothing that proves I was assaulted by that arachnid. Thinking about it, I don't see it anywhere. I guess it's gone. Well, there's nothing I can do now. I had better, huh? My shirt seems a little tighter. I take off my shirt, and for some reason, I'm surprisingly buff. I look as if I have been training for years. Okay, when and how? I've worked out before trying to get ready for the entrance exam, but I never got such immediate results. And now for some other reason, I look like an Olympic-level athlete, if they still had them. I have biceps, triceps, six-pack abs, and the whole works. The alarm clock I have goes off. I'll just smack the off button. I do, and I just broke it. I just smacked it, and the whole thing breaks apart. How strong am I? Izuku, time for breakfast. Oh okay Mom, I shout back, before running out the door. Unfortunately, when I opened it, I end up breaking the door down. Maybe I should slow down and control myself. For a similar reason, I'm gliding across the carpet at an amazing speed too. What the hell happened to me? I come to the kitchen room table where breakfast is ready. Grilled fish, white rice, natto even though I hate it, pickled cabbage which is good when she does it, and a fried egg. I guess fruit is tomorrow. She likes fruit breakfasts. Anyway, while eating I notice something else different. I seem to be faster too, and I'm able to keep up with my new movement speed. By the time I finished, she is still with a bowl of rice. One guess she was just staring at me. I wonder what else has changed. I'll be heading to school now. I head back upstairs and gather my clothes for school. It's a little tight, but luckily I got a size larger so I can move with effort. On my way to school, it turns out my running speed is even more amazing. Even in these school shoes, I can run as fast as the bus I'm racing for. I won't need to take the bus. I can run to Aldera, and that's what I did. I'm on time before the gate closes, and I'm not even tired. Well, I am a little, but not so much. Nothing can spoil this day. Well, if it isn't Deku. Except for Kachan. This guy coming towards me dressed in the same uniform as myself as my childhood friend turned bully who bothers me all the time. He and I will be taking the entrance exams in February, something I've been fearing since I don't have a quirk. But Katsuki Bakugo is nothing like me. He's confident, has a strong quirk, has the attitude of a shonen protagonist, and despite being an asshole people look up to him because of all of those positive qualities. Even I admire him, despite him punching me all the time. Only so much. Why does he constantly put me down anyway? He's the most ambitious person in the school, and I'm at the bottom of the rung. You'd think a quirkless nobody like me would be below his ribbing. You're still going to UA, right? Why yeah. Oh god, he's scary when he gets that smile. He looks about ready to kill someone, which doesn't help when he says, "Die shit face." I keep telling you to give it up. A quirkless wonder like you can't do anything. Kachan, leave me alone. This is what I want. I wonder if he could understand that from all my stuttering. I think he did because he's glaring deep into my soul. How many times must I put you in your place? He throws a punch at me, which is extremely slow for some reason. I easily step aside and dodge it. How did I do that? Uh-oh, more punches. He's throwing more strikes at me, but none of them hit. It's like a slow motion scene in action movies because I'm moving so fast he can't touch me. They aren't obvious punches either. For some reason, I'm getting a ringing in my head that warns me of what he's going to do to me. Something in my head is screaming for me to block his hand, but why? Ow, I guess that answers that. He used his quirk on me, making an explosion to increase the range and blasting my face. It hits me so hard I fall over onto my behind, but it doesn't hurt as much as they used to feel. Cheeky F*******. Tard. He walks away, leaving me down on the floor as he tests his wrist for something. A part of me wonders why he gets away with the things he does. Maybe because he has a great quirk people look the other way. Or maybe they're afraid of confronting him. Strangely, that doesn't matter anymore. Whatever happened to me gave me the strength and speed to stand up to Kachan. Now that I think about it, all this happened after I was bitten by that spider. Maybe its venom did something to me. But that doesn't make sense. Or does it? Then again, there are some cases where animals can awaken quirks. There is a good chance this one did, and it biting me gave me spider abilities. If I can dodge his moves, maybe I can be a hero. January. It's winter break, 1 month left until the entrance exams in February. To get ready for that day, I have to train the only way I can, by myself. I mean, no one else would take the time to help a quirkless wonder like me, and I can't let Kachan find out. I wanted to get into Uahai and surprise him with my power before I explain it to him. So I kept my powers a secret from everyone, including my mom. I didn't update my registry, waiting for an opportunity to train. Restraining my body was the hardest thing ever. The only way I can get ready is first by seeing what exactly can I do. To do so, I go to Dagoba Beach. It works perfectly because no one would ever come to the most littered area on the least approached beach in one of the areas of Tokyo. That way, no one will notice me and my spider powers, and no one I know will notice me. Alright, first things first, I walk up to the nearest pile of garbage, more than twice as big as I am. First I'll test out my abilities, starting with my jumps. With a bend in the knees, I launch upward, easily flipping over the trash heap. That probably isn't my best leap, but I can get over something this large. Even as I fall, I flip and land without breaking a sweat or even bones. With a clever crotch, no doubt. My jumping speed is just like a spider's. Let's see what else can I do. Picking up the base of the pile, I lift it without straining a tiny bit. It turns out I'm super strong and can lift things that are twice my size. Maybe more if I tried. And I also can stick myself to objects, something I know because I can't let go of this garbage pile for some reason. I'm gonna be smelling this all day. As soon as I'm free I take out my notebook and check what I wrote down. Let's see, including what I discovered already. I can jump high, cling to surfaces, I'm super strong, I can run fast from what I can tell on graduation day, and I can turn invisible. Still trying to trigger that again. My reflexes are, uh-oh, it's that tingling again. I hear something land behind me, and now I feel something coming at me from behind. Moving quickly, I duck down, dropping in time to avoid some scrap metal flung at my head. With a glance back it would appear a pile just fell, which makes sense with how that happened. Adding that, I have some sixth sense that I'll hereby dub the danger sense. I'm going to work on that name. For some reason, I don't have webs coming out of me. Resume writing. I guess that's good since they're not ejecting from my stomach, and it makes sense since not all spiders produce webs. But spider webs are the perfect item for me to use, so maybe I should construct a means of creating webs. With this in mind, it's time I return to discovering myself. Though as I do, jumping from garbage post to garbage post, I hear something. The garbage post I stand atop is lifted for some reason. This must mean someone is here, and it's gotta be a quirk who can lift trash or something. No, that doesn't make sense. But, what do I know? My powers came from a spider. Is someone here? I hear a dainty voice just below me. Holding my breath, I crawl to the side to see who it is. I see a girl looking up at me. I jump down to land right beside her, and I think she was scared of me because she makes this yelp noise. Whoa, how did you come from up there? Whoa indeed. She's such a cute girl. She has chestnut brown hair that curves into her head, two long bangs going to her neck, with rosy cheeks that make her like some anime character. She has fair skin with big round eyes that have a shade of brown like the leaves of autumn. She's dressed in a tracksuit as well. Wait, no time to be admiring her appearance. She asked me a question. Oh crap, my worst weakness, I can't talk to girls right. I'll be a stutter, calm down. Don't freeze. Just talk to her like a normal person. Like a normal person. I'm Deku. I hate me sometimes. Oh, well, okay, I'm Uraraka. She gives me a wave of her hand. So, how did you? I jumped well. I gotta stop shouting or she'll think I'm a weirdo. I'll just think of her as an adult. Let's see if it worked. I'm very good at the landing and other stuff. Uraraka pats her hands together. Then, are you going to the entrance exams at UA? Yes. I better get back home though. Mom's waiting. Ah, man, I told her about mom, how lame can I be? Okay. Bye, Deku. I look back at her and see her waving politely. She's so nice. Hopefully, next time I can muster more than 2 words to her. Once I make it home, I enter to find mom on the couch watching a television special. It looks to be about All Might, which is exciting actually. Mom, I'm back. Welcome back, Izuku, she says as I join her on the couch. Wanna watch? The program just started. Making a comfortable seat next to her, I get a good look at the screen. As I thought, it's All Might talking to the public. While my power is pretty dangerous, it takes restraint and control to reduce collateral damage to its minimum. He smiles at the camera as if looking directly at me. For some reason, I can't help but frown. When you can do the things I do, to not for the sake of others feels like a waste. That is why I became a hero, to use my power for others. To be responsible for my power the only way I could. The All Might I met in person is so much different than the one on television. What he says is undoubtedly true, but the delivery hurts more when he's skinny. So, you're saying the strong are responsible for the protection of the weak? No, that sounds like a backtrack. My power exists to protect those who can't. That is the resolution I set out to uphold as the symbol of peace. They're impressed, and so am I, because they're all clapping for his rousing speech. And that Quirk is a secret. He then flees, and all the cameras just go searching for him. I guess he's done with appearances for the day, though it's not like he would tell anyone his quirk. You missed a bit of stuff earlier. Where were you? I hear wind entering her nose. She must have caught the scent of something. And why do you stink? I turn to face her this time, and she's covering her nose, edging back away from me. Considering I've been around trash the whole day, that makes sense. That must be why no one goes to Dagoba Beach anymore. For Uraraka to be there must mean she wants to get some training too. Before I can continue on my own, I'm going to work on something to give me webs. But I don't know how to. Well, I can worry about that another time. For now, I'll go shower. Please do. I get up to freshen up for the night. Tomorrow I'll return to the beach. Hopefully, she'll be there. End of January. There are a few days left until I take the entrance exams. 12. In that time I've compiled notes on what my powers are and how they work. With wall crawling, my danger sense, and camouflage, I have super strength, speed, agility, endurance, stamina, and reflexes. Just from my test run, I feel like a real hero. But still no webs. I guess it'd be weird if I was producing webbing from my body, but I need to use webs if I'm to take full advantage of my spider persona. That's why I'm here this afternoon, inside a library looking through books about spiders. Maybe I should have done this sooner. It's somehow more knowledgeable reading information out of books than just looking off of websites. Also, I want to check out a chemistry book that just came in. After scanning through countless words, there's this interesting thought about an ogre-faced spider. Maybe after testing this formula's strength, I can try that out. Time to check out these oops. There's this girl I bumped into, and just as I do, I manage to catch her before she falls. Her fireworks of books land in my moving hands, making a tower similar to what she had. Are you okay? The girl looks up at me, and wow. I don't know what's up with that spider, but this is the second beautiful girl I've met. She has black hair wrapped up in a spiky ponytail, these nice black eyes, a white blouse, and black pants from that expensive brand. She's also taller than me by at least 8 centimeters. I'm still short. Alright Izuku, remain calm. Let her stand on her own, and do not freak out because she's a girl. You met Uraraka, so you can handle girls better. Besides, she's probably sick because of the red on her cheeks, so don't freak her out and make it worse. Thank you. I'm Mikumo. Damn it, who the heck is Mikumo? I'm Deku. No wait, I'm Izuku. I mean, are you alright? I'm fine, thank you, she says, giving me a nod as she receives her books. That was pretty amazing how you caught them all. Yeah well, it's all something I've worked on. She's being kinder than I thought. Are you by any chance going to UA? Because I'll be as well, and your reflexes can be useful on the battlefield. You think so? Yeah, what exactly is your quirk? She asks me, but then she makes this jumpy squeak. I'm sorry, but I gotta go actually. I don't want him to be late taking me home. Take her home, she waves as she takes off, that thought confusing him a bit. The way that sounded, it seems like she has someone to take her everywhere. That sounds like a rich person thing. But that's fine, all I have to do is wait. Where's my book on spiders? I have my chemistry book, but when I caught the books that were in my hand. And I left my school it in there as a bookmark. I better go catch her. Unfortunately, she's gone, left in the crowd of either cars or people. Well, I guess I can come back and look for her again in case she returns. After I sign out the chemistry book, I go inside an alleyway, with my already tested web shooters strapped to my wrists. I have made a formula that mimics the fluids that make spider webs. How? I don't know, because stumbling upon it feels like a coincidence. Almost as if something or someone mentally willed this chemical formula into my mind. After initial testing, I've been able to shoot out web strings from small capsules of modified to fit them that hardens in less than a minute. Maybe I can mix it up to weaponize it, but right now I'm testing how strong it is. Aiming, I fire at the top of the building. Before it fully hardens, I walk along the side of the building using the web as a tightrope. By the time I reach the top, I can see that a single strand is strong enough to hold the average person with no signs of tear. It comes across as stretchy. Next up, I'll try swinging from building to building. But first, webbing on my face. I have nowhere else to test this ability, and someone might call this using your quirk in public. A line fires higher up at a taller building, which just about reaches, and I jump over to swing to the other side. Except, that's kind of far, and that drop might hurt. No time for fear. Just go for it. Let's see, what would Kachan say to pump him up? Oh yeah. Die. I jump across the gap and swing to the other side. Latching on the wall, I breathe out in relief, mostly because I'm alive. What an adrenaline rush. Next up, I'll try it mid-jump. But I better go higher. Smiling, I climb the top of the nearest building and notice a lot of areas I can swing to. Thank goodness I live in the city. There's an apartment complex not too far from where I am. That will be my goal. With a leap of faith, I gather all the nerve inside of me and jump from the top of the building. After I stopped screaming, I fire a line to a nearby building and use it to swing further. This feels great. Swinging through the air is like a dream for me. I can reach so many people in danger with this technique. This euphoric feeling escalates as the racing continues through the city to the apartment. With each thwipping noise from my shooters, the goal becomes closer in sight. I did it. I'm getting better at using my quirk's power. It's almost as if these powers were gifted to swing on webs, yet for some reason, I lack the organic webbing to do so. Let's try it again. After a few more runs, I return to the complex. I think I have this web swinging under wraps. And there are no problems, except for the white stuff that just exploded on my face. I guess I need some more adjustments, at least for the left shooter. With this thought in mind, I climb down the side and head for the store. I'm going to need some replacements for this equipment, so I head to the nearest repair store in town. I hurry up too because it's getting dark. After gathering the necessary parts, one get ready to pay. 4,350 yen, says the cashier, and that's not right. I thought it was 2,000 yen. It was. What? Out of luck. Man. Well, I'll ask Mom for some money tomorrow. As I head for the exit, I pass by someone in a trench coat entering the store. But as I do, my danger sense tingles. Why would it do that just by passing him? Let's see. Open that safe, now. I don't know how he got an automatic rifle, but he's committing burglary. The cashier and I are the only others in the store, with no heroes nearby. I'll have to do something, but I can't. It is scary, but I'd also be breaking the law. As the cashier gets to a safe hidden behind a painting, I notice the burglar focusing on him. I really should do something. Hurry up, or else I'll blow this kid's head off. Go ahead. Wait, what? He's throwing me under the bus. I'm not kidding, and I'm not crazy. He pulls the trigger, and my danger sense warns me just in time. I easily dodge to the left, the bullet being as slow to me as Kachan's fist. As I avoid it, it hits me. I'm fast enough to dodge bullets. I'm gonna file that away for the future. What the? Looking at the criminal and his dark red eyes, any bit of fear I may have had is gone now. If anything, I think he's afraid of me now as he backs away, firing more. Not a single bullet manages to touch me, and a web shot from my working web shooter glues his rifle. With a yank, I steal his weapon and throw it to the side, and now he's backing away. I'm clearly above this guy in abilities and strength. I can beat him. He probably knows too, and that's why he's bursting out the door. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Shouts the cashier behind my back. You could have taken that guy apart, and now he's getting away. But he didn't steal anything. Yeah, but someone's gotta pay for my shop. My hero insurance ain't gonna cover this. Is that all he cares about? Money. Besides, I'm not a hero. I can't break the law and go after him in pursuit. That's not responsible. He sighs. Stupid kid, leave already, he says, waving me off. I guess I can understand why he's mad, but I can't just do what I feel like. I'm sure this is what everyone who has a quirk feels like, right? Not acting because they're not allowed to. With so many events hitting me as I relapse what I went through, I can't help but feel amazed. I did all these things, and I'm still not a hero. I can't wait for the entrance exams. I'll dazzle everyone with my amazing spider powers. Once I return home, I climb the steps to reach the top of the apartment building. But when I reached my front door, I open up to see a person sitting on the couch with my mom. I think I know her. Wait, that's her. Hello, Midoriya, right, you know my name. Mom comes up to me. Welcome back, Izuku, she says, and I think she's grinning. I'm too focused on the smiling girl to notice. This lovely young lady says she has something of yours. My fist pounds my free hand lightly. Oh yeah, I left. I know. Here, she hands me my spider book. You left your ID card, and I checked your school. They seemed happy to assist, knowing who I was. And who are you? My name is Momo Yaoyorozu. Nice to finally introduce myself to you, she says, holding a hand out to him. Alright, now is the time to be proper. Do not make the same. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Damn it. Oh wait, I said my name right. Now I need to work on the volume. I meet a beautiful girl, again, stopped an armed robbery, and got to master my powers even further. Even if this isn't the best day of it, I know for sure I'll remember this day for the rest of my life. It's 7 a.m. in the streets of Musudafu, Japan. The rising dawn of this April day gives the morning a magnificent orange sheet of gleam, keeping the concrete jungle out of the blue darkness. Here, the average man and woman flock to the streets going to work, delivering newspapers, they still do that, and getting ready to move for school. Among these workers, a crime is in progress. Come on, let's go. 2 criminals wielding guns take off with a bag of yen, exiting a convenience store. A shadow passes overhead as they head for their van. As soon as one guy takes out his keys, a white substance ejects onto his hand. The sticky liquid hardens quickly, gluing his hand in place. What the hell? A hero. The other guy takes out his gun looking for whoever it was. He glances up when that same white stuff smacks on his face, taking the shape of a web. He grunts and thrashes about, the web on his nose cutting off oxygen. Of course this happens on my way to class. A figure jumps up on top of their van. The thug turns around as his head is held in place, and rips off the webbing attached to his face. Once done, he then punches him hard in the face, a clean shot. The man turns a bit before falling over, landing face forward into the ground, as the figure says, "Ooh, I hope that didn't break bones." The new guy jumps up quickly, effectively dodging fire sent his way. He takes a look over and stares at the person responsible, spotting the criminal who has flames extorting from his breath. His eyes linger on that more through his bright blue goggles. "I'm gonna fry you, bug boy." He exhausts more flames at him, the mystery man jumping away avoiding his attack. That same web substance shoots out onto the van behind the flame breath, and with a pull of his wrists, he shoots forward kneeing him into the van. Saliva stains his green costume. "It's not that hard to tell I'm a spider." The man looks down at the people he's beaten up. He shoots more of the web fluid from his wrists, tying them together in a wrap. With his job done, he returns the bag of cash to the convenience store, giving one a single glance inside to count the money. After he hands it over, he takes off into the daylight, jumping high enough to reach the top of street lights. He fires web fluid to stick to walls and swing through the air with the greatest of ease. As he continues, a more solid visual of the spider male is shown. He is 5 feet 6 feet tall, dressed in a homemade superhero costume. He wears an emerald-colored sweatshirt under a matching hoodie that has a blue innard reversed in the hoodie. He has a green face mask that covers all but his eyes, which are covered by blue goggles. He also has expandable tights of the same green shade as his hoodie with black shoes that have no support. He wears gloves, also green, that prevents him from leaving fingerprints. His swinging goes on until reaching a certain school, Jiaku High. Landing on the side of the building, he climbs along the side until he makes it to the roof. With a quick look around, he removes his costume to dress in a high school uniform, revealing his face finally. He is a plain-looking yet adorable teenager with freckles. He has deep emerald eyes and black, curly hair with olive highlights. The teenager keeps quiet as he enters from the top floor, making his way down. He removes tiny gauntlets attached to his wrists and stuffs them in his bag in a special compartment. Once he reaches class, everyone looks at him. "Uh-oh, you're late, again," speaks the teacher as he writes his name down. "Take a seat, Midoriya." His classmates laugh as he heads to his assigned seat. He holds up his notebook hiding behind his face, which is so red he looks like a tomato. As the teacher talks, Izuku Midoriya begins writing down notes. The boy sighs as he returns to reality, the day progressing as normal. Later. "Good job today, Midoriya." Looking up as Izuku puts away his books, he spots the teacher walking by him. He pats his back with a smile, before walking out the door with the rest of the students. The green-haired teenager turns red at the praise, one of the first times he's ever received any. Being ignored for being quirkless tends to lower self-esteem like that, especially for him. He can thank Bakugo for that. After gathering his supplies together, he heads into the science lab. 15 minutes until everyone shows up. Better hurry up. He quickly grabs a beaker and places it over a blue flame, before gathering materials. He stuffs them into the glass and adds water, stirring until it thickens into a molasses-like white substance. 3 minutes. Done. He turns off the flames and then funnels the goo inside a small trapezoid capsule no larger than a big toe. Once it's full, he dumps it into another, until there's nothing left. He slips the capsules inside his bag and begins cleaning up. "Hey, Midoriya." Looking back, he spots the science club coming in. The blue-haired president states, "I told you, no activities until we're all here. What do you do anyway?" "Oh, he begins, darting his eyes back and forth thinking of a lie. "I was trying a new formula for a friend of mine. He said it's to make a glue that surpasses the gorilla strength." "Well, good luck with that. That stuff is strong as hell," says the short guy of the group. "Don't put it in your hair thinking it's shampoo either." Izuku takes out a notebook as they discuss stuff to accomplish. As much as he likes being here, he's honestly just using their supplies for his vigilante activities. Then again, it's nice to be around others, considering there's no reason to spend all his time in an empty house. Later. "Hey, have you heard the news?" Izuku looks up from putting his books away as the girls in his class at Jiyaku talk. Classes have ended and he's ready to leave. They say a serial killer with sludge powers is out there. Maybe we should be more careful. Don't worry, that's what heroes are for, says her friend without care. As they leave, Izuku goes back to packing up his stuff. Though internally, he's a little upset about that thought notion nowadays. It's like everyone subscribes to that belief. Aside from the book he has to give Yaoyorozu tomorrow and what he has to do later today, that's the least of his worries. Hopefully, things are quiet. He's also thinking about that villain that broke free. It's the same guy who tried to kill him a year ago. Take care, Midoriya, speaks his teacher as he finishes packing his bag. The last of his things ends up being a test paper with a score of 100. He waves to his classmate as he makes his way out the door. As he exits into the hallway he hears yelling. "What do you mean you're leaving the club?" shouts the woman from his club. "It's not you, it's me," he replies, his tone that of annoyance, being unable to put up with your high and mighty attitude. "So what, you can't handle a little bit of criticism?" "It's not a criticism if you're being a bitch." Her eyes turn red, figuratively. "Because I hate stupid people. If I wrote a book, you wouldn't be able to get past the first chapter because you can't take your mind off a minor detail that no one else in the world would care about. You're lucky you're kind of hot. Otherwise, you'd get slapped for your superiority complex. I'll slap you with lead right now, D." After that, Izuku walks off before this conversation evolved into something meta. That's when he spots someone standing at the far end of the hall. He groans, recognizing him as one of his childhood bullies, the only one of whom does not go to a different school. "Having a good day, Deku?" asks the big guy, his tone none too pleasant. "Things must be going swimmingly for a loser like yourself." "Gigan." Izuku looks up to him. "I'm surprised you're still here. I couldn't get into UA. Where else was I supposed to go?" he shouts in a rage. "Even though I got good points they still kicked me out. Said I had negative points. Bakugo shouldn't have gotten in either. Kachan is nothing like you." Izuku walks past him. "I'm going now. Get back here." He reaches out for Izuku, who slips under his grasp easily. He then continues out the school doors, never looking back. "I'll get you tomorrow, you useless nerd." Free, he makes a deep sigh as he leaves the school. Guess I have to deal with him later. With the cool spring breeze blowing by his face, he pulls out his phone checking the time, before walking forward with a posture of wonder. As the boy walks, he thinks back to that event, remembering why he did it. Being Spider-Man, he can easily throw that guy into a wall. Since he's hiding his identity, he can't, A. And B. He will only be called the bad guy if it isn't self-defense. Reaching the district nearest the school, Izuku sees several of his classmates enjoying their day without a care. Not many he can pull a name from memory for, but it's good he remains anonymous. He passes by an ice candy cart selling ice cream. "Come one, come all. Get your ice cream today. The spring's only gonna get hotter." The aged, white-haired vendor waves to him. "You there, you look like you're a hot-blooded youth. Cool down with my specialty, the ice kebab." "The what?" "It's 5 rolls of ice cream, each with a different flavor, stuck together in a toothpick." He pulls out an ice product wrapped in blue. "This one has great flavors. Strawberry, vanilla bean, sea salt, green apple, and crab." Sure, what the heck? How much?" 700 yen, he says, smirking when the teen caught off guard digs into his pocket for the appropriate amount of cash. Oddly, he's not disturbed by that, because he gets the ice cream anyway. "Thank you, come again." Izuku walks away with his treat, opening it up to taste the pink ball of ice cream. His cheeks swell at the sweetness crab-flavored ice cream is giving him an unexpected treat. I'm gonna come back to him again." As he chows down on the strawberry and then apple, he looks up when he hears heroes battling villains. He moves in quickly towards the streets where he sees traffic has stopped. A purple foot stomps on the concrete earth. From what he can tell, Mount Lady is slugging a giant turtle man, who resembles Gamera. "Man, these villains are getting annoying lately," he hears some old guy with star-shaped hair say near him. So many people can't hold themselves back, says another person. Don't worry about it. The heroes got this, like always, says the last person. The fight reaches a climax when the Ultra Lady grabs the turtle's head and flips him in the air. Take that. Gravity's got nothing on me. Hearing that, the whole battle starts to drown out. His mind unlocks upon hitting the keyword gravity, and when he first met her. Izuku's danger sense breaks him out of memory lane, just in time for him to dodge a block of concrete coming at his head. Phew. Returning to his senses, he sees Mount Lady has triumphed over her opponent, standing tall over the now shrinking turtle man. With the battle over, Izuku walks away ignoring any further actions including the photos snapping. Checking his ice cream, he sees that he's been snacking while reminiscing. All that's left is the blue mound of ice cream. Taking a bite of it, he tastes the blue ice cream. It chills him as he succumbs to the salty flavor it initially hits his taste buds with. It fills him with life and makes him smile so much, turning his mouth into a kingdom of feels. This feeling lasts within him as he makes his way towards a cemetery. Passing through the maze of tombstones, Izuku comes upon the stone he's been looking for, as well as people already there in prayer. Hiding, he listens in on them. My little girl up in heaven, we'll never forget you. He hears a woman crying afterward, before leaving with her husband. Once they're gone, he goes over to the tombstone and places a hyacinth by the stone. He then places his hands together praying. I'm so sorry. A flood drowns out from his eyes. You shouldn't have died from what happened. If only I had stopped him. After a bit, he comes up and prepares to leave. As he does, the name on the tomb becomes more visible, reading, Ochako Uraraka. With those words in mind, he heads for home. Since he left his suit in his backpack, he can't web swing home, lest someone sees him and puts two and two together. Knowing this, he foots it the entire way, going faster than he ever needed, knowing no one will stop him in time. Once he stops brushing by people and reaches the apartment complex he lives in, he receives a text message from someone labeled Yaoyorozu. He smiles reading it, which says in proper Japanese, "Had a great day at UA today. Became the president of my classroom. I wish you were here. I wish I was there too sometimes." He types this down as he speaks it out. "I'll see you tomorrow." She texts back, "Okay. Talk to you later." Once he's done, he enters in removing his shoes. He doesn't see his mother's pair, coming to an obvious conclusion about her before locking up behind him and going straight to his room. Without further padding, he lays on his bedspread of all might before turning on his television monitor. This shows a news report about a villain made of sludge having stolen from a mini-mart. "Mom, please make it back safe," he says to himself as he continues to watch the report. While watching, he digs into his bag and removes the small gauntlets he stowed away before, taking out a screwdriver as well. He goes to work unscrewing it, seeing the remains of the dissolved web fluid inside of it. Even though the formula dissolves an hour after usage, using too much can clog without regular cleaning. Once he's done, he begins adjusting it before strapping the device around his left wrist and firing a spider web at the ceiling. Better. Flashback. It's such a beautiful day outside, and a great reason for me to think that I'm getting better at my powers. I'm about to meet up with Uraraka at the beach, and I can prove All Might and Bakugo that I can be a hero in 4 days. As soon as I get to the beach, the girl stands there as if waiting for me. The two of us have been coming back here for obvious reasons on this scrapyard beach. Oh hi, Deku. Yet, she still calls me Deku because of that one mistake. When I explained to her what it meant, she gave her understanding. And I like how she uses it in a never give up kind of way. That's how we became friends. Hey, Uraraka, she's still wearing a tracksuit, but she still looks pretty. I'd ask her out if, I wasn't me. I don't even mind when she calls me Deku since she uses a different meaning for it. Ready for another trial run? Yup, she replies happily. Get ready. She runs along with the many piles of garbage, passing her fingers by each one big enough. As soon as they start floating, I begin hopping and crawling up them. I'll worry about cleaning my clothes when I get home. Right now, it's time for training. Taking a mighty leap, I hear the shout of release, meaning she's canceling her quirk. I managed to land on the last pile just in time and flip off in front of her. Great work. That was a lot more than yesterday. I want to increase how much I can lift before. She suddenly stops, grabbing her mouth. Is she all right? No, from the gross stuff that just hit the ground, she's not okay. Taking her hand, and containing myself, I guide her to the port where most people go to avoid the garbage. Stepping out of the sand, we touch hard concrete and sit together on a bench. Now if I can just stop myself from doing or saying something stupid. Uraraka, are you okay? Yeah, she says, I just get nauseous whenever I exceed my weight limit. I give her a napkin to wipe her mouth. As she does, it starts to come to mind that she needs to resist the amount of weight she absorbs to make things float. Any that surpasses a certain amount makes her vomit. That means she's been feeling this and more as she's been training. She must have some amazing resolve. I want to know now. Uraraka, if you don't mind me asking, I need to say this right, why do you want to be a hero? She quickly turns to me when I ask her. I might have taken her by surprise. Does she not want to? It's okay though, I guess it'd be too much to expect her to trust me so easily. Money. Money. I want to make enough money for my parents. I want my family to have a life they deserve, where we won't have to be poor anymore. I would never have gotten that from you. She must want a follow-up to that. She's looking at me so intently. Well, you seem so positive and glowing all the time. I didn't think you were so unhappy with your life. No, she waves her hands. It's not like that. It's just if they can do all the things they've done for me, I should do the same. I love my parents so much. There's this hopeful look in her eye. I've always wanted to be helpful to them in any way, and once I'm a hero I can make a lot of money and send it to them. I know I should worry about myself, but I care about them more. Whoa, you and I are a lot alike. I might as well explain myself a bit. I mean, I've always wanted to help my mom too. It's just me and her now that maybe not tell her that part. I want to be a hero to help and save everyone around me, and if I get a hero license I can do that. Now that I have this quirk, I can make it my own and save as many people as I can. That's why I think we're alike. We both want to become heroes for the sake of others. I think she got what I meant because she's smiling so vibrantly. As we promised, let's work hard and pass the entrance exam together. If only we made it that far. If only. End flashback. Over at Ua High, Katsuki Bakugo is walking out of the gate. With his backpack slung against him, he angrily grumbles under his breath. He's had a rough day trying to catch up. Losing to those others the other day despite him having the better quirk hurt him so much inside. Thinking further on it, Bakugo takes the metro train all the way home. But while deep in thought, the announcement calls to a specific stop. That's where Aldera is. Feeling nostalgic despite only graduating a year ago, Bakugo steps off the train. He then walks off, making his way to his middle school. There, he spots a group of younger teenagers leaving talking about stuff he did, how they're going to get into Ua High next year. Hearing that brings a smile to his face. I guess some people never left that dream behind. My quirk was the only decent one from this school. The ash-blonde teen steps away, leaving the school behind. As he passes by an alleyway, a noise catches his attention. Human curiosity takes over as he enters, looking around for what it is. After checking for a few seconds, his curiosity ends. Whatever. Ooh, I got a feisty one this time. These words come from behind him. And before he can see who has spoken, it is too late. Later, his class is now over. Izuku walks home carrying a jar of web fluid freshly made. I better hurry up, he says to himself. Yaoyorozu is coming over today for that book. Not too far away from where he is, his spider sense rings to the sound of explosions in that direction. Uh-oh. He stops just before dashing into trouble. Since it's daylight, heroes can and will see the explosions and be able to handle it on their own. But it doesn't hurt to go check it out. Taking off for the scene, the spider lad passes by people running from where he's going with haste. Through what he's seen in their expressions, it must be a terrifying scene. He has to know more. Someone might need his help. As the explosions get louder, the young spider comes across people in a crowd spectating the incident in a narrow walkway. From where he stands, just behind the throng of onlookers, the police department is protecting them. He can't tell more beyond the bodies and fire overhead. Looking up, he spots something of a green sludge-like arm that was waving overhead, along with an SUV flipping through the air. Luckily, the hero Death Arms grabs it in time. Sighing, Izuku creeps closer to the crowd to get information. What's going on? An adult with star-like hair still watching speaks, that Mudman serial killer is attacking everything. Hearing that, Izuku pushes himself up using his shoulder to view. There he finally sees the green sludge man rampaging. Get off me. Sorry. After getting down, he asks, why aren't the heroes doing anything? He grabs some high schooler and is using his body and quirk, and no one has a quirk that can stand up to it, he says, shocking Izuku further. Oh, man, he mutters when he hears the news. He can't imagine how painful being controlled by that thing could be. But this time there are heroes to help. There is no real need for him to step in, someone should be able to save him. Right. As the explosions continue to rebound and destroy the surroundings, he decides to back out of the crowd to get a better look. And what better way than from above? Taking a step away from onlooking eyes, he climbs up the side of a building before reaching the top. There at its summit, he gets a grander scale of space. From the narrow streets where the crowds have formed he sees Death Arms protecting the crowd. In the center of the crossroads square, the wood-armed hero Kamui Woods and the firefighter hero Backdraft are fighting against the slime villain surrounded by flaming buildings. The former hero is kept at bay, mostly from what he can see because the explosions produced are effective against his quirk, and the latter is putting out the flames caused by it, most especially on a car and several street lamps. Though as he thinks about it, he recognizes that explosion aspect. Narrowing his eyes, he focuses his senses closer to see who it is, picking out the host's spiky hair and ash blonde like tomorrow's fragrance. When his spider eyes realize that he has red eyes, washed over by bubbles of tears, that sets him off. With the swiftness only he can muster, Izuku throws off his school shirt, pants, and shoes, slipping on his vigilante costume including web shooters. Once the mask goes on, there's no more hesitation before he leaps, screaming, "Kachan!" His loud voice gathers the garnering eyes of everyone present at the scene, including his target Bakugo and the sludge villain controlling him. "Who the hell are you?" he shouts through Bakugo, rearing back his right arm to blow him away. Izuku narrows his view when his senses warn him of what's incoming, and with the swiftness of a flying spider extends his left arm to shoot a line at a building up above him without looking. This pulls him just to the villain's left, escaping the incoming explosion. He then quickly releases and rolls to his feet. He raises his head to stare at the villain. "Who the hell are you?" He has to think of a name. Now that everyone knows he's here, he has to keep his mouth quiet. No one needs to know who he is. Though he, unfortunately, curses himself when he says, "I'm a Spider-Man apparently." That's a dumb name. The villain raises an arm attempting to blow him away. He flips over the arm with ease and grace, easily dodging the second that comes up from below. Landing on the side of a non-flaming wall, he glares downward at the sludge. "That's Kachan, I have to do something." He jumps away to the other side of the street. The only way to save him is to remove the sludge, but I'm gonna need a way to pull it off. He begins formulating a plan. Though his spider sense warns him at the last second and he gets smacked into a wall. The mud man laughs at finally hitting him. "Squirmy little punk. Finally got him." This drops when he sees his target get back up. "What? You're nothing to sweat," he says in a taunting manner, his mind going to an imitation of Bakugo. "Possessed a person and you still can only do this much. Go ahead and die." Wah! A web shot hits the sludge man's eye, causing an uncomfortable cringe. The spider kid then runs away as he pulls off the sticky thread. "Damn you." Forcing Bakugo to move, the villain gives chase for him. While running further from the crowd, Izuku continues down the narrow street until reaching the next block. No flames. Good. There he checks the area, eyes stopping up on the ceiling. "Done. I'm gonna hang you by your web, you damn Spider-Man," shouts the villain as he nears. Turning to face his opponent, Izuku jumps away from an explosion forced out of Bakugo's palm. Perfectly landing on the top of the edge of a building, he fires 2 web lines at the openings, revealing Bakugo's uniform. Gotcha! With his opponent ensnared, all his might goes into pulling the teen and the slimy hijacker and spinning them around diagonally in the air. With an increase in the spin, parts of the slime man begin to peel away. Parts of him start slipping away and splashing on the buildings in the street surrounding them. This continues until eventually, all that's left is Bakugo, free from any form of green on him. Yes, now to slow down. The web lines rip off his clothing and the unfortunate nuke maker rockets through the air. Kuso. He quickly jumps up high, shooting a web line to catch and pull him close. He then grabs Bakugo and aims at 2 buildings below him. Gotta aim this right. No mistakes. He shoots a single line, and it extends into a spider web that attaches to the twin roofs. That allows them both to land on top of the net, which stretches from their kinetic weight before returning to its original shape. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief at his success, letting go of his childhood bully. "Are you okay, kid? Kid?" Bakugo glares with his tearful eyes at the spider person and uses explosions to free himself from the web. As Izuku swings to the side of a wall, Bakugo slows his descent using explosions. Not once did his eyes turn away from the person who saved him. "Well, as long as you're okay." Izuku quickly turns around when something hits his spider sense, seeing the mud man amassing himself in a puddle. It seems to be his head. "There the F*** you are, you slimy bastard." Bakugo steps up, aiming his hand, charging an explosion. Before he could, Izuku fires webbing to contain it in a bag. As he breathes a sigh of relief, he sees the heroes coming forth. "Well, take care, I'm late for nothing." Izuku makes a mighty leap and proceeds to web swing back to the building where he left his stuff to get it. As he leaves, he gazes back at the scene down below where the police and heroes go for Bakugo. Despite that, he's also got his eyes on Bakugo, who still is focused on him. Does he know? No, he shouldn't. After grabbing his bag, he prepares to leave, where he witnesses every bystander taking out their phones and recording him. He web swings away, knowing exactly where he has to go. Later at the Midoriya residence. It's nighttime, and our arachnid vigilante sits just outside his apartment home. Dressed in his high school uniform, he fires a web line and swings onto the side of the building. He then climbs up the side, grabbing hold of the line, ripping it away, and letting it fall. There we go. Checking around as he makes it to the top floor, he lands just in front of his door and opens up. What a day. First that test, then Kachan got attacked by that villain. Well, at least he's safe. And despite everything, no one figured out who I was. I even had to go around the city to lose track of anyone that might have been tracking me. Unlocking and opening his front door, Izuku steps inside, spotting 2 extra pairs of shoes left by the front step. He steps further in and spots to his shock Yaoyorozu and Bakugo sitting on the couch next to his mother. "Uh-oh. Izuku, welcome back," says his mom as she comes to his side. "You know you can't be staying out too late, not with everything happening with that escaped convict." Midoriya. He looks over at Yaoyorozu. "Oh, Yaoyorozu, are you here for that book?" he asks her, heading for his room. "I'll get it right away, don't wanna hold up your time." "Okay." She gets up to follow, Bakugo trailing after with this hateful look in his eyes. In his room, Izuku begins pilfering through his collection of books. He grabs a specific one and hands it over to her. "Here you go. It's late and you should." "That was a lie. I wanted to talk about something else." This sudden statement takes him by surprise. With a sincere look on her face, she shows him a video on her phone. It shows footage of the fight this afternoon. She stops just as it shows him in the air, to which she asks, "This is you, isn't it?" Her sudden question takes him by surprise, making him a nervous little spider. Stuttering, he says, "Now, that's not true. I don't have a quirk, so that can't be me." "Cut the shit," Bakugo speaks over him. "The world may be pretty vast, but there's no one else in the entire universe dumb enough to call me Kachan." More sweat comes down his face as Yaoyorozu holds a hand to her more. You didn't think I'd catch that. Ing idiot, of course, it was you. Izuku quickly shushes him and closes the door behind him. Okay, yes, that was me. She doesn't know, asks Yaoyorozu. Of course not. He shakes his head rapidly, sweating profusely. She doesn't know I have a quirk either. How did you find out? You're the only one I know who's interested in spiders, so I took a guess. Though I'd have figured it out sooner if I knew that was your quirk. Of course, that'd be too obvious. Let's talk about that shit too, ya quirkless loser. Bakugo grabs his collar and pushes him to the wall. Why the hell do you have a quirk? Quirks don't manifest in the body past age 5. Explosions erupt from his palms fiercely. The curious rich girl remains silent, also wanting to know more about that among other things. Izuku was quirkless. And so, Izuku explains saying, remember that trip to Astro Corporation? One of those spiders from that exhibit followed me home in my backpack and bit me. When I woke up, I could do everything a spider could. I think it may have had a quirk that could pass on its powers to me because otherwise, it doesn't make sense to me. Of course, the venom probably also awoken some genes inside of me, but it wouldn't make sense still that it was spider-related unless I. His red-eyed bully shouts over him. That is the stupidest shit I have ever heard in my life. A quirk that can pass on quirks, come on. That's like giving away what makes you special. Izuku pushes him off, doing so lightly so as not to hurt him. I never had these when we were kids, otherwise I'd have shown everyone. I would have shown you. He glares at him at that. We'd probably never have any real interaction. He looks at Yaoyorozu here. And I'd be in UA instead of wearing this homemade costume picking up garbage. About that, speaks the observant girl. She gives him a hard stare that lightens, before she asks, Midoriya, why are you a vigilante? Yaoyorozu, I'm not. She takes out her phone and begins rummaging through a website. She shows a video of a reporter detailing information about the incident earlier. And now, some good news. Escaped convict Sawa Numashi aka Slime Man has been apprehended today in Musudafu. But what really has everyone in heaps is the appearance of this new person on the block. The video shows the footage she played earlier. The police have made no official statement, and he has not been registered in any hero department. Most likely, he's a vigilante. Even more, some people have claimed to have seen the webs shot out of his arms before. He may be the vigilante who has recently had a hand resolving certain incidents. To quote, she shuts off the video. I've gone through the comments, and many people have written that they've seen your activities. This is not the first day you've done this. After taking in her words, he lowers his head. Despite this, not a single part of his face shows any more shame or regret. Why are you doing these things? Just leave it to the police and the heroes. There's no need for you to get involved. I can't just do nothing. Yes you can, she shouts this time, putting more emotion in her tone. You don't have the right training to be a hero, and it's worrying if you end up being arrested because you were doing the right thing. Izuku takes a seat on his bed. Yaoyorozu, I'm sorry for breaking the law. But I don't think I'll be able to stop. If I look the other way when I could have done something, someone might have died again. Again, Yaoyorozu takes a seat beside him. Her face gives the textbook definition of sincerity. Is this about Uraraka? Izuku gives no response, verbally or facially. So she continues. Midoriya, that wasn't your fault. Even if you're stronger than most people, that doesn't mean you have to take on so much on your own. It was my fault, he says, with great emphasis on was. There were days left until the entrance exams to UA. I entered a store to buy some tools to fix something. On my way out, I saw him go in, a Kaigen Ken. He came in to rob the store, and I stopped him. But I let him go. I kept saying to myself that was enough and that I didn't need to pursue him, so I let him go. And the day after, he killed her. The Spider Boy shakes as the thought coursed through his mind. Uraraka was shot by him because I didn't do the right thing and brought him down. Because I was trying to follow the rules and not be a vigilante, she's dead. His fists pound his thighs, teeth gritted in a vice. The words came out faster than any murmuring. He's repeated the words in his head for so long, that saying it aloud is almost surprising. Yaoyorozu takes a seat next to him and snakes those arms around him into a tail-eating reenactment. The sudden action awakens the boy from his sullen slumber. Midori, it's okay. You shouldn't have to torment yourself over a mistake. You don't have to be some Spider-Man to find some personal forgiveness. It's not just that. He pries himself free. I've been thinking, even if he didn't shoot her, he could have easily shot someone else. Everyone in the world believes that they don't have to worry about villains because heroes exist. I don't want to wait for someone to receive help, and they die before it happens because I was following the law. If heroes can risk their lives, I should do no less than them. There's a moment of silence broken open like incense. After this beat, Bakugo pollutes the air again saying, I'm done. The other two watch as he prepares to leave, with the walking nuke spouting random swears. I'm done. I don't need to hear this sappy shit anymore. He grabs the door handle and turns back, asking, is that why you didn't take the exams? Of course not. You see. Flashback. It's such a beautifully bright and chilly day. There I sit on the bus, a bug among people going about their usual morning, dressed in a hoodie with a mouth mask. As I await staring out the window, I await my chance to reach the golden gates of Uahai, one amongst hundreds equally persistent in achieving their dream the same as me. With web shooters strapped on my arms hidden under my sleeve, I'm ready to show the world my strength. I'll do your dream, Uraraka. So, watch me. It's the least I can do. And nothing's going to stop my spider sense from going off at this exact. Wait, hold up. I'm quickly thrown out of my seat, clearly not the only one. It felt like something rocked the bus. Is everyone okay? No, of course not. But I better check. After getting up and checking the damage, luckily no one suffered more than a few scrapes and a minor head injury. It's time to see who knocked us over. Out the window, there's visible destruction on the bridge we're on. Smoke rises from the east of the car off the bridge, meaning there's been a crash. Also, there's this black splodge of some sort on the windshield, so he can't even see what's in front of them. Everyone, get out. This thing is gonna tip. On the command of the bus driver, every patron gets up, climbing out the emergency exits from the windows. As we leave the vehicle, I notice the thing tilting down the front. That confirms that the bus is about to fall over. Wait, if they all get off, then the bus will crash down below. What if someone fell below and they could get hit by this bus? As I climb out, a few more people left behind me, the bus begins to tilt down more. It's going to fall, and looking around I don't see any heroes within sight. I should wait for them to. No, I can't. I can't wait again this time and put others at risk. I have the power to save people, so it's time to use it responsibly. Quickly taking myself to the back of the bus and adjusting my web shooters, I shoot out a web line that extends at the end to release multiple threads to attach to the back glass. Here I stress my body to pull as much as possible because by God this is heavy. This bus is possibly the heaviest thing I've tried to pull. Just wish someone could help. Thanks, kid. Someone luckily does, an older man with fox ears who grabs the thread helping me pull. Together we bring it back to a solid level. The rest of the patrons inside finally finish exiting, but I didn't bother waiting. I webbed the line to the road before going to the edge. There down below I see an overturned SUV on fire. It looks like a family is there, a woman with a little boy watching an older man trying to pry open the door. I don't know why though, that car could explode at any moment unless someone's inside trapped. My spider sense goes off at this moment, telling me to jump. Following it, I leap in the air underneath the elevated road where I see the problem. The road is breaking up. So I swing back up and use my webs to patch the fissure-induced areas to make sure it stays intact just long enough for everyone to leave. I haven't forgotten the family. Lowering myself with the web I drop down to where they are and go to the car. What are you doing? You gotta get back, says the father. Is someone inside? Yes, my little girl's trapped inside. Before he could finish, my hands have already gripped the door handle and ripped it off. Peering inside, it looks like she's in the middle seat unconscious and buckled in place. I reach in and grasp the belt buckle, ripping it off with all my strength before catching the girl to prevent an impact on her head. She shuffles in her unconscious state as I pull her out at the speed of a turtle's jog. With her, in both hands, I hand her to her father. As soon as I do, my senses start tingling. Oh no, I quickly leap, pushing the two out of the way as the car explodes, its flames hitting me in the shoulder. Ah, it hurts a lot. Even though I tank Kachan's explosions all the time, this puts them to shame. But, I can still move my arm. I'm not incapacitated. Who are you? Asks the father as he returns to the rest of his family, the mother looking over her daughter who rustles awake now. Just someone late for an appointment. Now that they're safe I can focus on my obligations. If I swing fast enough I can make it. I'll just slide in where I can change out of these clothes damaged by fire. After a quick change, I make it to Uahai's front gate. And there's no one here like I expected. I knew this was going to happen. Wait, there's someone there. A dog person. Oh, that must be Hound Dog. Hey, excuse me. He turns around to face me. Just as I'm about to explain myself, he says, sorry, but entrances are closed. What? Registrations ended 20 minutes ago. You're too late. But, I'm just a little late. There was. Garu. Hound Dog jumps in front of me. I think he's about to eat me. Are you going to cry to me about how you deserve a chance just because you were late? And bullshit an excuse like how you overslept or you missed the bus. A claw pokes my chest. Try to imagine being out as a hero and someone dies when you could have done something, and giving that excuse you were about to regurgitate to the police and their loved ones. Hound Dog then huffs. If you can remember that, you can try again at a different hero school. ... Total defeat. End flashback. And that's how I ended up missing the exams. Upon the conclusion of his story that Bakugo huffs at, the exploding nuke glares at Yaoyorozu. I only showed up to see what stupid reason you had for being a vigilante, and it ends up being some sappy resolve. He opens the door and makes his exit. You better not regret that choice. After about a inko, Bakugo leaves out the apartment. Inside his bedroom, Izuku turns to face Yaoyorozu, asking, are you angry with me? No. Disappointed. I understand, is the best I can say, she says, before holding a hand out. I may regret this decision, but, the big beasted genius takes a stand staring at her arachnid friend. What are your measurements? You know, your height and stuff. Oh, I would say, 5 feet 8 feet. I kind of shot up after that spider bite. She then opens up her shirt to reveal her stomach, causing redness to spread across his face. He quickly covers his face, but not enough of his eyes, shouting, Yaoyorozu. What are you? From her flesh bears a green and black material coming to her hands. Raising it she shows him what she gave birth to, a better version of his vigilante uniform. Unlike that thrown together, this costume looks like something that belongs to a hero. It's a green and black full body one designed in his size, and though there's weight it's lighter than the full bodysuit. From the chest up bordered by a triangle, including his back, his design is green with a black web scheme. The border between the waist and chest is green. His waist has a red belt with the same web design and a black spider symbol in the middle, and everything below is the black color scheme except his boots which have the web design. His gloves have the green and black web scheme and there is room to hide his web shooters. His shoes are also red. Yaoyorozu. This is touching. Even though she's not for him being a vigilante, she supports him. I made it to the best of my knowledge. The mask is made with a filter so you can hide your voice, and the lenses are a one-way sight. You can see through them, but no one can see your eyes. I also gave it a tear-resistant fiber so you won't have to sew it as much. She places it in his hands. Midoriya, I probably can't force you not to keep doing this, because at least you have a reason for being a vigilante that I understand. I'll support you as much as I can, so long as you can promise me one thing. What's that? Her head leans into his face, before parting away. Please be careful. Yaoyorozu then makes her exit, while the green-haired teen places a hand on his cheek. As she leaves, he remembers something. Oi, you forgot your book. The following day, as traffic leaves everyone to a standstill, up in the skies a warrior jets by. Dashing along the walls of the tallest building, this person reveals himself as the one and only protagonist in green. This emerald person jumps before firing webs from his wrist, smiling underneath his new mask as he nears his school. As he gets closer, he sees police cars passing by underneath. He lands just on a wall and makes a U-turn. I might as well check it out. Doesn't hurt to be sure. Without a moment to lose, he web swings across the skies. Thank goodness I left early this time. Hello there. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and I used to be quirkless. A chance came to me to become the greatest of all heroes when I was bitten by a spider birthed by a science experiment. Now I have powers and abilities heroes train years just to dream of. Even though I wanted to be a hero, because of who I am I ended up losing my chance to become a professional. No matter what I don't regret it, because through and through I am a hero. I will save as many people as I can and even make it fun. I'll show everyone how I am, as the amazing Deku. No, wait, Spider-Man, damn it. Oh, by the way, this is the story of how I became the world's greatest hero. What do quirk-wielding kids do when they have time away from school? Probably stay at home and play video games, hang out with friends down at the mall, and or go see a movie on a date. Kids do that. What does a quirk-wielding kid who can't do either of those things and wants to make his city a better place? Stop that guy. Stop people like him. A man riding a bike blurring past everyone in his way. He brushes by an old lady knocking her over, never stopping. A black and green person lands just in front of him, hanging onto a thin string from above. He waves, saying, "Hey there. Can you hold onto this for a sec?" Presenting the string in front of him, the new guy fires webbing to stick the string onto the blue of his shirt. The guy then bungees upward caught like a fly. Izuku walks over to the person who was robbed, handing over the bike with one hand. "Here you go," he says before taking off, jumping to the side of a wall. Izuku begins swinging through the air, spotting a girl getting robbed by people. Seeing it, he makes a U-turn landing in front of those same thieves. With a polite shout of, "Stop right there," he holds a hand out enticing them. "So if you don't mind handing it over, this won't have to get painful." "Get lost," shouts the first guy, who takes out a bat and begins swinging. Spidey grabs the bat and crunches the wood into splinters, spreading fear throughout their hearts. They drop the stuff they stole and run away, prompting the arachnid boy to pick up the wallet and approach the lady. "Here you go. I think this is yours." The lady looks down at her purse, before taking it quickly and running away. "You're welcome," he says before turning his eyes to his surroundings. Groaning, he leaps up and climbs the wall, trying to ignore what just happened. What was that about? Is the mask scary or something? 'Cause that was not a good first impression. Spider-Man checks his phone after landing on the side of a building, finding someone has left a message for him. Oh, it's Yaoyorozu. Knowing she's expecting a call, he climbs higher with his free hand and mouth exposed. Yaoyorozu. Morning, Midoriya. Hopefully, this call ends soon enough so he can keep moving. Not that he hates having to talk to her, but his senses can go off at any second. Are you going to be out all day doing that? Well, I need the practice. How many times a day do you expect someone to be robbed? I don't just do that. I also give directions and look out for others, no matter how much they think I'm a threat. Oh good, you're going for this friendly neighbor thing. Well, be safe. Bye. Finally free, he slides his phone onto the slot behind his belt with a faint redness on his cheeks. Her voice was so close. Jumping down the Spider Boy spots some lady has dropped her wallet. He picks it up and hands it to her, saying, "Ma'am, you dropped your wall." "Oh, thank you, sir." In a surprise twist of fate, he flinches almost dropping her item. The lady, who to his surprise is his mother, pulls it back in midair with an apologetic bow. "I can't believe I dropped that. I need to be more careful." "It's okay mom I mean, ma'am." She narrows her eyes slightly. "You sound familiar." "No, I don't." He quickly swings away before she can identify him. He wipes his head of whatever sweat is present between swings, saying, "Guess filtering my voice doesn't work on people who've known me for life." His actions continue until nightfall, a slow and uneventful day for the most part. Staring out from the top of a building, the neon violet keeps Izuku in secret as he eats a sandwich staring out at the darkening city. Looking out he sees many people going about their twilight evening, waving to whoever saw him. After taking the time to replace his web capsules in each shooter, he hears the sounds of crashing and destruction. Sliding those empty capsules into his utility belt, he swings onto the scene. In the realm of destruction, cars compile on top of the other. People run away screaming from the behemoth causing havoc, a burly man wearing khaki pants and black boots. The more important feature he has is his upper body, which is pink and exposing burgeoning muscles, as well as the headgear made out of his muscles. He is trapezius headgear. He roars while tossing a car in the air, which Izuku catches in a web before it could hit the police. Bring me All Might. Bellowing in the wind under the orange glow of the setting sun, the man clenches his fingers into a fist, punching a car. The longer his hand lays on it, the more it starts to crunch, the more the people trapped inside scream for mercy. Hey, lay off ya turtle. Trapezius lifts his head when he hears that jab and gets kicked in the face by the swinging spider. Landing on top of a fire hydrant, he crouches on all fours, glaring. That car is not your eating disorder. What are you supposed to be? He rears his horn down and charges to pierce him. Jumping, the spider boy swings to a wall as the hydrant goes flying. Water erupts into a geyser, sprinkling down on the blue hide. If you don't wanna get squashed, then get your A*S lost. The only one who can defeat me is All Might. Spidey flexes his fingers, remembering the feel of his foot on his body. It's not too much for him to defeat in a one-on-one fight. Sirens nearby take him out of his musing, as police cars stop to surround Trapezius and him. All right, the boys in blue. Both of you, deactivate your quirks and stand down. You're both under arrest, speaks an officer as cops get out aiming their pistols and shotgun. Izuku looks to them, noticing they've their weapons trained on him. Wait, me too. He then drops his head in realization, remembering that he's a vigilante. How stupid are you pigs? Trapezius begins charging, and bullets quickly fire. Like raindrops on an umbrella, the bullets bounce off as he punches a car into the air and sends two officers behind it flying. The Trapezius then raises his fist and slams it into a car, busting through with ease and causing an explosion. He comes before another cop knocked over and slowly raises his foot. No, that fire hydrant from earlier smashes into his head, only denting on Trapezius' headgear skull. Leave them alone, he says atop his back. All right, I'll play with you instead. He reaches back for him as he jumps away, grabbing his leg. Izuku laments as he gets slammed into the car and then the pavement before thrown to a wall. There are others watching the fight in virtual awe as Izuku struggles to stand, costume torn in certain parts. Back on his feet, his senses trigger when Trapezius charges for him now. Either I dodge or take the hit. Not bothering to even consider the other option, Izuku slides to the left to push the civilians aside, leaving him gripped and taken through the wall with the villain. Busting out the other end and thrown aside, the spider groans as he lays face up on the street. Trapezius then roars before rushing at the bug boy. Said bug boy pushes himself off the ground and jabs his feet into the thumbhead's face. He cringes in pain, holding his face, blood coming from the unsealed openings in his hands. Finally given a moment to breathe, Izuku goes into a crouching position and aims his hands over at Trapezius' legs, firing webs that attach to his shins. He then pulls him off his feet, knocking the guy over and having him fall face up into the truck behind him. Phew, Izuku looks back at the officers still in pain. He could risk getting arrested, but that won't stop him from being the naive hero he is. Are you okay? Seeing him helping one of them up, another cop who has his gun on him lowers the pistol. In that instance, Izuku's senses turn on. He quickly turns around at the car bumper flung his way. He pushes the cop away before he gets flung in the air and into a police car. He groans while his vision restores. I gotta start paying more attention to my Deku sense and work on the name. The thrower Trapezius storms forth with clear eyes of rage. You should have stayed out of this, bug. Staring at him with the flames behind him, Izuku freezes up. His body becomes total static. His mind revokes into trauma. I won't let you hurt him, Kachan. Oh, So little Deku thinks he can be a hero. Weaklings like you who can do shit should stay out of trouble. Stuck in place, ventilating heavily, Izuku lays there trapped in place. Trapezius takes off into a charge. The boy closes his eyes, awaiting his impending pain. And waiting. When nothing came about, he opens his eyes to his vagrant awe. It must have been scary for you holding against this man. But there's no need to fear anymore. No way. It's because I am here. Shocked to the bone, the symbol of peace All Might has arrived to save the day, holding Trapezius back with a single hand. A single push sends the shirtless villain back through that hole. Now if you will do yourself a favor and surrender quietly, begins the symbol of peace as Trapezius gets back up, you won't get hurt anymore. You call that hurt? He barks, getting himself ready for a charge again. I've been waiting for you. Now it's time. Carolina smash. After these words were spoken, winds of pressure explode out of Trapezius's back. The bigger man stumbles backward with a mighty thud, who groans as he lies unconscious. Having managed to recover, Spidey gets up to see the extent of All Might's power up close. He took him down so easily, and yet he struggled and ultimately choked in the end. Amazing. All Might is strong as always. That's our symbol of peace. All Might, say you're here. The crowd applauds for the strongest hero as he waves to them all. The police get back to work arresting Trapezius' headgear and dragging him away. All is well. Except for Izuku, who pushes the bumper off of him with ease before standing up. A quick inhale follows a deeper exhale before Izuku leaps away and swings off. All Might looks up from the crowd to watch the spider boy swing away. Who was that, anyway? Izuku the spider lands just atop a building far from the crime scene. He looks back, his eyes downtrodden in disappointment in himself before turning invisible. While camouflaged, he says, "Better get my backpack," before sneaking from the roof to another roof without using his webs to the location he hid his civilian clothes, hidden at the top of a water tower. Each movement through the half-lit darkness brings to mind his thoughts on what happened to him back then. Later that night, here he lies face up in bed, eyes focused on the ceiling like a cat to a laser pointer. Holding his vigilante suit in one hand, he sighs while entering the abyss his eyes have gotten lost in. Having lost to the Trapezius, running away from All Might, so much crap has been thrown on him it's burning his eyes. Will he run into him again? Will there be tougher guys that he'll come across again? Will he have to run away from All Might again? Will he be able to make things right with Uraraka? All these questions reverberate through his mind, synced with his anxieties, and that's why he's still lying back quiet with an undead gaze. Until a knock at his door ends his melancholic malaise. Izuku, dinner. With a sigh, he stuffs his suit underneath the bed and flips to his feet. There's no need to starve for failure. At the table he sits, eyes surveying the delicious spread consisting of tamagoyaki, white rice, nori, a salad, and teriyaki salmon. Taking a bite out of the fried egg, his sour scowl raises into a smile. This returns when the news comes on television, detailing the occurrence that took place in Musudafu last night. With Trapezius' headgear having forced police away, our symbol of peace All Might graced the scene and took out the villain without trouble. It shows recorded footage of All Might victorious. But the main thing everyone's talking about is this, Musudafu's black vigilante. The video careens back to show Spider-Man on the screen, surprising the green-haired teenager. His mother turns around to get a good look at the human arachnid, seaweed slipping just on the edge of her lips. Vigilante. I didn't think those still existed, not counting the holler. Who? A creepy slider who gave me directions 2 years ago. Haven't heard much of him since, she speaks, looking at her food to pick up a fried egg roll. Back before Quirks had that regulation, people would use them for crimes. Then came those who would use them to stop crime, the original vigilantes. But with the regulations, they're now 100% illegal. Speaking on television is a lady with white fox ears fluffier than any rabbit atop her head and long, steel hair. Her yellow eyes with the slit iris narrow as she sits in a boardroom staring at the camera to her 1 o'clock. She looks livid. Infuriating that this new generation is so disturbed that they want to become heroes by any means necessary. Going out and Izuku quickly changes the channel to a football game. Izuku. It's kind of boring, he says to her before returning to his meal. She said the same thing yesterday and that kind of kills its impact. Of course, he'd never tell her the real reason. Not until he's confident she'll take it well. I don't know. There are heroes who can do dangerous things like that for him, she says while taking her sticks together. Izuku makes a heavy sigh glancing down at the side of the table. Izuku, in my honest opinion, I was a little alleviated. His sticks bounce on the table. When I found out you didn't make it to the exam, I was relieved. I didn't want you to be in that world. His eyes glance upon his mother with shock, unable to believe what he's hearing. She never wanted him to succeed. Being a hero is very dangerous if you hadn't noticed. Even with a quirk you'd have to fight against monsters like that thumb man all the time. Shocked, Izuku asks, how long have you felt like that? The entire time. Yes, is her honest reply. Mom. He gets up and heads for his bedroom, locking the door. His back rests against the wood staring at his bed. All the food he devoured, everything he had to intake, nothing left more of a sour taste than those words. He can't even think about his fight with that trapezius anymore. His mother never believed in him. All this time she never wanted him to be a hero, and just went along with it. Not even she believed I could be a hero. His eyes glance at where he hid his suit and kicks it further underneath. Hopefully, the depths of dreams can overcome the dark blue of his emotions. Though, thinking about his earlier freeze-up fighting against that nameless thumbhead guy, he slowly begins to wonder if she was right. If All Might didn't show up, would I have lived through that? His thoughts go to the girl he once befriended, and sighs. Maybe I can't make things right for you, Uraraka. Elsewhere in Musudafu, a police officer enters the Metropolitan Police Department. He takes a seat in a room sitting before a scrawny man with blonde hair in secret. There is a certain thickness of metaphorical intensity. So nice to have you back here, Yagi, speaks the officer, his plain face conjuring a smile. No problem, Tsukauchi, says the blonde man in response. I've been meaning to speak with you again, especially after last night's fracas. His tiny blue eyes narrow downward. How is our trapezius buddy? Tsukauchi takes out a file he pulled along the way. Hiniku Baka, arrested 3 years ago on 3 accounts of damaging public property, by you. He was released before and hasn't done much since, until last night's incident. Witnesses say he wanted to fight you, for reasons he has been explicitly vocal to share. You'll be surprised to hear. The most surprising is to hear that coming from his mouth. As it turns out, he's been told that you were getting weaker, and was eager to get revenge on you. Revenge. Yagi cups his chin as he thinks back on it. Now that I think about it, there was this one guy who was causing trouble 3 years ago and held a family hostage. I took him out with a chop to the head from behind. And you couldn't remember that. I beat up villains all the time. Back then, he was just a C-class scrub, no harder to beat than Rhino Zeros. Yagi then grips his hand into a fist. He had a tough hide, but even if I had weakened he wouldn't be too hard to crack. I wouldn't be surprised if there was indeed someone trying to actively get rid of me, but if someone told him I was getting weaker then another person is controlling this trapezius. The detective sighs solemnly before showing a picture of Spider-Man. Another thing is the vigilante who held up against him. Vigilante, asks the off-duty hero while he checks the photo taken about him. Oh yeah, there was that one person there dressed as a green spider. I had assumed he was a hero. Nope, vigilante. The detective then takes the photo back. I asked around, and according to eyewitnesses, he's been doing small things for others before he jumped in to help stop that guy. It was a good thing he showed up when he did. Truly, I'd be impressed if he wasn't breaking the law. Hell, I'm still impressed by what I've seen. Don't get too impressed by a criminal. The skeletal male smiles, despite his normal friend's serious tone. Look, I'm not against people doing the right thing, but when someone breaks the law to do it they're still wrong. We've had plenty of vigilantes who have acted behind the scenes. But I'm not going to just ignore it. Heroes don't go after vigilantes, but the police do. And Spider-Man can't be allowed to act against crimes, lest his actions inspire others to think wrong. I know. Toshinori Yagi sits up, adjusting his suit. I'd like to look into this. That's okay. Tsukauchi's cheeks brighten. We have someone out there for this spider. Over at the Metropolitan Police Department, Trapezius Headgear sits in his jail cell. His arms are chained by oversized golden handcuffs. A police officer passes by him, nodding at how tranquil the villain is at the moment. Though once the cop's attention is turned, a tiny little bee flies in through the windows and approaches Trapezius. It lands on his head, revealed to be artificial in appearance. The bee stings him, a substance entering his body from within the stinger that causes his veins to strain. Elsewhere, bright and early but still blue in the heart, Izuku enters school with his backpack strapped around a single arm. Staring at his feet, his vague expression follows the path before him in solemn darkness. The day goes by in class with relative peace, him having turned in his work that took far too long. If there's any solace, there's no villain attack. That's why he's on time in literature class learning about foreign history. His teacher Sendy Moon presses a button turning the screen on, showing her class a photo of a spider woman. She's stretched back topless, surrounded by others in a black and white canvas painting. Her eyes look out past the fourth wall facing the world hers exists in. Following in from our lesson, I hope you all completed your assignment. Because we'll be looking into the subject of fate, starting with Greek mythology. Question: speaks a classmate of Izuku's, the blue-haired girl from his science club. What exactly does mythology have to do with literature? Why, everything Hitomi Yatsu. She replies. In many works, people make allusions to mythologies. Many stories you'd never know in detail without knowing about certain myths. Belief in spirits, in religion, in gods is more a part of life than you think. Many heroes take inspiration for their costumes from gods. Even science is only able to advance because of mythology. Oh, she shrinks back into her seat after the schooling. So anyway, back to the lesson. She goes back to the board. Our subject today hails from Greek mythology, the weaver of fate Arachne. She possesses alternate stories, each of which consists of her challenging Athena in hopes of victory. Her result became just another day, Izuku mutters as he drones out the lesson. No point in thinking about his fate, not while he's unable to handle villains and criminals. Not while no one believes in him. Not while that picture of the Black Widow Spider Lady is staring at him. Wait, is she? He focuses for a bit looking at the picture, noticing the eyes aren't just focused on nothing. Like a true painting, the eyes seem to follow his shifting head. That's creepy. That statement escalates, or in a better term, exacerbates when he sees a single eye closed and open. Raising a hand, he is quickly allowed to head to the nurse's office. I think this depression is affecting my sanity. Later as the school day ends, Izuku sits by the school gates checking a jar of his white stuff. Whether or not he'll continue, that stuff needs to stay full for emergencies. After an examination, he says, looks like this should hold me over for the week. I gotta find a better way to get materials. Midoriya. He quickly puts the jar behind him when a familiar voice calls out to him. Glancing forward he spots his friend Momo just before him. Dressed in the UA uniform, she's refreshingly beautiful. Oh, Yaoyorozu. What brings you here? I saw the news and I wanted to check up to see if you're okay. She smiles as she looks at him, his eyes never leaving her gorgeous gaze. The girl adjusts her hair blocking her eyes saying, you never called me. Well, oh, so this is that boy you were talking about. The spider lad looks over behind his accomplice in crime where he sees compatriots with her, and with a glance at their uniforms, he can tell they're all from UA like her. The first person he notices has Super Saiyan-esque blonde hair with a lightning bolt-colored black on the side of the bang just covering his left eye. Those same eyes are gold and black as well. The second is a shorter lady, who may be just crouching, with rather long dark seaweed green hair with the end wrapped into a bow. She has rather wide eyes that are pure black from the iris to the pupil, and a wide mouth. The third and last person is a girl, rather slender, with onyx eyes and short, purple hair that contain asymmetrical bangs hanging off the sides of her head. The most notable things about her are her earlobes stretching down in the shape of earphone jacks. She's the only one wearing her vest over her uniform. The golden-eyed one looks rather dull despite his smile. The crouching one has an expression that is rather unreadable to the spider teen, even though her mouth and curved downward she doesn't look sad or bored. As for the third person, she's more spacing out vaguely looking at him. HMPH. He doesn't look like much, says the blonde while examining Izuku. Izuku looks back to Momo and asks, who are they? Fellow students at UA, Momo tells him, before gesturing her hands to introduce her classmates. This is Kaminari, she's Asui, and this is Jiro. Like me, they're all class 1A in the hero course. Everyone, this is Midoriya, the guy the first told you all about. Asui, the girl with the long hair, comes up to Izuku closely causing him to back away with the tomato impression returning. Did you give Yaoyorozu all those strategies? She asks, her voice delivering a dialect he does not yet recognize. Strategies. He turns an eye over to Momo, who pokes her fingers sheepishly. I may have told them that you gave me some ideas for improving the usage of my quirk, she confesses. Wait, you took my idea. But I figured you'd already thought of that, what with how smart you already are. Missing the redness on her cheeks, he looks back at Jiro staring at him. What's that? Asks the girl with the long earlobes shaped like phone jacks. One of her ears points to the jar behind Izuku. Oh, why does it look like semen? Kaminari asks abruptly. Of course, he and the girls get set off, Jiro glaring with reddened cheeks, Momo holding a hand to her mouth, and Izuku flailing his arms about almost dropping his collection. He quickly retorts by saying, it's not that. Why would you even think that? It's white, it's sticky looking, and it's hidden behind your back. It's semen. And that's why you get this. One of her earphone jacks shoots up and jabs him in the side of the head, causing him to scream. Those can move. Izuku, with pen and notebook already out for some inexplicable reason, writes down notes on her ability. Apparently, he's already gotten past the assumption about his web fluid and has left it behind him to write. They move so precise and quick and can stretch. It could work well in covert operations, and with their size, they can sneak through small openings. More murmuring follows, and many people walk away from the group in response. The earphone jack girl gives him a curious look. You came to that understanding just from seeing it once. Yeah, he says, shrinking back a bit sheepish. It's a hobby of mine, writing stuff down about quirks, how to better utilize them, and how to get over them. So your book has notes on pro heroes too? Asks Asui. Pretty much. Can we see? She asks with curiosity. Hey, any chance we can do this later? Asks Kaminari while rubbing his head, still trembling from before. Ain't got much time before I gotta get back home and study. Well, I might have. Izuku looks over at Momo, who makes a stare quickly followed by a narrowing look. No, I guess I have nothing left to do. Hoping no one noticed that exchange, Izuku follows them leaving out of the building. While leaving, none of them notice the others of that school watching them make their exit. The blue-haired girl from before notices her classmate being so open in applaud of these others. Her eyes narrow with a scowl. He's pretty much ignoring us. Back with Izuku and the others, they're busy walking through the streets of Musudafu conversing about heroics. Asui and Jiro look over the notes left from years of research and excessive thinking, as visibly impressed as one would expect. The purple-haired one asks, so if I did it more like that it could work better? That's one way, yes. She looks aside with a frown as a slight redness spreads on her cheeks. Wish I had thought of that. Midoriya. Asui's sudden words grasp their attention. I preferably say what's on my mind, and here I wish to speak it if that's okay. Okay, Miss Asui. You can call me Suyu, she says with a smile before taking a look at him directly. If you like heroes so much, why is it you're not in a hero school? Such a surprising adamant question causes the rest of the youngsters to eye the green-haired teenager, except for Momo concerning obvious reasons. Before she could make a response, Izuku tells them all blankly, proudly, and as clear as possible, I had no quirk. Their range of facial expressions reverberates throughout the collection of impressions: confusion, awe, and pity. Clearly, that short sentence explains enough to them. The yellow-haired one says, Man, that must beat being quirkless. An earphone jack raises just behind him, causing the boy to shrink away from her. I'm just saying. I mean, I didn't even know quirkless people still existed. That's a rude thing to say, Asui tells him, sticking her tongue out ready to strike him. Momo, having been left on the sidelines from the current conversation, watches with a smile at Izuku holding the conversation. He's come a long way from the stuttering mess she first met. Maybe if he can connect with more people he can put being a vigilante aside. Turning to Suyu, he prepares to ask a question, until flinching. Uh-oh. Looking behind him, he searches around for something. Juro raises her head. Wait, what's that noise? Midoriya. Before he could answer Suyu's obvious question, he glances up when he notices smoke rising above. Izuku huffs before saying, "Fire," and running off in that direction. Midoriya, shouts Momo before following after. The others give pursuit as well. The teenagers come to the next block, where a large collection of others have gathered. A 3-story apartment complex has caught on fire, the roof has taken. Whoa, the building's on fire, shouts Kaminari looking at the pink villain. We can see that, Kaminari, says Suyu with a stare. Momo, however, isn't as concerned with him, instead just looking around for the nearest hero. No one, which means, looking back, she sees that Izuku is already gone, taken off to the nearest alleyway. She glances over at her classmates, glad about the distraction provided, and follows him. There behind the dumpster, she sees him already in costume with his mask on while strapping on his belt. Has he been wearing that underneath the whole time? Midoriya, she speaks, just as he's about to put on his mask. You don't have to do this. I gotta, he says, tightening his gloves before adjusting his web shooters. You don't have to do this. I do. Just wait for a hero to arrive. It might be too late by then. He shouts, stuffing his web fluid bottle into the bag before handing it to her. No regret, Yaoyorozu. She refuses the bag and shouts, Midoriya, look at you. The spider boy's hands are shaking. Can you really do this? Aren't you scared? Of course I am. But, I have no choice. Behind the mask, Izuku grows an intense face of determination to overcome the trauma in his memory. Even if no one believes in me, even if I'm not a hero, even if I don't have to, I'm going to. Now please, step aside. She pauses, staring into his eyes through those one-way lenses. Before long she accepts his back and steps aside, watching as he leaps into action, swinging for the crime scene. Defeated, the rich student gives chase, clutching his bag tightly. Please, remember your promise. Swinging onto the scene, Izuku reaches the complex at the same time as a window explodes outward, landing on a building a street away. He stares at possible entrances and notes people filing out as fast as they could from the front thanks to assistance from the nearby police. So far so good, maybe I won't be needed. His hopes are aggravated when he hears a scream from the 3rd floor. He spots someone by a window waving out for help, a little girl. Oh no. Not a second later, after seeing the girl in peril, Izuku jumps from the roof and fires a web line to pull him through the window the girl is in with a zip. Landing on glass, Izuku looks around and spots the child huddled in the fetal position. Don't worry, I gotcha. My big brother, he's trapped in my room, she says as the spider vigilante picks her up. Don't worry, I'll get you out of here first. Izuku goes to the window and climbs out, standing horizontally on the wall. He glances over and sees the police watching him. Using his webs he attaches it to the child's abdomen and lets her fall, his webs a bungee and zipline at the same time. Once at street level, the police take the girl and he releases control of his webs. From afar he notes Momo and the others watching his actions. Kaminari is in awe, Asui is quiet, Juro is recording everything, and Momo looks incredibly worried. One down, one to go, he says to himself before going back inside of the building. Elsewhere, no longer stuck having to work in boardrooms, Toshinori Yagi in plain and indistinguished casuals walks along the streets of Musudafu carrying a bag of stuff. Checking his watch for the time, he casually sighs. Well, better get home. It's almost time for The skeletal human stops when the sounds of destruction catch his attention. He quickly moves to the scene, catching sight of the burning building before him. Oh no. Back to the action, Izuku runs through the bedroom inferno shouting, "Hello. Is anyone else here? Help." He hears this muffled voice not too far from his position. He turns down the hall and sees a door covered in flames where the voice came from. In here. The door's too hot. Hold on, I'm coming. While he puts aside why the voice sounds familiar, he rushes to the door and raises his right leg. With a powerful thrust, he kicks down the door with ease, the sudden gust of wind sending flames and heat upward in his face, causing him to cover his face instinctively. Through his protective lenses he spots the person hiding in this room without a window. He approaches the boy no older than he is, pausing when he recognizes him. It's a flat-faced boy with dark green hair. One Izuku remembers all too well. It's really cruel to do that, Kachan. Izuku stands before a frightened child in defense, though he looks just as scared. I won't let you hurt him. Oh, so little Deku thinks he can be a hero. Weaklings like you who can't do shit should stay out of trouble. These are his words as he comes forth to assault the green-haired crybaby, along with 3 others. One is a chubby boy with red pterodactyl wings, another is a boy with rocks all over his arms, and the other has extremely long fingers. Nobita, mutters Izuku as he stares at the boy. Who are you? Asks Nobita, staring at Spider-Man. Izuku grips his fingers tightly, all those memories of torture returning to his mind the minute his eyes lock onto Nobita. Should he just turn away? Contemplating this choice for even a second, he slaps himself in the face and fires a web line that attaches to the guy. He then pulls, bringing the teen over and having him crash onto his right shoulder and arm. The guy who's getting you out of here, so hold on tight and don't look back. All I can see is back. Then just stare at the floor. If anyone's going to panic, it's gonna be me. Izuku then turns around and runs out the room, just as the ceiling collapses. Knowing that he just saved one of his bullies, Izuku notices that in his heart he doesn't hate or regret what he did. Reaching the hallway, Izuku comes to a stop when the floor begins to break apart. He gives a light groan and takes a left, heading into the kitchen to cut around the pitfall. The fire is starting to cut off his paths. Pretty soon, they'll both be extinguished in this man-made hell. That's when an idea reaches his brain. Hey, do you have a fire extinguisher here? Kitchen sink, Nobita says, causing Izuku to quickly turn to the sink next to him and rip open the handle with one hand. He pulls out a red extinguisher and aims the nozzle. With a squeeze, foam is sprayed out and douses flames, leading to the window he came in from before dashing. While running, his senses tingle. Izuku checks above to see that the ceiling is coming down, including a support beam. Acting fast, the boy tosses Nobita off of him to the window just as the beam falls, pinning the vigilante to the floor. The bully looks back at Izuku, fearful when he sees that the guy who saved him just got taken out. Hey, are you all right? Of course not, he shouts back, pushing up to give himself breathing room. Groaning and coughing, Izuku shouts, "Go. Get to the window." He waits for Nobita to get to the opening, and fires a web line at his chest. Now, use that to get out. I'm not going anywhere with this thing on me. Crying, Nobita uses the web to climb down the side of the building with poor propelling techniques. Though he gets about 2/3 of the way down before the web is cut by fire. Screaming, Nobita falls into the arms of a police officer and remains crying well after the rescue. "Big brother," shouts the girl from before as she and her mother run to the boy. Another cop looks up, saying, "I think that's the last of them, but..." Momo looks on with intense worry. Izuku managed to save 2 people, but he's still in there. "Please, Midoriya." Back inside, Izuku groans as he tries to push the support beam off of him. With only the fire extinguisher for use, his options are limited. But not impossible. I've only a couple minutes left before I'm burned alive. There's a time limit to how long a fire extinguisher can be used. I could push this off, but I don't have any room to do so. I can't get my hands on the floor properly to lift this. He then thinks further on it, and looks down at the floor before testing it with his other hand. A thought then occurs to him as he puts his plan into action. It's risky, but it'll work. Using his free hand, Izuku pounds the floor with it. Just as he expected, he can hear creaking as the fire is weakening everything in the building. He hits the ground with all his strength again, until the third strike breaks through the floor. Using that same hand to fire a line at the ceiling and hang in place, the support beam falls off of him and crashes through the second floor until hitting the first. Izuku descends on the line he has to get a good look at the remaining floor covered in flames. He tosses the extinguisher to the flames and hangs there waiting. If that video was true to reality, it'll only take less than a minute to explode. And once exploded, with a kaboom, the fire extinguisher detonates and releases the collection of chemicals. The foam spreads and douses a large area. Izuku kicks off the line he's holding onto to land in the clearing, his added weight causing the floor to shift. Gotta go now. He jumps forward, busting through the glass before the floor could completely collapse, and exits to the outside. Though as he descends, he shoots a web line to swing in a diagonal arc and propel into the air, dodging the fire truck that has come by to finally quell the flames. From there he lands atop another building. "He did it," shouts Kaminari as the crowd goes wild, clapping it up for the hero of the day. Jiro looks down at her phone with a strong redness across his cheeks as she uploads the video she recorded. "That was so cool." Momo looks up at the boy, still forever clutching his bag tightly to her chest. Her eyes quell the weather within. Thank goodness. Though getting a good look, she can tell that the boy is injured and vastly tired by the way he leans against something. The spider boy up on the roof sits against the entrance to the building, sighing while holding his right arm. As it was the arm pinned by the support beam and holding the fire extinguisher, it took more damage than any part of him. "I need to rest." He hears loud footsteps, glancing over to spot Mount Lady has finally made it with backdraft. "Oh, good." Izuku then extends his arm to swing off into the city. Elsewhere, having witnessed everything, the class of Ua walks to the train station together underneath the fading twilight, slowly coloring the canvas of the skies a dark shade of blue. With the drop in temperature pushing them faster ahead, Kaminari checks the video. Jiro uploaded everything he could about the fight. "That was pretty amazing. I can't believe Spider-Man is real. Zero will be pleased to see the tape used this way. He's much cooler than I'd thought he'd be," says Jiro while looking up and around, smiling. "He shouldn't have gotten involved," adds Asui with a finger to her mouth. She checks back at where Momo is, still holding Izuku's backpack. "Yaoyorozu. I'm fine." She sounds flustered, no doubt, for reasons she could not respond to or explain. How could she anyway? It's a secret of his, and only his. She checks her phone when a popular noise comes out of it. "I'll see you guys tomorrow." Izuku left his backpack behind. "That was clumsy," says Jiro again. "I figured he'd stick around to check the fight out, and yet he ran away like a coward." "It's not a big deal." As much as she would like to correct her, Momo says only that much. "You guys make sure you go straight home." With a verbal yoink, the backpack is swiftly stolen from the teen's hands, leaving a small to escape her lips in response. "I'll pass it on," says the new holder, a boy with spiky ash blonde hair wearing the same uniform as his other peers. There is many a shout of "Bakugo" in confusion and shock, with the walking nuke throwing the bag over his back before making his way off. There's not even a farewell or a wave as he takes off with a glare from those crimson marbles he calls eyes to Yaoyorozu and then whatever space is in front of him. Was he there the whole time? This is Kaminari. Back to action. Landing out of sight against the glass window of a building, Izuku takes a minute to remove his sleeve. On his right arm he spots bruises from the rescue and a burn mark on his hand. With all that adrenaline I still kept going even when I got hit. Izuku takes a sigh, reattaching his sleeve before aiming with his refilled web shooters to the nearest of the tall buildings. Jumping with enough strength to destroy the surface he's been clinging to, shards of what he stood on fly outward following his feet as he swings for his next destination through the vast array of lights polluting the skies. "Yaoyorozu got my text, so I'll just head home and get my stuff back from her." He continues swinging overhead, many people catching sight of him down below for the angel in flight he makes out to be. Eventually, he reaches his home, landing just atop the apartment. All right, no one is around. I'll make this quick. With a swiftness only someone of his speed can muster, he crawls to his room's window and opens it ever so smoothly using only his left hand. He moves in through the slight opening, climbing to his ceiling, using his right foot to close the glass shut. Climbing along the top of his room, he reaches his open bedroom door and closes it before landing just in front of it. Mask pulled away, bruises on his face visible, he realizes he's safely home and turns around. And comes face to face with his guest. "You look like shit. Kachan," he suddenly shouts, losing his perfect equilibrium and dropping on his behind. "Izuku honey, is that you?" asks his mother loudly on the other end. Kachan gestures to the door. "Yeah mom. How long were you home?" "Jay just woke up actually." He lies, flustered in his tone. "Why is Kachan here?" "Katsuki wanted to give you something you lost." Said boy holds up the backpack, tossing it on his All Might apparel bed. "Oh, I see." He goes to his bag and unzips it to pull out his casuals. "Phew. What the F*** did you think you were doing, jumping into a burning building when you had no damn reason to? Please keep it down. That's an unlikely thing to happen," he retorts, interrupting the boy before he could finish. "You ran in to save 2 people, and got hurt in the process." Here, the Emerald protagonist gets a little miffed. "At least I did something besides waiting around recording destruction. Somebody had to save them." Yeah, the walking nuke's attitude burns down the air, building up a dense atmosphere of tension. "It doesn't matter what you do out there, you're still not a hero." "If I was out there." "But you weren't." Bakugo grabs his costume's collar, lifting it to him with that wonderful attitude of his. "What's that supposed to ****ing mean? Kachan, let go. I got homework, and I want to treat this burn." Bakugo releases him, heading to the door. "One day you're gonna see just how little that power of yours matters, and how pointless you becoming a vigilante is when I debut as a professional hero and become the greatest hero of all." He then opens the door and walks out with a huff in his voice. "Just need to work on that attitude. I heard that." On the other side of the door, Bakugo bursts forward, stepping outside the home as rudely as possible. As he does, Inko watches the news, once again the local news. Her worries skyrocket when she sees that an apartment complex was hit by a bomb, enkindling everything. "Oh dear, maybe we should move," says Inko as she sits back. It feels like more dangerous things have started to turn up the past year. She glances over in the hallway, hearing a noise, and sees her son taking out the first aid kit from the bathroom. Cue hysteria. "Izuku. You surprised." The boy almost drops the box. He then watches his mother scurry across the floor like a bug toward him. "Mom, you scared me." She stands and takes the box using her quirk. The mother then looms over his body a quick minute, noticing his hand. "Where did you get that burn?" "Jay, just think of a lie. Just an accident during school. I didn't know they performed fire drills with actual fires now," she says, already catching onto his BS. The woman starts to get teary-eyed. "What really happened?" "No mom, it was an accident. It was just science-related. So no one's bullying you in school again." And it goes back and forth like this for a while. Elsewhere. Step back. Police fire at the bulking bruiser before them, who walks despite all the bullets hitting and falling flat. Unlike before, they are bent inward. All Might. Dawn breaks over the land of the rising sun. Or, it already has hours ago. Left in his bed fast asleep with his hand covered to heal the wounds made from that night, Izuku snores as he remains campy, serene yet messy, with a right leg draped off his bed twitching. He rolls over in his bed, dropping and hitting his face on books he left out. A groan erupts from his throat emitted by the pain, on a single knee as he awakens. What time is it? He looks around for his alarm clock, also shaped in fashion like everything else around him as the symbol of peace, and checks the time. UWA. Quickly he runs out the bedroom door dressed in his school uniform. He then checks the bandages around his burnt hand and widens his eyes in surprise. His hand is completely healed. No scar left either. But first-degree burns take 7 days to heal. Thinking about it, his body doesn't feel as heavy or damaged despite what happened last night either. Maybe his spider body comes with enhanced healing too. Alright, that's good to know. After tossing the bandages in the trash, Izuku heads into the living room. Unexpectedly, his mother isn't around and neither is breakfast. I guess I'm picking up something along the way. Strapping his bag to his back, he checks his phone for the time again just to gain a better scale on how late he is, realizing doing it normally won't get him there on time. An idea comes to mind, and he practically shrugs to it. Well, in for a yen, or however that saying goes. Minutes later, Izuku climbs out from his window dressed as the spider vigilante before making a leap, swinging into the city. Gotta increase my speed. With a mighty swing, he goes high up and careens down into a nosedive for the pavement at intense dropping speed. Firing a web line, he zips between cars, soaring through the air like a bullet that has missed its target until making another dive that repeats the process once more. The exhilarating feeling of soaring in almost flight, more than he could ever have felt before the incident, something that almost makes up for being a vigilante. I should have done this sooner. This is much faster than transportation. In another dive, he stretches his arm out to fire a line, before feeling his senses turn on to some form of danger. What am I in danger of? Coming up high again, he fires a web line to take his danger sense seriously. It is here that the danger he was warned about comes to pass. His web capsule runs empty. Quickly opening the other one, he fires from the other, and nothing. Why do I keep forgetting that? He screams as he soars into the side of a building, face planting at almost breakneck speed and hitting hard enough to leave an imprint of himself. After recovering enough to come out of his pain-induced stupor, Spider-Man sits along the side of the building checking his web shooters. As he replaces the old capsule with the new and inserts it into his belt, he starts writing down notes about his plight. Note to self: make self-replacing shooters. Once done, he gets up and prepares to head for school. Get out of the way. Not even hesitating, Izuku stops in the air and zips himself to the nearest building by pulling using a web line. He then glances down at the streets below. They're down in a street fight are the heroes Mount Lady and Kamui Woods, against the shoulder man Trapezius headgear. The woodman has fallen forward with a busted arm, and the giant lady human-sized grasping her shoulder. Both don't look too good. Trapezius himself also looks different. His muscles are far more defined with obvious veins just ready to pop and ooze. The big guy thrusts out a middle finger. He shouts, "Get your sneak ass out of here now, All Might." This is the rematch. Is he still after All Might? Why? Izuku stares down while trying to come up with a plan. If two pros can't take him down, then he may have to wait for All Might after all, especially if he's powered up. If no one's gonna talk, then I'm gonna force him out. The shoulder head guy turns to a family trapped in a car behind him. No time to wait anymore. Just as the villain moves for the car, Izuku leaps down from the wall to attack. He swings on a web he made and uses it to come down into an arc, kicking and launching Trapezius into the side of a building. Izuku lands after his kick and grabs the car door, ripping it open. The family of three inside screams as he does so. Ignoring it, he shouts, "Please run. You're not safe here." He then steps away from the car and faces the shoulder man returning to the scene. "You again," Trapezius shouts upon seeing Spider-Man. Looking at him, Izuku remembers it. Those thoughts of trauma that froze him up are coming back. No, don't think about it. He looks back at the family still in the car. No time to be afraid. Talk, Izuku. Do anything to get over it. Why are you doing this? You lost to All Might. Not this time. Trapezius flexes his arm. Thanks to that dosage of trigger, I'm now 20 times stronger than before. Scanning him, Izuku can tell that's true. Despite fighting two pros and getting kicked into a building, he doesn't have a scratch on him. He's not even sweating, except the face. Wait, is there a reason for that? Trapezius brings Izuku out of his thoughts by asking, "What's your stake in this, huh? Where do you get off wasting my time and your life?" The arachnid looks aside. That's the question of the generation. So many times he's been trying to wonder that, and understand himself more. But Izuku has a perfect answer for that. Nothing at all. Whenever I see someone in trouble, my body moves on its own. When someone needs rescuing, I won't hesitate to save them. Or, I can't, which is just more than I can say for you. The audience surrounding them listens in close, having taken in his words of a compound with structure and the heart of his resolve just earlier. Trapezius shouts, and just what can you say? Under his mask, he makes a nervous smile. You're an idiot. A tick mark forms over his shoulder headgear. What? An idiot, a dope head, a SC Meckledorf muscle for hire, Izuku says, adding to what he spoke seconds ago. You come here trying to cause damage to the city because you got a grudge against All Might when you could do so much more with your power. Hell, so many people would kill to have the strength to reach a pro-hero's level, and all you can do is cause problems for yourself. More veins pulsate at those true words. Now, not everyone wants to be some glorified cop. And the worst part is you're wasting your time. Everyone knows that All Might is working at UA High as a teacher, so he's not going to be able to fight you at all. At that, everyone stares at Trapezius. After a bit, he pounds his fist into his hand, saying, "Oh yeah. You really didn't know." Almost everyone shouts. Now the pink muscle guy is turning red. Whatever. I'll just get his attention for later tonight by murdering a couple of people. Maybe even a vigilante too. I've heard enough. Kamui Woods moves in, using his branches to attack Trapezius. He gets caught, but easily rips out of the prison and grabs hold of the branch still attached to him, throwing the hero into a car. Guess you're first. Before he could, a car comes down at Trapezius from above and smashes him into the ground. Izuku lands next to it. If that didn't work, then there's always plan B. Much to his displeasure, the car is lifted and tossed into the air. The crowd screams in terror as it comes their way. Luckily, Izuku leaps over and grabs hold of the hood and lights, flipping himself with the vehicle to land on the ground. He then slowly places it down with a groan. Phew. His spider sense turns on when the villain comes charging at him. He fires webbing that hits the man in the face. The villain grabs the webs and pulls it off, breathing in heavily while wiping the sweat off his face. I knew it. Watching as the Trapezius guy recovers, he runs off at a steady pace. How about a nice fun game of following the leader? Knowing he's following because he's not exactly quiet about it, what with the tremors that erupt every few seconds promoted by his feet stomping the earth and the obnoxious snorting, Izuku starts thinking about his on-the-fly plan. Okay, let's see, only large cities with high-rising buildings would have those things, but coming to a utility tunnel is less likely. He won't even be able to fit in one of those. Instead, he comes before a spa building and enters, coming before the counter lady. Giving a polite wave, because his very appearance is promoting fear for some masking bloody reason, he asks as nicely as he can despite his situation, "Where are your steam rooms?" She politely points down the hall, but only for a second, for lo and behold the shoulder jerk has made his appearance. Busting through the door he stands, everyone else running away out of fear. Thought you could lose me, huh? Rule number 1 when fighting: never let the bad guy see you bleed. The game isn't over yet. This joke leads the chase down the hall, where our emerald protagonist runs along the wall dodging the impactful crash. He then enters the sauna, quickly hitting the max temperature. Inside the small yet spacious, blue sauna, Izuku takes a seat on the counter while he waits. As he does, the air thickens within the room quickly, surrounding him in a white blanket so hard he's losing more sweat than blood at this rate. If he thought hard enough, his thoughts could be written out on the misty canvas. Soon his guest arrives, squeezing into the rather large door. Good, you're finally where I want you. Yeesh, getting hot in here for ya? He asks, waving to his Trapezius buddy. Of course, this gets a fist thrust at him. Sliding underneath his legs, Izuku closes the door, before quickly bouncing around the place as fast as his gash would let him. From the ceiling to the glass wall to the floor in front of Trapezius' headgear, the spectacular spider in red, black, and green makes his hops about. Despite effectively dodging all his attacks, he's keeping it rather close to Trapezius, range to essentially avoid his blows without him moving so far as a meter in any direction. A total of 2 minutes go by before the arachnid slows down. He isn't the only one as well. Despite not a single scratch on him, Trapezius is, ironically, a little low on steam. You can keep this up forever. His tone sounds more lazy and drone-like now. His mouth starts to look dry. What's wrong? Ya stopped spouting off, says Spider-Man before landing out of the sealed space he put him in. It's only a matter of time now. So, I realized that everyone lost to you because they tried to hurt you when they couldn't. Yeah, that was dumb, he says between gasps, face so drenched his eyes burn. Boss used trigger and boosted my quirk. I'm impenetrable now, nothing can beat me. Yeah, that's true. Izuku walks just in front of him, stepping back again to avoid his slowly grasping hand. But if nothing can get in, nothing can get out either. Your face has to sweat for your entire body because the rest of you can't perspire. It's probably enough under most conditions, but in a sauna. He makes a weak swipe again. Not even bothering to dodge, he pushes his entire body. The trapezius lands with a light thud as he breathes so fast he may as well be hyperventilating. Hopefully, whatever trigger starts sweating out of ya. I hate you so much, he mutters while groaning, unable to move another inch. Izuku lands on top of his body, crotch to feet, knees bent, staring at the big man. He points trapezius face and asks, who sent you after All Might? No response. He's out of it. His body's even shrinking, no longer the bulking bruiser. Oh well, I guess I've done all I can. The gashed spider stands up, feeling his blood still coming out. He webs him down to the floor and turns down the heat. Hearing the police sirens nearing closer with each passing second, he climbs out of the window just in time to see Mount Lady and Kamui Woods staring at him. Oh, good, you got this right. He prepares to run away, stopping at her voice. Wait, did you? He looks back as he sticks to a wall. Thanks for helping. It's okay. No, it's not. The Titanic beauty glances to the side with a slight redness in her cheeks. I'll make sure to pay you back for that. Sure. And with that, he takes off climbing up the wall. Kamui eyes him as he leaves. Another one. As Izuku makes his exit from the scene, he swings off for school. He checks his phone while swinging from a thread for the time. If I hustle I can still make it in time. While swinging, his thread is cut, and Izuku ends up falling to a building. He rolls along the floor up to his feet. What was that? Nice moves, Spider-Man. A voice in his head catches Izuku's attention, causing him to look around for the source of it. 4 o'clock. Turning to that cardinal position, he glances at the person approaching him only to immediately burn up inside his mask. The figure is dressed in black leather, from what he can tell, which has white fluff on her collar, with a face mask that exposes her mouth and eyes. Her gloves are the same shade of ice white, including her hair. She wears shoes of the same blanche shade as well. Though the longer he looks, the more he sees the detail of her outfit. The darkness on her body is so tightly held that every last curve and muscle isn't left to the imagination. Even the front is exposing cleavage the way only a tight suit can hold. Seeing her, he assumes a label on her. A burglar. How rude. She speaks, her voice a seductive trance. You have offended me, and now you must pay the price. Why, you're gonna... Izuku stutters with his words as she approaches him, a bit of sway in her hips. No matter what he wishes to say, he can't even bust out. Each step twists and turns her waist in a way he couldn't ignore. Luckily his mask is on. Going somewhere, Spider-Man. Why you don't want to fight me? Now. She places a finger to his lips. Cats don't fight spiders. Her foot plants into his stomach, sending him backward. We just bat them around. She spins in the air to throw another kick, but he jumps to the side on all fours as she slips to the edge. Nice shot, cutie. Get out of my head. He suddenly says, having heard a voice in his head. This distracts him enough before he could react to his spider sense, and gets pushed to the floor. Distraction. She stretches her hand back, claws retracting. She rears them back to swipe, but he kicks her off with both legs before flipping to all fours. The lady rolls in the air onto her hands and feet too before rushing forward. The woman swipes at him as soon as he stands back up with the right hand, causing Izuku to deflect it. She follows up with another from her left upward, but he also blocks, but not as strong as he wanted to. She then spins in the air, mounting a back kick that plants her heel into his chest, knocking him on his back. She's good. She is far better coordinated than Trapezius. Does Miss Distraction have a name? Of course, my dear, she begins, pulling out a shuriken in the shape of a cat. You can call me Black Cat. She rears her hand back to mark her throw. Before she could, webbing covers her hand, trapping the shuriken in her grasp. More attached to her feet, and the woman is pulled off her footing, hitting the back of her head. Another splash of webbing attaches to her other hand, trapping her in place on the roof. While I would love to fight you more and ask about your quirk, I have an appointment to make. Izuku then jumps over the roof. Black Cat extends her claws to slice off the webbing and stand up. She then heads to the roof, pulling a pistol from her left hip. Sadly, as she goes to aim, the spider has disappeared. There is no sight of him anywhere. Sighing, the cat woman takes out a flip phone and rapidly presses numbers to make a call. This is Black Cat. He got away. I'll have to go about this differently. What an intriguing sight to behold. A blue monitor forged into the wall of a dimly lit room shows a video of Spider-Man's scuffle with trapezius headgear. That was pretty cool. I can't believe all that work to make him tougher than All Might failed. Losing to a vigilante in a contest of strength. A small object flies in towards the monitor, the blue illumination revealing it as a yellow jacket. The yellow and black striped insect lands on the side of the plasma television. Its stinger is a USB drive. It inserts into the side, and the screen shows a picture-in-picture box of what's been recorded. Videotaped from just outside the spa house through a window, it shows Spider-Man and Trapezius entering the sauna. After waiting a bit, the arachnid pulls him out as his regular state. He reverted. It couldn't have worn off. He must have done something, this Spider-Man. Who is he anyway? The two voices turn their eyes to their third party. Spider-Man checked the registry for any spider-type quirk. This might be that mistake. Later, Sendy Moon looks around the class, taking note of all the students present and accounted for. As she does, the door bursts open and in rushes Izuku dressed in his school attire, panting heavily. Am I late again, Midoriya? She tells him callously. So late you are that maybe you should consider sleeping at the school, that way you'll start showing up at the first second. She then hands him a slip of paper. Schedules run the world. Midoriya, if you can't be on time for something as easy as school, no job in the world will hire you, and if you can remember that you'll be after school at that time cleaning crap off the floor. Sighing, Izuku takes his seat as he gets laughed at by his adoring public. Just another day in the life of Spider-Man. Everyone, file in neatly in order from your ID in properly. My God, will you shut the F*** up? Bakugo. Language. Over at UA, the class of 1A gathers together at the banks of their campus station before a bus the size of a commercial one. This blue and white vessel as large as a greyhound opens its doors, allowing the 2014 to 16-year-old children to enter at their own volition and pace. The walking nuke Bakugo makes his entrance as the last person, sitting next to the earphone girl Jiro begrudgingly. To the surprise of the first person speaking, a boy encased head to toe in white and blue armor with a cerulean cape attached who possesses glasses and a strict facial expression, the bus is nowhere near what he was expecting, hence why he's in such a depressed state. He sits in the middle of the bus on the left, the third of four others, facing Momo, who is dressed in a revealing skin-tight red suit. It was this type of bus, he mutters as humiliated as possible, pounding his knees as the bus takes them further along to their destination. It's not that big a deal, says a boy with spiky red hair sitting just next to him. The creating girl holds up her smartphone watching a video effectively as time passes them within the bus. A bright smile widens across her face as she sighs with relief while her dark onyx eyes view the screen. It shows the Spider-Man fighting against Trapezius earlier this morning. Class president, speaks Asui to the class's smartest girl, I can't help but notice something about you and your fascination with Spider-Man. Momo twitches in her seat at the frog girl's surprising words. Forcing a straight face she asks, what do you mean? You look kind of worried whenever you see him, she speaks, adding more to her nervousness. It's a little surprising that Asui is so effectively discerning and noticeable of certain things, almost like a person peering at her life outside of her reality. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, wouldn't anyone be worried seeing a reckless idiot like him fighting? Or at least mad that he's doing so? Not me, says the red-haired one with a sharp-toothed grin, a thumbs-up boasted with approval. I think he's pretty awesome. His usage of webbing is just like my tape ability, says a boy up in a higher row facing down the seats from the back of the bus. He raises his hand showing the roll ejector that his elbow has, including the small opening shaped like a slit. I could probably traverse high with those movements if I can pull it off. So you aren't supporting his actions? Asks the frog girl, her expression as solid and unchanging as ever. And no, why would I? I don't even know the guy, she says in defense, holding her hands out shaking rapidly. Asui turns her face forward going back to spacing out, leaving the president to resume thinking. Now curious herself, Momo has to ask her, why the sudden curiosity in Spider-Man? The frog girl sighs looking down at her knees now, concealed by her green, yellow, and black skin-tight bodysuit. I disagree with him. It doesn't matter if your intentions are noble, if you break the law, you're no better than the people you stop. Following the laws established is what separates us from villains who do as they please and cause havoc. Those words remain planted in their hearts as seconds go by. The class president shamefully looks aside while those words pierce her thoughts. Asui. Call me Suyu. Katsuki, sitting complacently in his seat with rather hateful eyes. From his mouth spouts the sentence, can we talk about something else besides that loser? What? Like your attitude problem. Kaminari's words light the fuse to the explosion of swears that erupt from the walking nuke. What's that? It sounded like the countdown to your destruction. Kaminari grins glaring at Katsuki. It's only been a couple of days and we're already well aware of your unpleasant, shit pile of a personality. That makes his mood worse. Big words coming from someone I'm gonna pound. Bakugo shouts as the class president holds her mouth at the words being spoken. Asui keeps her remaining focus on the forefront of her mind. Those thoughts collect about one single fact, one that she decides to voice. Bakugo, why did you call Spider-Man a loser? He just is. Momo flinches when she notices that as well. He'll blow Izuku's secret. Bakugo, don't. Do you hate him for some reason? The frog girl queries. He glares at her, before staring off to the side with his head resting in his right palm. Look, who cares about that loser? He'll never be a hero. The class president groans inwardly at that. This is not going to end well if she figures it out. Just stop talking about it, Bakugo. Soon the bus arrives at their destination. Everyone steps out to what looks to be Universal Studios Japan Edition. There are many types of areas in this location. A flood zone, a landslide zone, and a conflagration zone as well as even a collapsed building zone among others. Welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint, a facility of my design, speaks a hero standing there greeting them. He's wearing an astronaut-styled suit with a black globe protecting his head. Yua, it's the Space Hero 13, says a teen hero through her ninja mask. The homeroom teacher glances up at All Might, who stands beside the teacher with that ever-present grin on his face in a yellow tuxedo. Nice to see you're on time for once. Well, it could have been worse. Luckily, someone took over all the crime this morning, he replies. It's a shame I still need to capture him though. The class president catches that, knowing who he means. Oh well, let's get this going, says Aizawa before turning to 13. Before we begin, allow me to make a few points. 13 begins. As many of you are well aware, I'm sure, my quirk is called Black Hole. It beeps up and tears anything apart. But, while I use it to save people from disasters, you have to understand that my power could easily kill. This serious tone gravitates attention toward 13. I'm sure there are some of you who are aware that your abilities are enough to kill others. That is why we have laws restricting quirks heavily. While a stable system, it takes just one wrong move for one uncontrollable quirk to take a life. And that's where we come to UA, and the tests you've taken before this. Aizawa's fitness test showed you the hidden potential of your quirks. All Might's battle training allowed you to experience the danger that your respective quirks can pose to others. My training will show you a new perspective on your quirks in how they can save lives, and by the end of the day realize that as heroes your powers are meant to help people. That is all. Thank you for listening. The armored person claps him off. Later, it's 1600 in Musudafu, where a group of students can be seen walking through the halls of Gyaku High. Among the many remaining are the students tasked with cleaning the floors. It is here we find Izuku amid his punishment, dipping his mop and then draining to swipe across the floor like a sword through a dragon's hide. It's boring, so the imagination's running wild. "Whoa, check it out," says a student walking across the halls behind him. The Emerald protagonist turns around to spot a group of kids watching videos. "That spider guy is pretty cool for a creepo in a scary mask," says another person as they leave his peripheral. Hearing them, a smile graces Izuku's face as he goes back to cleaning. While doing so, someone asks him, "Why are you so happy cleaning dirt off the floor?" "Might as well enjoy what you do," is his reasoning, red as lie, to the blue-haired girl from his class. "Anything you need from me, Miss Hitomi. That's class representative to you." She thumbs back to another person behind her. This new guy has messy black hair large enough to lace over top of his face. It's about as big as Izuku's with similar locks matching the emerald spider. His eyes are of a deep red, more of crimson blood than the courage that Katsuki holds, hidden underneath the untamed forest of hair he possesses. A black spot birthed within his skin below the right of his lips can be seen as the destination of the scar descending his right eye. Unlike his peers, he has the vest of his uniform draped over his arms and shoulders instead of wearing it. Above that, he has on fingerless mauve gloves with a magenta glow from a bulb on the back of them. "Oh, hello," he says politely to the new guy. "And he is a junior who will be joining your punishment," she says before turning to the silent teen. "So is the elder, I hope you can." The nameless senpai pushes her aside to grab a mop, one of those types with a built-in squeezer. "I don't need to be told how to clean up someone's act," are his words before he gets to the wet works. The frowning she delivers evolves into a pout as she walks away, ignored by the loner and the loser as they proceed to clean. With her gone, the new guy sighs as he pours a portion of the bucket over. Izuku's mouth opens into a gaping hole as the chemicals spread across the floors, before he asks, "What was that for?" "It's easier this way," he replies before going back to work. He stops for a bit to turn back at him. "Hey, you working or not?" A sigh escapes his lips before he proceeds to swab the halls, as twilight settles in over by the windows. "Quitting time," shouting, the senpai with black hair walks down the cleaner halls and out the front doors without a care as he stretches his arms. The spider hero follows after, writing down notes. While leaving, Izuku's nameless associate notices his book, asking, "What's that?" "Oh, these are notes I make about heroes," he replies with glee. "I compile a list of heroes and their quirks and how they can be worked in various ways." "Does that include All Might?" is his dull response. He's got an entire chapter. He shows him page after page about the hero everyone loves so dearly. Of course, he includes everything about All Might as he wanted, except for 2 important facts regarding his true self learned last year. "Wanna see? Not on your life, nerd." Hurt, Izuku sinks into depression as he prepares to walk away. It's too late to join the science club's activities, and he needs to get back home to work on school work. No time for Spider-Man tonight either, as if his punishment and torment from this morning weren't enough. Not to mention there's now someone after him. Wait, he stops looking back at his new companion. Those crimson eyes of his turn an eye down at his notebook. "Do you have any notes on villains?" Huh, that's a rather odd question. Why would he be interested in villains and not heroes? Nevertheless, Izuku hands over his notebook showing a page all on the various villains that have appeared in the media he's recorded. Showing it, he reveals to his senpai notes jotted on trapezius headgear, Toxic Chainsaw, Sludgeman, as well as other villains All Might has triumphed over. As he shows him, Izuku notes with surprise the joy and intrigue on his face, one rivaled by himself when it came to heroes. "This is pretty cool, I had no idea Toxic Chainsaw was like that." His grin widens further as he goes along reading more lines and checking out more of his doodles. Now Izuku feels he should ask. "Say, why do you like villains so much?" "Because they're so much cooler than heroes and so much more honest. At least you can count on them to do what they do." As he resumes his scanning, Izuku frowns when he catches the tone he spoke in. I'll take my leave now. He takes back his notes and prepares to leave. I guess I'll see you later. All Might. Huh. He quickly turns around facing where Izuku is looking, a store with videos playing on the side of the windows. One of which plays an image of All Might, involved in an interview from last night. Izuku quickly goes to the screen to view the video, smiling. He looks better in person. Whatever. With that, it's become more and more obvious how much he dislikes heroes. But this makes him realize he particularly hates All Might. Why that is he has a clue. There are plenty of warning signs for this guy, but that's not new. There were lots of people who idolize villains all over the internet, and a lot of them come across as harmless fanboys. Like himself once upon a time. Breaking news. Turning around, Izuku spots the news has changed. As the fox lady who bashed him before appears on the screen, down below reads: Attack at Ua High School facility by Villain Alliance. 20 students involved. This flabbergasts the hell out of him. How could a hero facility be attacked by villains? Why would a hero facility be attacked by villains? As All Might okay. Did Momo and Kachan make it out safely? Taking out his phone he makes a call that goes to voicemail after a long wait. He won't be getting through if it's like that. But he has to know. I'll see you at school tomorrow. Blasting off at full speed, Izuku runs straight for nowhere. This lasts until he starts heading for Momo's residency, not bothering to change into his vigilante uniform or obeying traffic. Any car in his way he jumps over the hoods, as he beelines it for his friend's address hoping she's there in one piece. There at her abode, far out near the Aichi prefecture, in an area surrounded by trees and gates between a solid road. It feels like the suburbs except fancier. The front gate that opens up expands far enough for cars to drive out and there lies an intercom where he presses a button to call in. Thinking about it, this is his first time visiting her home. They would always meet in the city or at his place. It's surprising just how loaded she is when it all sinks in how far out of the city he had to run. Hello, speaks someone on the other end. It sounds like an older woman, probably her mother. I'm here for Momo Yaoyorozu. Be gone, insect. That was harsh he feels. The Yaoyorozu family does not have any comments to deliver you parasites, so leave. I'm not the news. My name is Izuku Midoriya, a friend of hers. Get lost. We're not taking any guests today. And she's not taking any visitors. Shut down. Izuku sighs as he makes his way off for home. He can expect to visit her at another time, hopefully, when she's free and or her mother, he assumes that was her mother, is in a better mood. On his way back he checks his phone feeling a ring, before quickly, to the point of almost dropping it, answering when he sees Momo's name on the caller ID. Yaoyorozu. Midoriya, she says on the other line. I see mother wouldn't allow you in. He breathes a sigh of relief hearing her voice. Look, I heard. Let's talk tomorrow, at your place. Good night. She then hangs up on him, leaving him to run back to the city and its crouching night. On his way home he opens his phone to call. Kachan. Kachan, answer the phone. Deku. Not F******ing now. The phone then hangs up. Well, at least he's okay. Sighing, he picks up the pace heading for home. Elsewhere, I can't believe it was a bust. All Might was still at 100%. We were careless. Yes, you were Kurogiri. Maybe you'd have had better luck had Tamura been there. I had my reasons. Anyway, Tamura, how is that task I asked of you? According to City Hall, there is no record of a Japanese with a spider-based quirk, and the closest we have is an American woman overseas. This means you may be right, Master, this Spider-Man is a result of the experiments we worked upon for your body. We finally found a successful experiment. That doesn't make sense. The experiment was made for. Do not worry about this, Kurogiri. The name of the Villain Alliance is still cheap, so we can move in silence. Next time, you will introduce yourself to All Might Tamura. You will be the catalyst for exposing his biggest secret. Wednesday at Jiaku High, Izuku sits in his homeroom looking at notes of Mount Lady he jotted earlier. The rest of his class prepare to leave out and do club activities, ignoring the murmuring creep left to his devices. Midoriya, speaks Hitomi peering out from behind the door. As he writes up one final thing, he begins packing while looking at her, before she asks, "Are you coming to the club tonight?" "Can't. I got a meeting with a friend of mine later." "Oh." She sounds rather disappointed. "You should take the time to come to places you've placed your time in before or cut all ties. You're not being much of a rival here, Midoriya." He blinks a smile. "I'll be sure to show up tomorrow night. Bye." He politely walks away, leaving her behind to wave half-heartedly. On his way across the halls, being careful to avoid the ones being mocked, he spots his cleaning buddy in the detention room watching a PSA video. He peers in just as All Might appears on screen, sitting seat forward in the middle of a vague hallway. "So you got detention. You screwed up. You know what you did was wrong," he begins while looking at the camera. "Knowing what you did is half the battle. What you need to think about is how to make it up." That's enough for Izuku as he leaves, heading for home for that important meeting. Not even bothering to change into Spider-Man, he takes a bus to his apartment. There he finds nothing out of the ordinary, besides the black limo stationed right outside. His mouth widens upwards as he heads inside and up to the top floor, where he finds Momo in the living room right beside his mother. "Mom, Yaoyorozu." "Midoriya." Izuku gazes at his beautiful friend, face contorted with an expression he's as yet unable to identify. It looks to be a mixture of sadness, fear, and gratitude. She continues saying, "I'd like to talk in private if that's." "That's okay, sure," he answers, and soon they head into his bedroom, leaving his understanding mother behind. Once those doors close, she makes her move, her arms stretch out, snaking around him, closing the gap between them to conjure a warm embrace. Midoriya, I was so scared. "Why Yaoyorozu?" The tomato head impression returns as her entire body cuddle alongside his. His nervousness disintegrates as she shivers, drippings hitting the floor next to his foot. "I almost died." She grips tighter onto him. "It's okay. Just calm down," he says, holding her close instinctively. "Just tell me what happened." She begins to tell her story. "We were going to USJ for rescue training. When we got there, a portal opened up. An army of villains arrived out from a black mist, a warp quirk user. They showed up. All Might, Aizawa-sensei, and 13 were there, but the warp user separated us, students. I was in the mountain zone with Jiro and Kaminari. We had just finished fighting against this group of villains, and Kaminari had fried himself. It's him, Jiro, and me trying to head back to the front gate. But..." Flashback. "Yay," I hear Kaminari say, thrusting his thumbs up like he's trying to convince us he's okay. He's not. Using too much electricity fries his brain, and now he can't even comprehend what's happening right now. He probably wouldn't even notice my ripped clothes, which are now fixed. "We better head back," says Jiro as she and I exit the insulated blanket. Rising, I can hear the sound of dirt breaking away. It's coming from behind us, right where Kaminari is. No. Turning around, I see Kaminari captured, held in front of a villain his electrification must have missed. He has on a skull mask as has electricity sparking between his right hand's index and middle finger. He holds him back tightly before bringing his fingers to my classmate's throat. Wait, electricity. He was hiding, waiting to ambush us once we thought we'd won. He must be the signal jammer, the electric type Todoroki warned us about. Hands up, no moving, and no quirks allowed. If I even see you blink, he dies, is the man's threat. Kaminari's helpless at this point. He's wary enough to know he's in danger of that electricity, otherwise he wouldn't be a sweaty mess. Without hesitation, Jiro and I raise our hands in defeat. Anything is better than losing one of our own. Oh, why did we have to be so careless? We underestimated these people. I can hear the sound of his electricity crackle in the air, meaning he's serious like the others. As an electric type myself, it hurts thinking I might have to kill him. But I will if I have to, says the villain. You know, Jiro, why are you talking now? I've always thought this about Kaminari, but you electric quirk users tend to be natural-born winners. What is she doing? Forget being a hero, you can have all types of jobs. Wait, is she distracting him? Why become a villain? Surely there must be a good reason. Taking a glance at him, it looks like she's preparing a surprise attack. All her earphone jack needs to do is reach her speaker. Yay, Kaminari's getting electrocuted. Nice try. What, you thought I wouldn't notice? Only a moron would fall for that trite thought pattern. He completely saw through us. This is nothing like I studied. No, the situation isn't hopeless. I can create tear gas and make him drop him. It's made of come on, concentrate. Kaminari is counting on you. Before we could do anything else, something comes from behind and pushes me down. My head hits the concrete. Some of those villains must have woken up because another person is holding down Jiro. Heroes in training should take hostage situations seriously. It's either your lives or his, make your choice. Is this it? Is this where it ends for me? To be killed by this man, or to abandon Kaminari, we can only choose one. No, I doubt they'll keep their words. We're going to die here. I don't wanna die yet. There are so many things I want to do, I have to do. Midoriya, mother, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. End flashback. Yaoyorozu. Izuku speaks as he holds her. Hearing that frightens him. What happened afterward? She breathes a bit to recover from the trauma of her hopelessness. Snipe and the other teachers showed up and saved everyone. Because All Might was fighting that thing, he was preoccupied and hurt. I didn't see the fight. Izuku places a hand on her cheek, asking, "You're okay now though, right?" She sniffs and nods. I was so scared. I thought I'd never see you and mother and father again. Those words stop his heart for a bit. He didn't know she cares this much about him. It's okay. It's all over now, he says, hoping his words can convince her to cease the tears. You went through that experience, but you don't have to let it consume you. You've gained experience, you know how serious villains are, and now you can become better. The creation girl looks up at him. Midoriya, I froze. When I was trying to use my quirk, I froze and couldn't think of how to use it. She pauses. I just froze up, unable to do anything. I couldn't think of what to do. I was just afraid. She finally releases him, much to the tomato head's relief and disappointment, to sit on the bed. I don't know how you can do this. How do you not be afraid in the midst of danger? What are you talking about? He replies, finally coming down from his blush high. I'm always afraid. She gives a weird look. He takes a seat in the chair adjacent to her because he's not that brave yet. Concealing my secret identity isn't the only reason I wear a mask. It's also to hide my fear from my enemies. From where he stands he can see she's shocked by that statement. So he presses on, adding, when I fought Trapezius Headgear, I froze up too. I don't know what would have happened if All Might didn't save me. But when I fought him again this morning and that trauma came back, I had to force myself to put it aside the only way I could. Izuku thinks back to that morning. I saw a frightened family in trouble, and myself the only thing standing between them. As much as I wanted to make up a plan, I had to act or else they could die. Even though I was afraid, they were just as scared, so I had to do something to overcome that fear, and that's how I won. Looking at her, he notes her expression is much calmer. So, I know what you're feeling. If you wanna talk more, I'm here. She reaches into her purse, taking out a handkerchief to wipe her moist eyes. Thank you. So, do you want to talk more, Yaoyorozu? Pieces of his heart twinge when those lips of hers spread upward into a smile, one so much more radiant than any woman's he's ever met. If only you can call me Momo, Izuku. It's Friday, meaning it's time to get down. At UA the teens are heading out of their classrooms, or at least those of the hero course. As the team of Class 1A head for their training area, someone else stays behind. All Might, speaks Momo, walking up to the massive being of muscles that is the symbol of peace. Holding her suitcase numbered 20 and a letter in her hand, she hands the latter to the towering hero. He takes it up, asking, what's this? Surely, you might be infatuated with what I've done, but you should consider focusing on your study. It's actually from a friend of mine, she says, glad to stop him from continuing that. Oh, well again, your friend Shish. It's a boy, she suddenly shouts, her face a bright red flare comparable to a supernova, or Izuku's tomato impression. After delivery, she heads off getting ready to change into her hero uniform. With her gone he goes to a private room, relaxing his muscles and turning back into his skeletal self. Holding the white envelope in his hands, he uses his finger to slit it open and unveil the contents, before proceeding to read. Dear All Might, I was really worried about you and Momo's class when I heard the news. At first, I was calm when I heard everyone made it out okay, but what with your time limit I was even more worried that this could have affected that. I've also been thinking about what you said, and as much as I tried to deny, I can't save people without power. But having power is meaningless if you can't use it responsibly, so I'll be a hero in my way. Sincerely, a fan. Looking back and reading over the letter one more time, the symbol of peace sternly thinks about what this could mean. It's handwritten and looks like it was done over several times, that's 1. 2. This person knows about his time limit and yet omitted his name, meaning he has an idea of who it is. And 3. That last sentence reminds him of something he heard before while watching Spider-Man. Responsibility it can't be elsewhere. And so, the answer to this problem is, says Kuroto Kage as he points to the board, most of his class flabbergasted and bored. Hitomi and Izuku sit side by side writing down the answer in an attempt to solve. Their hands go up quickly. 9/10 3/10. Hitomi, correct. Midoriya, incorrect, he says, causing him to re-examine his work and checking for whatever mistake he made. The bell rings, causing every student to sigh with relief save the Spider Boy who's still trying to correct his mistake. Oh, there it is. After correcting himself, he spots everyone else already going to leave for lunch. Depressed, Izuku mutters, "Well, I'm eating alone again," before getting up to grab his lunch. It's a common occurrence, where Izuku would be alone while his classmates take off on their own. The only people who would ever pay attention to him are Giga and Hitomi, his bully along with Bakugo and the one girl who pays attention to him in a negative way. Although, now that he thinks about it, Giga hasn't been showing up to class lately. Izuku gets up heading for the mess hall, stopped at the last second as soon as he exits by his reptilian teacher. Midoriya, a word of your time if you will. Curious, the green-haired teen is guided by the dark-scaled lizard man into the hallway by rising steps. There, Kage speaks, Midoriya, midterms are coming up in June and I wanted to give you a little inspiration, kind of like a carrot at the end of the trail. So I'm a bunny. A friend of mine saw your scores, and is quite impressed with your knowledge in the field of science. This little tidbit raises his cheeks high as he gleams at the praise. But with your record of being late, I felt I should help you curb that habit before you end up the tortoise. Wait, didn't the tortoise win the race? You're missing the point. His scaly hand with putrid yellow nails pats his shoulder. Sometimes it's first to come first to serve in life. If you can't take action before the other, you lose out to someone who does. He then pats his back, being careful to avoid clawing his back. Now run along and get something to eat. I'll tell you more later. With that knowledge imparted, the lizard man walks away, his tail dragging along the ground collecting dirt. Thinking about it, Izuku needs to figure out a way to get to school early as well as implement his vigilante activities. As dedicated as he is to being Spider-Man, he can't keep ruining his future or he'll never be in a position to help others. If only he had made it to the exams, this wouldn't be an issue, a thought that keeps replaying in his head as he walks to the lunchroom. Hey, Deku. The unfortunate nickname resurfaces, though to his surprise it isn't from the likes of Kachan's voice as usual. Looking back, he spots him, the sophomore with the cyan hair whose name he didn't get. Like before, he doesn't have his uniform in the same order as the others. Hello. He comes up and hooks his arm around Izuku's neck into a headlock, one he pushes himself into. I was hoping to run into you. You caught my eye, you know. This isn't exactly what he had in mind coming back to class, but it's nice that he's being so friendly. Before, he has done nothing but gives this dreadful impression. Speaking of feelings, however, there is just one thing he wants to get to first. Why did you call me Deku? I asked your buddies at lunch about a green-haired nerd who idolizes heroes, and they gave me your name Midoriya, except that one dude with the rock arms who called you Deku. This makes Izuku flinch, remembering someone from his middle school who also bullied him with a similar feature. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Deku is just an insult I was given, a defenseless Izuku, he says, answering him. That name does little but brings up bad memories. Though when he thinks about it, he doesn't know his name either. I don't know. Deku seems to fit you perfectly. After seeing him cringe, the sophomore then says, anyway, if you're not busy after school, how about hanging out with the big leagues? I can't. My friend's coming over tonight and she wanted to discuss strategies, he replies, preparing to head for the mess hall. Oh, but we can hang another time. What's your name? Tenko Shimura, is his reply before waving our olive protagonist off, stepping down the dimly lit halls. Izuku continues to lunch with a smile, glad that he's making more friends now. He doesn't even think about why he wanted to hang with him in the first place, being his literal senpai. He didn't strike as the friendly type either. Later in the day, as school ends, Izuku sits in the science club room going to work on his formula. Alright, almost there. After it turns sticky, he pours it into a jar before quickly hiding it. I need a better way of getting the chemicals for this, he says to himself aloud. While putting his web fluid away, he checks his phone, getting a message from someone. Oh, Momo. Before Izuku could read what she wrote, his face turns red when he realizes he said her name. While he got the okay, getting the privilege to say her name isn't something he expected to happen. If he didn't know any better, he'd say she was attracted to him. Momo. Izuku, I would like to come over and see you. Izuku. Anything wrong? Momo. No, I just wanted to discuss some strategies. Izuku. Alright, that makes sense. Momo. Why are your text stutters? Izuku. I don't know. Momo. Well, I'll see you later this afternoon. XD. Izuku. I'll hold you onto that. Concluding his text message, he sighs with relief. Though that moment of calm is destroyed by the heat forming over his cheeks. What are you thinking, Izuku? Of course, it's nothing like that. She's just your friend. Izuku shakes his head and moves for the door, stopping when he sees Hitomi Yatsu there. Oh, how good of you to finally notice me, she says with spite. Is something wrong? Oh, nothing at all, she replies while staring at him. I've noticed that Kage-sensei has been spending a bit of time around you. Those eyes narrow into a glare. Did he mention to you the prize? Prize? How could you not know? She storms before him in a fit of rage. The student who has the highest grade in the finals in his class wins a trip to Island's Expo. He's grooming you for the seat, I know it. Thinking back, Izuku does remember him enticing him with something. But it didn't make sense what it could have been at the time, until now. Island is a scientific paradise and anyone would be lucky to go. Normally I wouldn't care, but lately you've been getting under my skin, Midoriya. I don't know what's going on with you, but you need to hurry and make sense of your life before you start helping others. I'm just late, is his hand wave. It starts off being late. Then you start not going for days at a time, followed by smoking, harassing your classmates for money, paying for escorts from female classmates, and then becoming a villain. A finger touches her chin as if she's rethinking her statement. Wait, no, you're quirkless, so maybe not a villain. That hurt more than any injury he's suffered the past week. Just know, you have a rival there. Hitomi then walks to the door, storming off. Now hurry along. The club's starting. Izuku watches as she makes her exit, confused as hell for the most part. Yatsu and I never really were more than acquaintances, but now she's pretty hostile. I never would have guessed she liked Island that much. Time goes by and the club disbands. Without any bit of haste, Izuku bursts through the doors, pumping his spider-enhanced feet against the concrete. He'd take the bus, but to follow his obligations to Momo and the science club means he can't be late for both events. It's not as fast as swinging above traffic and people, but it's a great alternative when he can't do the former option. Coming to a crosswalk, he slows down to make sure he doesn't bump into someone. With so many people walking by, he hasn't any space to sprint like before. He would just walk then. Though once he makes it to the streets, his senses go off, and worry hits him. The vigilante turns around just in time to see a trio of men in black leather tights passing by him. They each have yellow scarves and masks showing only their mouths. It's the long-awaited return of the Sturm und Drang brothers. The three men pass by through the crowd, doing what they do best. First I flip. The front brother slides along the ground flipping skirts and shirts. Second I strip. The middle brother slides along the ground stripping away their underwear. Third I slip. The last brother slides along the ground slipping on the underwear. As a result, everyone, mostly and understandably women, chase after throwing garbage attempting to catch them. Watching with accumulating confusion, like the gray man to a new generation, the spider hero considers his actions and what needs to be done. At the moment, that would mean stopping them. Well, they took my underwear too. Quickly moving to a nearby building, he heads behind a dumpster and changes as quickly as possible into his vigilante outfit before climbing high up to get a look at them. At the top of the building, Izuku now stands, staring out while dressed in his black and green vigilante costume still torn in many places from his stressful battles of the month. He spots the trio of shades wearing beeps making their getaway north of their position. He leaps off the building swinging into combat, murmuring in the process. It looks like they either share the same quirk or one of them might have a quirk that allows them to slide along the ground along with anyone behind him, while the second has a quirk to remove underwear despite someone still wearing them. He comes in closer from above, spotting them going by the window of pharmaceutical and robbing a student of her clothes. He lands on the wall just above the window, taking aim to fire triple web lines at their backs and pulling them off their feet. That spider strength of his reels them in the air with the result being their slamming into the ground sliding. Spidey drops down on the sidewalk webbing the first two to the ground. If you want clothes, then go buy them. There they are, shouts a few girls as they make their charge. Unfortunately, because the third guy is making his run, or slide, Spider-Man has to chase him into the street. In a lapse of judgment, he kicks him in the back as if he was sticking an Olympic landing, sending him into the cargo of a truck from behind and rolling off. Uh-oh. He quickly lands before the guy, the sound of screeching coming in closer as he grabs the guy and tosses him skyward into a web produced by his quickly timed shot. Though at that time he gets hit by a Honda, hanging off the hood with his head on the glass. He knocks on the front screen, eyes noticing the freaked-out expression the driver and her probably 8-year-old passenger are delivering. "Could you please stop for a minute?" he asks loudly, though he already gets his answer when she hits the brakes so hard he goes flying and rolling on the scorching concrete. "Ugh," he groans as he sits himself up, noticing cars are stopping as well to a point where he's surrounded by all shapes of vehicles. Well, at least it can't get any worse. "Ooh, it's Mount Lady," shouts someone as the tremendous footsteps behind him grasps his attention. Looking up, the spider hero sees the Titanic heroine holding up one of the Sturm und Drang brothers, the third of whom he threw in the air into a spider web. "Gotcha, filthy beeps, have some dignity, why don't ya?" After her hypocritical statement, she drops him down to his brothers. "We're sorry." Ignoring them as they're punished by the various victims of their perversity, Mount Lady turns her eyes to Spider-Man as he flees. As people get out of her way, she storms after the swinging spider, reaching out to grasp his legs. He quickly dives out of the way, glaring back at her as he swings on top of a van. "Can I help you, Ultra Woman?" "You're not getting away this time," she says, a declaration of victory added with her hands grasping into fists. "Now why don't you come with me, unless you wanna be sat on?" And believe me, that is the most popular suggestion. "I'm sure it is," he replies with narrow eyes. "So what's it gonna be?" There's no time for this, he made a promise he intends to keep. So without a word, he fires a web line at her face, keeping the string attached. She blocks it with his hand and grasps, pulling it and him up to her face. Of course, that's what he wanted. Flipping in the air, he lands on her arm before running along the length of her curled arm heading for her face. "Excuse me while I do this." He runs up to her face aiming, leaving her to close her eyes bracing. Knowing that she's temporarily blinded, he jumps off her shoulder swinging for the alley. They always protect their faces. He soars through the air above the S&D brothers, using a web line to grab the only piece of underwear untouched by all. With it in hand, he makes a U-turn to the alleyway his clothes have been left behind, landing on the wall behind it. Checking around, he spots Mount Lady in action, the now blushing giantess searching for him. She storms off in another direction, leaving him free to make his business. Phew, I think I'll walk home instead. He drops down to the alley floor, landing by the dumpster he hid his bag of clothes behind. Maybe if I tell her I was thrown into a dumpster by some bullies. Though as he prepares to change, he thinks back to what Mount Lady did, and how now the professional heroes are intent on arresting him. That beeps now, but it's nothing he wasn't expecting. I better change back and get out of here. Reaching up, he grabs his mask to pull off. But as he does, his senses tingle. He stops in his tracks, removing his hands from his mask, and shouts, "Who's there?" to whoever is watching him from the shadows eclipsing him. "I know you're there, you peeping Toms, so just come out." He looks around when he hears footsteps, along with a quiet landing just behind the boy. "Oh, so close, little spider. A few seconds later and I'd have a positive ID on you." A chill runs up his spine and manhood when he recognizes the voice. A turn around confirms his suspicions, that it's the black cat. In all her glory. Oh great, it's the burglar again. Cute. She steps closer. "Are you going to run, or are we going to talk about how you discovered my sleuthing?" "As if I would tell you," he replies with a shrug, grabbing his backpack and strapping it on. He'll have to eventually get a new bag now that she's seen it. "But seriously, who are you to chase after me? I'm an agent, and it's my duty for the time being to hunt down and discover the identity of the little Spitfire vigilante known as Spider-Man. Now, how about showing me who's behind that mask?" She inches closer to him. Her womanly presence is a bit too much for him to take. A clawed hand reaches out for the tattered spider. He jumps away quickly, his senses warning him of peril. Just in time, he avoids a needle shot out of the back of her glove. "All I need to do is run away, and I win." A smile rises across her face as she comes closer. "Will you now? See ya next time. Or maybe never." He jumps up out of the alley to swing away, only to be swatted to the top of a building by a giant hand. Indented like a bothersome fly, he rises holding his head in pain. He then notices the purple glove responsible, and Mount Lady staring down with arms crossed over her titanic chest. "Ah, what's the matter, Spider-Man? Did you forget about me already?" Her eyes then glance over to Black Cat, who promotes a wave. "Thanks for calling." Flabbergasted, Spider-Man rises from the roof. The Midnight Kitten grapple guns her way up to his level, smiling. "Now, if you don't mind leaving behind that mask of yours." Looking around and seeing exits being blocked off by them, as well as sirens in the background, he realizes he may not make it home to meet with Momo. And today was going so well. Elsewhere, Momo steps out of the back of her limousine before Izuku's apartment. After climbing the steps leading up to his floor, she spots the familiar ash-blonde spikes of Bakugo's hair standing just outside of her friend's door, just prepared to knock on the door. She sighs before saying, "Bakugo, hello again." "Oh, it's Spiky Ponytail Girl," he says upon seeing her. "You could at least remember my name." There's no reason for her to fear the worse, they're childhood friends. Surely he's only here for the best intentions. "What brings you here?" "It's Friday, and I'm gonna kick Deku's ass." "Nope, screw that. He's still Bakugo." The door opens, the face of Inko Midori peering out at them with a smile. "Oh, hello Momo." To her, she is practically polite. To Bakugo and Katsuki, nothing but deadpan gloom. As the walking nuke catches himself. As Izuku in, wait, was he being polite? She doesn't remember him ever using his real name before. Izuku is still out at school, she says with slight worry. Hopefully, he's not in any danger. Maybe he's at school in that club of his. Then, do you mind if I come in and wait for him? Of course not. The thicker woman invites the teens inside, despite knowing how reluctant she is towards the walking nuke. As they remove their shoes, the news plays as Inko resumes to the couch. She spots breaking news as a live stream plays downtown Musudafu. The two teenagers step into the living room just in time to see Spider-Man on screen. "Spider-Man!" Momo suddenly shouts. It seems the heroes have finally cornered that vigilante. Inko nervously watches the battle take place, in which Mount Lady is giving chase to a fleeing Spider-Man. "That idiot," says Bakugo with a scuff as he turns to Momo. "No, what is he gonna do now?" You're not getting away from me. Come back here, Spider. Looking back as he swings, Spider-Man examines the two shouting at him as he makes his escape. The one time a beautiful woman says that, all jokes aside, I'm pretty screwed here. I gotta get somewhere. He leaps across a neon sign heading towards the nearest one-lane street. Once there he stops, bearing witness to Mount Lady stopping in her tracks. She pauses and glares at her target, turning furious red before shrinking. One-lane street's my only weakness. As Izuku heads to the nearest manhole cover, the landing Black Cat watches while preparing her pistol and aiming at the boy. It's almost like he knew you'd stop. With the right trigger squeeze, she fires a little black cat face that attaches to his back. She then holds back Mount Lady as he dives into the sewers. What are you doing? Let him go. She then holds up a smartphone, opening an app that shows a map with a moving red dot on the screen. The lady in purple nods in approval. Oh, pretty sneaky for a former treasure hunter. Let's go catch a spider. The duo exit out. Later. The night continues to rise over the skies. With Izuku, he's running through the sewage system. Each step splashes dirty water, muddying his already thin shoes with each squish. He stops for a bit and checks back, feeling his body start to tire. He checks back, expecting nothing and seeing it. What a day. He scans the tunnel for a map, checking that he's reached the outside at the end of an entrance. Looking out, he sees that he's near an industrial plant. It's pretty close to where he lives, so he can disrobe to blend in. Just as he does, however, he notices the item on the back of his suit. After staring at the kitty face, he begins to realize what it means. This is, oh no, it's like one of those tracking devices from the movies, isn't it? He grabs it, attempting to remove it until he hears noises nearby. Not wanting to risk it, he takes a plan of action. Up above, Mount Lady tiptoes across the industrial plant as a giant, making sure to avoid anything important. With the silver-haired feline on top of her shoulder, she scans her phone looking for the wall-crawling vigilante. He's just up ahead. Mount Lady quietly moves forward to the underhead passage leading into the sewers. Black Cat jumps off as her partner shrinks, landing in the murky waters. To the surprise of both of these adults, she does not at all see Spider-Man. Where is he? She checks her device, only to look at her little tracking device left in the ground. Attached to it is a black piece of clothing that it was attached to. She picks it up, eyes widened as she realizes the implication. He knew. What? The tracer is tossed to the Titanic lady, minus the cloth left between Black Cat's claws. He found the tracer and knew we'd track him, and got rid of it to throw us off. The night-clothed beauty slides it into a plastic bag before smiling. He's far more intuitive than I gave him credit for. Oh, how nice of you to be impressed about the boy we've been hired to catch, she replies, before a smirking expression forms on her face. The miniature giant woman clenches and crushes the tracer. I'll find you, Spider-Man, and then you're all mine. Black Cat scoffs at her response. Could you at least pretend like you have some grace? Unironically, this angers the Titanic woman, who glares sparks at the burglar-themed one. Oh, like you're one to talk. I don't show off my tits to the populace and have a cat-girl act. The keyword there is an act. Your reputation as frivolous in and out of costume, is her reply before taking the suit and mask her colleague has. She then steps off, jumping towards the city as Mount Lady snaps from afar. But she doesn't care. Her job is to capture Spider-Man or discover his true identity. She had to abandon it last time for a personal emergency, but next time he won't be so lucky. Funny, he's fairly interesting for a masked vigilante. But I have no time for such thoughts. Later, downtown at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Station, Tsukauchi sits in his office on the phone. I see, so, he got away again. But you do have something of his we can use. He delivers a pause. I'll ask for his assistance. Yes, I'm sure Hound Dog would love to assist in this manner. He despises lawbreaking, thank you. He hangs up on his end, before resting his head on his free hand. If we can catch him, there'd be no reason to order an arrest warrant, and you won't have to waste your time limit searching for him. Isn't that right, Yagi? Elsewhere, Izuku lands in the garbage lot of his apartment, already used to the terrible smell of trash left for the sanitation to collect, as he's currently not of the best of sense. He quickly throws on his shirt, rips off his web mask, and quickly removes his shooters, stocking them inside his backpack. Despite the smile on his face, he's still a little upset about the dangerous situation he just escaped from. Unlike before with All Might, he's more scared that not only villains are who he must deal with but also heroes are after him. Mount Lady will not be the last of them, and Black Cat was this close to finding his identity. Thankfully, he can stop for a while and wait for the heat to die down, not that he would even if he could. Hell, if he had left his shirt behind he'd just ask Momo for a new one. Despite her initial dislike, she seems to be warming up to the idea. Speaking of whom, it's so late out she's probably gone now. Hopefully, he can do something to make up for that. Izuku. It comes out shocking when he opens the door, and he's greeted by his mother as well as Kacchan and Momo. His doting mother sits up to address her presence. "You're home late. If you were expecting company then you should have gotten here sooner." Eyes hastily darting to his friend and bully, the now perspiring teen gives a bow to his guests. He let his desire to become a hero get in the way of his promise, and it ended so badly. More likely than not they saw everything on screen as he ran from the size-changing lady and the cat girl. "I'm sorry guys, I guess I lost track of time." "Sure thing," says Bakugo as he walks by him. Though as he comes up to him he has to wonder why exactly is Kacchan here, considering he was expecting just one person. He stops in front of him, whispering, "We'll settle this Sunday. Or I'll start unraveling that web of yours." He throws his shoes on rudely and steps out the door. Those words are worrying. Raising his head he glances at Momo coming his way. She has this solemn half-smile of a face. "Care to walk me to my car?" "You have a car." "Limousine." The intrepid nerd glances at his mother, who gives a blatant thumbs up equipped with a grin when she said what type of car it was. It's like his mom didn't notice Momo slapped him in the face with how rich she is. Sure, he stutters, before leading her down the steps. This would be the part of their walk where a conversation is formed to calm the awkward silence. He hopes she does anything to distract him from thinking about how this feels like the end of a date. Why he thinks that he doesn't know. Thankfully for him, Momo speaks. "If it's okay with you, would you like to hang out with me and the rest of my class this Saturday?" "Your class? Asui wanted to see you again, and it felt like the best way for you to meet the rest of my class." She makes a much larger smile as she speaks, just as the two reach the door. Seeing it brightens him up as well, the arachnid protagonist's cheeks swelling upward as they fall under the crescent moon's gaze. Coming before the door of her parked limo, an attendant steps out from the car to open the door. As she does, Momo turns around to face her friend. "Thankfully it's Saturday, so that gives you time with Bakugo." "Yeah, I wonder what he wanted," he says sarcastically. The rich girl gains a concerned look on her face. "Izuku, why do you still associate with him? Bakugo may have talent, power, and the brains to follow through, but he lacks any charm, is incredibly violent, and unpredictable. He puts himself on a pedestal above everyone else, including the rest of us in his class, and he just constantly tells you off whenever he can find the time. If he's been like that to you your entire life, then don't you think you should cut your ties?" "I can't just do that," he tells her. "There was a time where we were best friends. Also, he's half the reason I wanted to be a hero." It's surprising how that comes out of his mouth. He is. Kacchan is everything you said. He is talented, has an amazing quirk, his instincts let him react to situations faster than I can plan things out, and has the charisma of a Chipotle enema. Ever since we were little I've wanted to be like him, to surpass him, to become a greater hero than I know he'll be. Even now I want to beat him, and prove myself better than him. But why? I personally have nothing against him, but he's always an angry mess. Sometimes I wonder if he'll end up changing his mind and become a villain. It's more than just anger. Kacchan is just as much a victim of this society as I am." Izuku glances over to her sternly. "Remember when I said that everyone puts their faith into heroes too much? He's the result of that faith and took it out on anything who contradicted that. It's because everyone groomed him to be this perfect hero that there was nothing to stop his horrible attitude. In the end, Izuku smiles. That's why I'm really looking forward to Sunday so I can shatter that world. Momo looks at him with a glare. Will you stop being his friend then? If he doesn't change, I might have to. I'm not sure I can save two bullies. 2. Momo stares at him with intrigue. Thinking about it, why does he have two bullies at all? What has his life been like since he was diagnosed quirkless? And what did he mean by saving a bully? Is he referring to? Regardless of what that entails, the rich girl leans over and presses her lips against his cheek. Then I promise not to disappoint. See you tomorrow, Deku. With his demeaning nickname ringing in his ears, Izuku watches as she enters the limo and is driven away. He waves as she does, before heading up the steps to his home, but not without this intense thought in his head. I got keyed by a girl. Inside he hears the television. He peeks in seeing his mother watching international news. Taking a good look he spots a heroine, who like himself has this spider design going on. She wears her blonde hair flowing downward just over her shoulders and has webs under her armpits. Though seeing that gives an idea he would file away for later, he wants to listen in. Well, that's certainly an intriguing thing to know. But, what about the rumors of this spider-like vigilante in Japan being related to you? Denied, says the woman in red, translations at the bottom providing information for him. Why would I have any relatives in Japan? This guy is probably just a mutation. As if anyone related to me would be a vigilante in Japan fighting criminals. I'd beat the shit out of my relatives for even attempting such a foolish thing. Inko immediately changes the channel. Such language from a lady, she says before turning to local news. Instead of putting him down, just help him correct his mistakes, that's all. Night, Mom, says Izuku quickly heading into his bedroom. He manages to miss her watching and noticing his change in behavior. The next day, the weekend finally here, Izuku stands bright and early standing before the Yaoyorozu Manor gates. He wears his most casual of casuals, a red t-shirt with the words Marveler across his chest in yellow with blue shorts and matching shoes. He rings the bell and immediately gets a response. Izuku, just a second. The door opens letting him in, which shocks him as he walks inside. How long has she been waiting for her guests? With the excitement in her voice, it kind of says a lot to how much she enjoys the company. Walking into the garden leading to her humongous mansion, there she stands just in front of her door with arms waving to him. Let's go. I've been meaning to use public transportation. She's really into being around others. Together the teenagers walk side by side, an air of awkwardness simmering in the air between them like a potentially delicious stew as they stumble into the city of Musudafu. For some reason, it's becoming far more challenging to be around her than before they started mutually using each other's first names. He needs to arrest this. So, how's everything? He asks her, hoping to stir up a conversation. Okay actually, she replies, her tone happy. At the same time, however, she's avoiding his eyes. We have the sports festival in 2 weeks, so we're all preparing our variety of fortes for that once-in-a-lifetime chance. That's something he remembers and needs no introduction for. An event that replaces the Olympics. It's where UA's hero course shows their stuff to the world and let them know just how strong they will become. He watches them every year, especially last year. So you're doing that. He begins to quickly think of an idea for her to work with, to become a stronger fighter, to better capitalize on her quirk. But as he murmurs his thoughts, she decides to break him out of his mantra. You think I can get first place? First place. His tone comes out as perplexity of a gasp. Those olive orbs of his dart across his fields of vision as he stutters. I guess you have the most potential out of everyone I know. Your quirk can make anything and give you the advantage immediately. But you have to think about it right. Of course, I need to think about its internal structure to produce it, she explains as they walk. A thought then occurs here, something Izuku realizes when he notices the change in her expression. Izuku, you don't think I can win? He sputters, waving his arms. I didn't say that. I just think you might freeze during the battle and forget to take the proper actions. That's what happened before, right? His eyes watch as her expression goes through a myriad of changes, from shock to contemplating to finally understanding. She must see what he's thinking. I did though. Stopping for a minute, she spots a bus coming their way. As it hits the nearest stop they enter, where the rich girl attempts to make the payment. We don't accept this much for fares. Yes, Momo has just tried to pay using 5,000 yen. Is this not enough? I got it. Izuku pays using his allowance, and together they take a seat as the bus travels across the streets heading for the stop nearest Uahai. Eventually, they reach their destination and dismount before heading for the secure high school building. Though as soon as they reach the front gate it closes up tight, locking them out. Oh, don't worry, I'll get you a visitor's pass. With that, she steps forward using her pass as the entry. The gate closes up behind him as she enters, leaving him stuck standing on the sidelines waiting for anticipation. No one else is around, so it comes as less nerve-wracking to stay standing, looking at the golden gates he gave up not long ago. At the same time, his heart races, ecstatic to be here. The school All Might graduated from, the top hero school of the world where everyone who succeeds in graduating from has the best chance to rise to the top and become one of the greatest heroes of all time, is in front of him. Just being in front of this school causes his spotted cheeks to rise with glee. If only he didn't make that choice, he would be a hero in training, instead of a vigilante no one likes. Well, if he cared about what others thought, he would never be a vigilante in the first place. To help others no matter what makes sense to him. And yet, he knows he's wrong. I can't keep thinking this, he says to himself, checking his hands, making sure he wasn't wearing his shooter gauntlets. Hey, Deku, again with that name, he flinches, jumping almost out of his shorts. He turns around to see Kachan dressed in casuals. He storms forth, hands in pockets while glaring at him. I thought I said Sunday. Izuku stutters a bit. Why he still does that he can only answer saying because it's Kachan. I'm here with Momo to meet her friends. Oh, the super extras, he replies, scuffing before brushing by him. Look out for that icy hot bastard. Icy hot. Also, I noticed you've gotten famous. He adds, and though in the dark at first, Izuku picks up on who he means, his critics. Having fun being a law-abiding criminal. Izuku waves his hand. Please don't. I honestly don't care what you do. You'll never be as strong as a true hero, he tells the olive protagonist. Kachan, this isn't about me proving I deserve to be in UA. Yeah, you just want to make it up to some dead girl. He comes to the gate, using his pass to garner entry, looking back with a glare at Deku. Said vigilante sighs, I guess some things will never change. I concur. He jumps in shock when he hears that sudden dialect. Turning around he comes to see Asui standing just behind him. Why isn't his spider sense able to keep him from a heart attack? Hello, Asui. Suyu is fine for my friends. She then walks past him with a glance back at his nervous wreck of a face. I'll see you inside. Oh okay. The gate opens once more, revealing Momo on the other side to hand over a pass no different than hers. Momo. Here you go. Elsewhere. Down in the middle of the city, the black cat stands atop a roof chilling in the cool breeze of the day with her arms crossed underneath the impressive bust she sports. All this she does while trying to remain solemnly ignorant to the rage-induced growls and snarls of the dog man just across from her, wearing a muzzle over his snout. His hair wild and wacky like an inflatable arm flailing tube man, he approaches her. You know, in hindsight, a dog man working with a cat woman seems like a bad idea, she says with an honest scowl. His response is a series of nonsensical ravings and growls covered mostly by that black muzzle. I concur, but please don't use that name while I'm like this. They're broken up now. She then hands the canine a piece of clothing. Ah wow, shouts the ecstatic spider lad as he walks across the halls of Uahai. His giddy face erupts into a smile traversing the mansion-like scenery, whether it's the fact that the walls have the occasional faces of heroes who have graduated, including All Might and Endeavor, or passing by students who have stayed over with interesting designs, he can't get enough of this. This must be a dream come true for you, Izuku, she says to him as they walk, her eyes giving a flare of kindness and understanding when she notes his reactions to everything. Of course, it's a dream come true for him. If he still believed in Santa Claus, he'd think this was Christmas. Soon Momo stops by a door and opens up to reveal to her guest the ensemble cast of her class. Among the recognizable faces Suyu, Kaminari, Jiro, and Katsuki, there are also tons of new people he has never seen before. The most recognizable are the short person with purple balls on his head, the girl with pink skin and hair along with yellow horns atop her head, a boy with a bird head, and this other lady with blonde hair arranged to make her out to be a box with the smallest irises in her grayish-blue eyes. "Everyone, please welcome my friend Izuku Midoriya," she says as she introduces the flabbergasted Spider Kid. Oh ho! The pink girl comes in closer, causing our emerald protagonist to shift his eyes to the side quickly as his head burns a bright red. She got close to him for someone he's never met before. After a quick examination, the pink girl says, "So you're Yaomomo's boyfriend." "I'm Mina Ashido." Everything after those words voids out of his mind as the tomato impression returns full force, the young nerd frozen in place from that jagged compliment. He didn't notice it, but his apparent girlfriend is also sporting a shocking expression, cheeks as his Bakugo's eyes. "Ha, that's him by the way. BBBBB boyfriend. DD don't be ridiculous," shouts Momo, her arms waving rapidly up and down. "Izuku's just a friend. He really likes heroics and I just thought he'd be interested in coming. He tried for the entrance exams after all." "Nice to see you again, Midoriya," speaks Jiro from farther down in the room, one earlobe jack in her phone listening to Jam Project. She's hardly interested in him. Though getting a closer look at her, Izuku leans in closer to Momo, whispering, "Why is she wearing that on her shirt?" "I made her some Spider-Man apparel. She's a fan of his," she says back. The low-tone information hits him in his heart, making it jump up and down with happiness and joy. Never in his life did he ever expect a girl his age to be interested in his alter ego, let alone him at all. Ignorant to the others, as well as his rich friend's quickly disappearing scowl, Izuku takes in a deep breath before the rest of the class introduces themselves. Up next comes an also tall guy with the male equivalent to a mature physique as Momo, with short-cut blue hair and glasses that reflect light so bright he can't see his sight. "Welcome to UA, Midoriya." "I am." Izuku holds a hand out, stopping his incessant yelling. "Sorry, I am Tenya Iida. Nice to meet you, Tokiyami. This is from the bird person. You can call me Kirishima." The guy with red, spiky hair speaks. "Shoji." This comes from the guy with the appendages, who talks through a makeshift mouth from one of them. "How exactly do you know Yaoyorozu? Are you two actually dating?" This comes from the little guy, his bloodshot eyes stark raving mad as he demands answers. Kaminari and Shoji pull him back. Next comes up a floating pair of clothes, who says, "Hi. I'm Hagakuri. That over there was Mineta." "Yua, ghost clothes," Izuku shouts, waving his arms about in shock. "No, that's just my quirk," says the girl as she explains. "My epidermis reflects light instead of absorbing it." "Oh." Almost immediately he begins jotting down thoughts about it. "So then you're essentially an invisible woman. You can sneak in anywhere by taking off your—" The thought then occurs to him, and his face flushes red again. Up next comes a boy with shiny yellow hair, almost sparking along with his eyes. "Bonsoir, Ms. Amy. You may call this one Aoyama." He extends a hand to the spider boy. Izuku accepts and shakes, confused by his random French. Okay." The blonde girl comes in to speak to him. "Hey, my name is Kami Yutsushimi, and I have to say I'm honestly surprised." You're like, totes, cute." The compliment turns him even redder, as their class president gives a slight twitch. "Not as Todoroki, but it's like a shame you're not here. You could be a mascot for professionals." "Thanks." It's not the backpedal he was expecting, but a compliment's a compliment. Ignoring that for a second, he looks around for anyone else, asking, "Is this all of your class?" "Not exactly," speaks Tokiyami, drinking a soda pop afterward. "Everyone else either had things to do or aren't exactly sociable." "You're one to talk," adds Mineta cockily. He then quickly turns to Izuku. "Seriously, how the hell did you score the hottest girl in our entire school?" His beeped question earns him a karate chop to the forehead by Ashido, who turns back to the taller woman from the question with teeth baring into a wide grin. "But yeah, how juicy are the details?" "There's no juice. We just met before school started and kept in touch," she answers, fighting off her obvious blush. Look, let's get to talking about the agenda. This leads to a shrug by many as they get their books out. Since the midterms take place before the sports festival, we need to prepare our bodies and our minds. That is why I have prepared a study plan so no one fails the midterms. Iida nods his head while cupping his chin in agreement. Such a great class president, going out of her way to make sure her classmates pass. What about the sports festival? This comes from the open mouth from Shoji's arm. A single study plan won't be able to suffice for everyone's quirks. Of course not, she replies, answering the big guy's question. That's why I've asked for Izuku to come here. The Pink Ranger glances at Izuku and then Momo, as if she sees more than what they're letting on. Already on a first-name basis, huh? I told you, it's not like that. The rest of the group leans in looking towards the secret vigilante, or at least some of them. Hiroshima glares, staring at him all over. You sure? He doesn't strike me as someone who'd be able to help. He doesn't look like much. This is added from Shoji. Don't be fooled, Kaminari says in his defense. The blonde with the black lightning bolt goes to Izuku, patting his back. He may look lanky, but he's pretty damn smart. He gave out a lot of helpful advice to Yaomomo, even though he's pretty much quirkless. Quirkless. Izuku cringes hearing and seeing the class of 1A turn to him with pity, as he expects with any and everyone he's ever told concerning his previous status. You're quirkless, and you tried to join a hero school. 2 fingers on her lips do little to prevent Kami from guffawing. That's like so adorable. You think life is a fairy tale. As mean as that was, Izuku decides not to be deterred and provide assistance. But first, he needs information. Well, first things first, what are your quirks? Me. Kami goes first, unleashing a cool mist from her mouth. It rises until filling the room and forming the shape of a giant flytrap. It opens its mouth and lunges down upon Izuku, before dispersing upon contact with the slightly frightened boy. Seeing the stupefied face he sports, the blonde giggles. Glamour. I can make illusions that look and sound as real as a punch in the face. Of course, that makes sense to him. It's no wonder his spider sense didn't activate, because it wasn't real. Hiroshima snaps a finger before his muscles tense up, and his right arm hardens. My quirk is hardening. It's not as flashy as hers, but it gets the job done. That's not true. Izuku speaks, thoughts arousing from the spiky redhead's quirk. I think it's great being able to tank anything that comes your way. If you can continuously increase how hard you can become, All Might would have to hit you seriously. As he contemplates that thought, the spider lad turns to Kami. As for your quirk, it seems to me you can use that for diversions and misdirections, kind of like a magician. Heck, you could team up with someone and perform illusions that feel real when your teammate fights. I prefer ninja, but that's not a bad idea. The glamorous girl's eyes begin to shine as she thinks further. Or, he believes she is. The magic ninja. Now that sounds like a franchise. Huh. Momo pats his shoulder. She's hard to describe. How about me? Ashido points to herself with a giddy smile. As she starts laying on her quirk, the rest of the group aside from Bakugo watch on as Izuku gives his advice, joined with Iida, who studies him unknowingly. Later, Black Cat can be seen walking along a sidewalk with the rabid hound dog sniffing the ground with extreme prejudice. She scratches her head looking at her canine companion, as his vapid body language is scaring the people around them. Are you okay? His response is another assortment of ruffling and growling, causing the white-haired woman to sigh. I couldn't understand that at all. Sorry, he suddenly says, acting calmer now. We're getting close. This trail is fresh. The pursuit continues until reaching out to a familiar opening. Standing out before the two are the towering gates of the Hero Academia, Uahai. A fact that surprises both of them when they notice that the scent is leading directly into that establishment. If we're here, I can't believe it. The Werdog snarls even louder and more furious, realizing this. Spider-Man goes to my school. He throws the top to the ground. He's gotta be a student here. No faculty member would be dumb enough to double as an insect vigilante. Black Cat stands quietly watching as he storms inside, stepping over that costume. Sighing as she bends her knees to pick up the costume half, not at all upset about having to touch the now gross and moist thing, the feline stretches on the fabric. Considering the size, how it looked when he wore it, and how easily it stretches, he may not be wrong about the student thing. Inside of the facility, Izuku steps out of the room with Iida by his side guiding him across the halls. I guess the halls are so big because the heroes come in many shapes. Exactly. It's a long and well-documented history, especially with heroes in training whose base forms are too big for regular doors, he begins, going off explaining to Izuku about something he already figured. The halls are also equipped with cameras and sensors so no intruders can get in, a feature that was increased ever since that incident earlier this week. I'm surprised the front desk was so latent to give you a visitor's pass. He shrugs at those words. I don't know about any of that, but I'm grateful they did. After hitting the bathrooms, the reason Izuku wanted to leave in the first place, the conversation continues. So, Midoriya, you tried to apply to UA before. Is that correct? Izuku gives him the answer, prompting this follow-up. I won't go into why you didn't pass, but I am curious. What inspired you to take the plunge in the first place? He makes a humming sound at that, not sure if he should tell the immediate reason or a half-truth. I don't know, you probably would think it's stupid. Nonsense. He thrusts his hand forward in front of him, all 5 fingers pointed at Izuku. Midoriya, everyone has a reason for being a hero, and the noblest of obliges allows one to reach the top. Even Mineta, as unwholesome as he, has his reasons and still made it in. At the same time, I'm not too glad about that idea you gave him. A hero's a hero all the same, is his reasonable response. Had he been aware that Grape Boy was such a vile beep nah, he'd still advise him to use a slingshot to fire his grape balls. What about you? I'm just very curious about why you wish to be a hero. While I did say everyone wishes to be a hero, most of the failures are because of people who just wish to use their quirks. I know from this rude fellow during the entrance exams I was in who used rocks, and being quirkless I know that's not the case for you. So, what for do you wish to be a hero? His words, now lacking in the loud tone he normally abates, ring at home with honest sincerity. Iida does want to know about him. Hearing him, Izuku knows he should answer in kindness. Before he received his spider powers, before he met Uraraka, he did have a reason for being a hero. To prove that I can. His movements halt to where he now stands, gaining an audience with Iida. You're right, I was quirkless my whole life, and all I ever wanted was to show that I could be a hero. To me, all a hero needs is the desire to help others, he then huffs, looking down smiling. But I guess I was wrong. Even All Might told me that you can't risk your life without power. Maybe if I had heard that earlier, things might have been different. That stands as his original reason, his other and more prominent reason a secret he'll keep to make sure no one finds out the truth. Then again, that's in the past now. So, ready to head back. Before they could, Izuku flinches, getting a look at Iida. With drops of liquid dripping on his shoes, eyes watery and overshadowed by light through those glasses of his, almost to the point of dexterity, he feels he took his words a little too much there. Such a beautiful devotion, his face drenches the sleeve of his casuals. If only you could have made your dream come true. Look, it's okay. Let's just get back to the others, he tells him, his heart skipping a beat from that. He couldn't believe anyone would show such care for his ideal. Maybe the two of them could be real friends. Garu. Down the hall this shout echoes throughout. The two almost jump out of their pants hearing the shouting and check down the corner to where the room they left was. To Izuku's shock, he sees Hound Dog entering through the door of their classroom, sniffing around. Iida smiles with pride seeing the pro hero. Why, that's just our lifetime guidance counselor, Hound Dog. But of course you knew who he was, what with your vast knowledge of Gone. For some reason, between the time it took him to speak out his words about the canine hero teacher and turning around to speak to Izuku, he has already left down the hall about to make a corner. Heroes. Back with Izuku, he runs away from the action with a phone to his face. Why he's running? He's about to find out. Momo. Hello. He doesn't get an answer. But while power walking he hears shouting. It's down this way. With how gruff and rough the vocal was and the sound of quick movements against the floor, he realizes it's Hound Dog coming after him. Quickly he dashes into the bathroom. Back to action, Hound Dog peers an eye down the corner seeing someone entering the bathroom. He takes a big whiff of the air, barking, "It's him." With the ferocious tenacity a canine such as him is wont to, he barges into the men's room. He rapidly darts his head back and forth searching for whoever is Spider-Man, before quickly hitting the stalls and coming across only one other person who was simply relieving himself. Really wish he hid somewhere else. Cringing as he sniffs he passes by the stalls, and all eyes shoot up at the open window high over most people's heads. He left. The dog man makes a mad dash for the exit, hot in pursuit. One stall opens up, and someone says, "Can't even do this here without someone breaking in." Outside of the building, Izuku can be seen walking towards the gate as casually as he twitchily could. Instead of a call, he sees he's gotten a text message. Checking after he hears that, he reads, "Hound Dog was here looking for, well, Spider-Man." "Oh boy," he says to himself as he picks up the pace. He texts back, "I saw him sniffing around, and for some reason, I had this impulse to run away." As he makes his way out, he gets a reply. "Then he must have your scent. Hound Dog has all the abilities of a dog, including a heightened sense of hearing and smell. Get out of here." He doesn't have to think twice about that. Putting his phone away, Izuku walks off of school grounds still possessing his visitor's pass. He just needs to make sure no one spots him or finds him at all suspicious. As he leaves, just at his 9 o'clock he finds Black Cat standing outside of the gate. Seeing as she's there and not inside of the campus he guesses she needs a visitor's pass as well. Looking back at the school, he thinks about why exactly she was able to get Hound Dog to track him here. He's got a strong sense of smell, but the realization then hits him. Her tracer must have had a bit of cloth left on it, and he used that to sniff him out. "I better get moving." He continues his trek nervously leaving the school grounds. Weird kid, he hears her say this just as he makes it to the sidewalk, going off until he reaches the nearest bus stop. Entering the bus, Izuku sits down and sighs with relief. That was close. His phone rings again. A quick check shows Momo's picture, so he answers. "Momo." "Izuku, are you far away?" She sounds relieved and concerned. Also, there seems to be a bit of excitement coming from beside her. "We're friends. Of course, we share numbers. Plenty far. Just keep away for a while. We're all getting interviews right now." "Okay, thanks." She then hangs up, leaving him to dash for home. Elsewhere, Katsuki, his expression is fury-inducing, as usual, comes around a corner and spots Hound Dog in the hallway having a chat with Black Cat. He steps back to hide his presence. "Thanks for finally getting that visitor's pass. I wished alumni retained their passes." "It's standard procedure." Hound Dog shouts at her. "Why are you so obsessed with finding him anyway?" "It's my job," she replies. "This is what I do, ever since I became an agent, underground work that you public heroes wouldn't be able to do. And Tsukauchi wants him found before someone else does, not just for his vigilantism but also for All Might." That triggers an actual change in behavior for Katsuki as he listens. The Catgirl says, maybe he's planning to have him join that group. That's stupid. It worked for those two. The bad luck woman glances down the hall quickly, noting no one where. "Besides, I actually wouldn't mind if he did. All Might believes he could be a true hero, and so do I." You're starting to sound like your cohort. Now it's her turn to do a tomato impression. "She likes younger men, it doesn't count. I'm gonna talk with him then. I still don't think he should get the chance." Hound Dog storms off. To be a criminal despite the law and quirk counseling one should receive when they receive their quirks, is barkable. "You did that on purpose." Having heard enough, Bakugo storms away in a tranquil fury. All of what he heard about Deku sizzles his hands, almost ready to explode. All Might believes that Little Pebble could be a hero. He's nothing but an insect, a clown, the stand-up comedian to the main event. Tomorrow, bright and early, Izuku rises ready to move. Sliding off his bed, he grabs his backpack and shirt before heading out his bedroom door. Today is the day. Today he finally fights Kachan. Well, he doesn't know if he's doing that, but this is Katsuki Bakugo he's thinking about. What other reason could they be meeting away from prying eyes at the Dagoba beach? In anticipation of this, Izuku takes his notebook with his former childhood buddy's quirk in it. Today is fighting day. Izuku, are you heading out today? Asks his mother from within the kitchen as he comes out. Yup, I shouldn't be out long. Are you going to wear pants, or go out like that? Confused by that, he looks down at his bare legs and quickly goes back into his bedroom. He's dedicated to working out. After a quick readdressing of his attire, Izuku gets up and goes out the door with toast in mouth, chewing slowly. Waving back to his mom as she closes the door, he watches until it clicks shut, allowing him to break free and do what he wants. That is why he's running down the steps like a fairy light off its feet, practically gliding as he reaches the apartment exit and bursts out into the world. Dressed in similar clothes as yesterday, wearing a red All Might apparel shirt with the big guy's face on his chest is the only thing different, he dashes out of the house with a face of stern nervousness. Using public transportation, he takes a bus to the location, standing just outside of Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. Entering the scrapyard of garbage and broken electronics, he spots someone at the hut situated at the sea. He walks over, making a wave to Bakugo, his bully narrowing his eyes at him. About time you showed up. The walking nuke walks forward towards him. Kachan, why did you want to fight here? Izuku steps over some garbage as he questions him, wanting simple confirmation on his assumption. You're still hiding your dumbass secret, aren't ya? He answers, before punching his palm, causing an ignition of his quirk. Here, no one can disturb us. Eyes widened, Izuku once again becomes bedazzled at seeing Bakugo applying intelligence in a way he never thought about. This beach has been abandoned ever since it started getting polluted, and with Hound Dog remembering his scent, he needs to be as far away from that school as possible. If he isn't too careful, his secret will be out by summer. That's a great plan, Kachan. Let's do it. Izuku tosses his bag aside and clenches his hands tightly into fists. The ash-blonde teen thrusts his hands aside as his palms illuminate yellow and red. I've been waiting for this a long while. Prepare to die, ya f*********, ing nerd. That's not something a hero. Before he could see it coming, Bakugo explodes forward. His right arm stretches out to the side as he closes the distance between them. As he gets closer, Izuku realizes something is off, before jumping up quickly to avoid an explosion, one that damages his left foot. What's the matter? You're supposed to be faster than that, insect. Izuku steps back away as he comes in close, firing himself off forward with an explosion towards the spider vigilante. Judging the distance, he leaps over top of him in a flip, though while midair he watches Kachan stop himself short and flip in the air. With a twirl, he reaches him in the air and makes an explosive slap to his person. Izuku hits the ground, crashing through a pile of scraps. Covered in minor cuts and scrapes, Izuku rises, glaring at his bully standing atop a busted refrigerator. Looking up, Izuku realizes just how strong he's been getting since joining UA. But even more than that, he caught him off guard, meaning his spider sense does not work on him. Oh, I see. I don't consider Kachan a threat. You better not be holding back on me. I can't knock you back down as the pebble you are unless I know I'm stronger. He clenches his hands. I can't be the greatest hero unless I can take you down. It's rather surprising that he would be so honest about that. And yet, he feels there's more than just that. Deku, why aren't you using your webs? You think I can't beat you at your best? You're not using your equipment, so I won't either. I don't want you complaining when I win otherwise. Wait, those aren't real. Why does he sound so surprised? Oh, of course not. The battle then recommences as Izuku dashes forward, running up flat surfaces. Kachan stretches his right arm back into a swing. Here it comes. He jumps over and quickly turns invisible. This causes his opponent to turn around to strike, only to see nothing. Crap. He jumps down to the sand, looking around. Camouflaged, Izuku crawls towards the walking nuke with a smirk as he gets in closer from behind. Don't think things will go your way, ya damn nerd. He raises his hands and fires a blinding light that spreads throughout. With a shout of, "Stun grenade," the illumination stuns Izuku just enough for his camouflaging abilities to peel off and expose his true face. Gotcha now. He jets towards Deku, the spider boy still recovering from the burning bright he suffered earlier yet being able to see just enough to see him flying his way. His eyes already recovering from before, Izuku clutches his fists and throws a punch as he nears, missing when Katsuki rockets upward over his back. His back is then blasted by an explosion, knocking him to the ground in a face plant. I know how tough you are, Deku, and how strong you are. You wanna be a hero. Fight me like one. Bakugo, his sweaty palms igniting the closer he gets, raises his hands preparing to fire at Izuku. This is disappointing. Why the hell would All Might consider you a hero? In a swift movement, Izuku flips himself up, knocking away Bakugo's hands and redirecting the explosions. While making his spider handstand he spins himself, a nice kick planted to the side of his head sending him towering to the sandy floor. Izuku watches as Bakugo quickly recovers and gets up, glaring with a shit-eating grin as he shouts, "That's what I'm talking about. Fight me." The Spider Kid watches as he stands, wiping away the blood from his nose. Knowing how much power he held back from that kick, he realizes just how tough his rival is. All he needs is a good strike. Bakugo jumps up and aims his palms, unleashing a powerful explosion that Izuku leaps away from easily. The Spider Boy lands on the door of a microwave and flips, using his wall-clinging power to lift and throw the door at his bully, hitting him in the face. He rolls over, hitting the ground until hitting a washer machine. Not giving him time to recover, Izuku dashes forth with fists clenched ready to put an end to this battle. Midway he notes Bakugo recovering and using an explosion to dodge in the air. He keeps rocketing back to the other end of a mound of garbage, and as our arachnid vigilante rushes at him. It doesn't take spider sense to predict the next event to happen. An explosion sends out all the scraps and garbage flying towards him. Just concentrate, see a way through, and move in. His legs propel him up, jumping through the many obstacles flying their way like a level in a video game, and quickly reaches him. How did? His hand reaches out and grabs his right arm just before he could throw another blast. With a yell, he throws him down, slamming the boy into the trash so hard saliva flies up like a geyser. Izuku then lands on top of him, feet stepping on his wrists as he sits on top of his chest, hands either on his neck or stretched back to punch him. Now, yield. No, he growls, despite his injuries and glare. I've won, give up. No, sparks riddle across his palms, blowing up everything underneath the blaster. This rockets him and Izuku high up, destroying the hold and position he had him. They enter a free fall with the blonde just over Deku. I will not lose to you, Deku. I am the strongest. Still midair, he pulls away Bakugo's hand before he could make an explosion, and throws a punch with so much force behind it all that was visible in his eyes was the cleanest shade of white. As they descend, he quickly turns in midair and takes the fall for him. Fluids cough out of his mouth as he hits the ground, his back in pain. He tosses Bakugo aside onto some sand before sitting up, checking up on his former bully, patting his face. Nothing but a pulse. Izuku realizes what he did. Whoa, I knocked out Kachan. He sits back lying against the air, smiling with pride at his accomplishment. He pumps his fists up happily, shouting, I did it. I'm not a worthless punching bag Deku anymore. He then drops down, squealing an ouch when his head impacts something, breathing a well-earned sigh of relief. That felt good. He lies on his back for a while, taking in a happy grin. You should have done more. Izuku flinches as this thought comes to his head, sitting up. What? You held back the entire time when you could have done more damage. He hurt you as a kid. If you tried harder, you could have easily destroyed him. Izuku shakes his head of these thoughts. No, I'm not that type of person. I would never do that. But you want to, don't you? Izuku slaps his face, and soon his head stops producing these thoughts. Just in time, because he looks aside and spots his sparring partner waking up from his first nap. He sits up from where he lays, glaring at Izuku. His eyes become bloodshot, teeth exposed and jittery, and hands sweaty and unable to stay still. You, Kachan, are you okay? He asks his words that repeat in his head over with remembrance of the past. But, instead of taking action, he gets up with an angry huff. I can't believe it. Looking at his former bully, Izuku takes in a breath to force his thoughts away from the violent ideas he had just seconds ago. That was a pretty awesome move you did. I didn't know. Bakugo backs away from the spider, glaring at him intensely. Examining him, Izuku could assess it as him being wounded. It's fairly obvious why so. Turning away from Izuku, Bakugo grumbles out, I'm going home, in a sulking tone. Later, the two can be seen walking back into the city, the blonde's face morose and enraged while the green-haired boy's expression is joyous. Izuku looks at his rival as they walk, ignoring the looks they receive for their damaged attire. The spider boy's face lowers, picking up how bad the bottle's result was on Bakugo. He has only seen him that heart-wrenched once when he saved him from that sludge villain. How would he be able to quell that? So, Kachan, what's with you, Deku? He suddenly asks, catching the attention of the vigilante. Why are you still trying to be so friendly? Izuku looks to his violent former bully, nodding in agreement. As he thinks back to when they first met, his mind romanticizes those glory times. The time before they got Quirks, and that was all anyone ever cared about. The words come out. Kachan, you still get to be a hero, so why are you threatened by me? Who said I was? He barks back. The spider boy sighs. There was a time when we were friends, real friends, and not what you became when we turned 5. And on day 1 ever since you got a quirk, you've done nothing but put me down for trying to be anything more than what I was. Now that I have power, I thought that could change, but instead, you're even more hateful to me, even to the point of challenging me to a fight just to see how I stack up to you. Even though you get to go to UA, you still find the time to come check up on me. That's why I think you're threatened by me, yet it's not clear why. It stings me is all. He replies angrily, surprising the boy and causing him to jump back. I can barely understand what you're thinking. Because you're *****ing right. I've treated you like shit the entire time, and you never went away. You're always following me, thinking way too much, pretending you could be a hero even though you're quirkless, and acting like some stupid ****s cinnamon roll. Even back then. Of course, Izuku knows he's referring to the sludge villain. And now that you've beaten me and proven that you could have been a hero, he grits his teeth. You act like we're all buddy-buddy. Like nothing that happened between us ever did. It's not my fault you hate to lose, is his reply. You shut up. Bakugo shouts angrily, frightening him and everyone around them. Soon people start walking away, including those who were interested in this conversation. I don't need to hear you tell me what I already know. Kachan, I'm just saying. Well, don't just say. He then storms ahead, leaving him behind. Frustrated, Izuku continues to follow despite possible death. Knowing it might not help, he speaks anyway. I've seen you lead with the right hook enough times to count them. I've written down information about amazing quirks and their owners, in that notebook of mine. The same one you burnt and threw out the window last year. And you're one of the first ones I've written down. Those orbs turn over to him. I try to be friendly to others because I want to, because that's what I believe being a hero is about, not by just being the strongest. I didn't beat that shoulder guy by being stronger than him, and I wouldn't have gotten hurt in that fire if I was the strongest. Don't try to make me feel better, Bakugo replies as they continue walking. All Might sees you as a potential hero, and he may not be wrong now, so what does that make me? Izuku looks aside with a throaty laugh. I guess, the guy who inspired me to work harder. I said stop trying to make me feel better. Hands up. Izuku backs from his latest yell. As Bakugo moves forward, he makes a quick turn around, shouting, don't forget, Deku. I'm going to be the greatest hero. You may have evolved from being a pebble, but now you're a bigger rock to brush up against and turn me into a jewel. If you wanna keep winning, don't leave a mark on me. With that, Bakugo finally makes his exit, heading for home. The intrepid boy watches him leave, as well as everyone else whose peace was disturbed by his screaming, and sighs. Well, Momo said that after this I should try to put him out of my life. Now that may be impossible. If this isn't proof that he's redeemable, then nothing is. Despite everything he said, Those words sound more like the Kachan only he remembers, and it makes him glad to know that he's back. Maybe things can go back the way they were. But that can be saved for later. How's he gonna explain the wounds to his mom? As Izuku goes to explain himself to his doting mother, not fun, Bakugo returns home. There, he spots his doting mother awaiting him. Katsuki, what the F*** happened to your dumbass this time? On second thought, the narration is a liar. This is his real mother, which is him if he was a hot mom sans the quirk. Mitsuki Bakugo approaches her child, checking all the bruises on his abrasive face. She eyes the one left by Izuku's punch before she examines his eyes. She says, "It looks like someone knocked some sense into you. Let go of me, you old hag." His words are rewarded by a slap to the head. The F*** you say. I oughta knock some more into you. The woman grabs his ear and pulls him away. Let's go treat those wounds. Ow. F*** King let go. He shouts as he squirms in her grasp. These aren't wounds, they're reminders. Mitsuki looks back at her son, a small smirk on her face. She's almost proud of whatever happened. Still, of all the things I swallowed that night. The Friday after USJ. Jiro sits in her seat, eyes focused on the video recording on her phone as the rest of the class gets going for home. Her cheeks flush a light red seeing the spectacular Spider Boy fighting against trapezius headgear. A smile rises on her face when he takes a gash for someone. Oh, it's Spider-Man. She jumps up suddenly out of her seat when he hears the sporadic voice of Kaminari just over her shoulder. Kaminari. Her earlobe rises to his face, forcing the boy to cower back away from her. Why were you sneaking up on me? I was just curious. I didn't think you were into him. I'm not. She gets up from her seat and begins walking away, taking her backpack with her. Those cheeks retain that rosy shade as she walks off. As she walks, she bumps into Momo, accidentally dropping her phone. She turns even redder seeing the beautiful rich girl, saying, "Oh, sorry." It's okay. Jiro. She glances down looking at her phone and notices Spider-Man on her screen. You're watching the video too? And no, I just happened to see it. She replies, her earlobes frizzing about. She power walks away. Holding a curious expression on her face, Momo walks up to Jiro, saying, "It's okay if you like him. I often watch his videos too." It's not that. Momo sighs before asking, "How do you feel about Izuku?" She suddenly stops, turning around making sure she heard her right. Midoriya. Yes. She curiously stares, trying to understand what would prompt that question. What does he have to do with Spider-Man? What would I feel about him? He's kind of a dork. I mean, no offense, his ideas are sound. You really shouldn't have heels for your hero suit, but I don't think much of him. I see. Jiro flinches seeing her next movement. She had to squint a bit to see it as she turns to the side, pinching her bottom lip, but it looks to her that Momo was smiling. It's like she's relieved. Sorry for taking up your time. I'll go and leave you be. A thought then occurs to her. Wait. The creation woman turns around to her friend. Can you do me a favor? That is how Jiro ends up walking down the streets, carrying a black t-shirt her size with a spider symbol in an olive shade, cradling it like it was precious cargo with a wide grin on her face. Thank you, Yaomomo. At the same time, she can't help but think about that odd question. To her it's fairly obvious she sees Midoriya as more than just a friend, but why would she suddenly bring him up? She can't help but feel there's a deeper connection. But she can't think of one. Even as she steps inside of her house and opens the door, she can't figure it out. Midoriya acts nothing like Spider-Man. From what she's seen in their soul meeting, he's geeky and awkward, a practical superhero fanboy. He likes heroes and quirks, and that's it. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I mean, he's quirkless. A good 3 days have gone by since that Sunday. With cloudy skies overhead to the point where blue and silver are the only things visible of the heavens. A chill of a summer breeze blows as the students of Jaku High. Izuku walks down the hall with a sigh, watching a video of All Might's latest performance stopping a bank robbery. A part of him becomes happier as he witnesses the hero taking action, glad that he doesn't need to dress up every night. Still, He does miss going out to do that. Yo, if it ain't Deku. Cringing at that statement of a nickname, he turns around to see Shimura coming up to greet him. How's it hanging, Shimura? He asks, turning an eye to the brunette sophomore as he approaches him. He notices a bitten apple in his right hand. Just fine. Been wondering if you'd like to hang out as I asked. The guy grabs his shoulder and brings him in close. If that's okay. Sure, I'm pretty free. Shanghaied, the Spider Kid walks with his new partner towards the city. As they do, passing by crowds and more people who happen to notice them, the vigilante notices a police chase in progress, with Kamui Woods riding atop a cop car to the scene. Ooh, Kamui Woods, Izuku says with cheek to eye, rose-faced excitement. Shimura groans as they move on. He says, hey look, I know you like those guys and all, Deku. Can you please not call me that? He solemnly asks. What? It fits you well. Shimura then pats his shoulder. Anyway, I know you like heroes and what they do, but I can't stand what they represent. This is odd to him. What does that mean? His crimson eyes glare at the younger boy. Society. He grips hard on the apple in his hand, crushing it slowly. Heroes are gods in this world, and we're completely at their mercy. Could you imagine if All Might, as perfect as he is, had a change of heart and decided to rule over us? And no one could stop him. He represents everything I hate about this world. Before half a minute could be up, the apple drips out of his hand. While curious if that's part of his quirk, Izuku can't focus on that at the moment. It's just that his honest feelings about heroes feel so dark, so depressing. Why does he hate All Might so much? So, let's hit the arcades. I wanna play Tamura games. Lit. Funeral. Shimura takes him off for the busier district. Later, as the day turns to night, Izuku by himself heads for his apartment complex. Upon reaching home, he spots that familiar limo just outside, with Momo standing just outside the car. Momo. Hey, Izuku, I just wanted to drop this off. She hands him a paper bag. Opening it up, he peeks inside, to see a brand new version of his spider costume, once again black and green. As much as I would like for you to stop, I know you wouldn't want to. He takes the gift in wholeheartedness, looking at his lovely friend with an ear-to-ear grin this time. She is such a great friend. Thanks, Momo. It's okay. That's what friends are for, helping and supporting one another. Good day to you. She re-enters her limo, the door peered open just enough to deliver her final message. Oh, you can make it up to me by buying me lunch this Saturday. Okay, sure, he says, agreeing to the arrangement as the car takes off. Seconds afterward it starts to hit him, and in the most exaggerated expression of bewilderment he didn't know he could muster, shouts, wait, what? And he remains that way as she leaves, unable to comprehend what that underlying offer means. He just accepted a date. No, I'm overthinking it. There's no way. Heading up to his apartment home, he enters inside keeping that in mind. Unusual for today, his mom isn't home. But that's not too unnatural, it just means she's working late. Which means he's completely clear. As he drops his stuff in his room, Izuku takes the time to quickly change into his costume like always, stretching himself with joy as he feels the fabric stick to him closely yet extend so well for him. Good. It feels even better than the last one. She really improved. As Spider-Man, he closes his door and shifts his bed to make it so he was asleep in the bed, just in case she just so happens to come back before he does. With a confident smirk, he climbs out of his window and crawls out, swinging into the city with gusto speed. Ah, this feels so natural. Nosediving into a swing to increase his speed, he swings through the city looking across the field below him. He lands on top of a flagpole looking down at the ground below him. I should be more careful though. I hope Hound Dog can't remember my scent. But, I couldn't help myself from helping others even if I tried. He spots a purse snatcher running away from a lady giving chase. Well, time for me to go. Death Arms comes from around a corner and clotheslines the guy. Oh. Spider-Man moves on, seeing as a hero has this district covered. There is no point in him being around if there's already a hero after all. Swinging by, Izuku spots another location covered by Kamui Woods, who at the moment is using his wood powers to contain a mantis villain. Moving on. He swings to another location and sees Mount Lady on patrol. Since she's a giant, however, he ends up slamming into her face so hard they fall together. Hya. Taken by surprise, she shrinks to normal size in midair. Spider-Man quickly reaches to catch her before she hits the ground, using webs to slow their descent. Pictures go off from her fanbase as she comes to, looking up at the vigilante on top of her while turning red. Spider-Man. She reaches to grab him even as he swings away. "I'm so sorry, it didn't mean to hit you." And within moments, he's gone. To her dismay, she turns bright red watching him flee. One of these days. With her left behind, Izuku the spider continues to swing away looking for trouble to solve. "I'm starting to think my quirk is bad luck." Ignoring his plight, he lands along the wall of a building looming down on the populace. He thinks about going around picking up trash like before, right before he spots a car speeding down the streets with the police giving chase. No heroes around. Guess I'll help. He nosedives into a swing-giving pursuit, glancing down below as he studies the vehicle being chased. It looks to be a red and black van with guys dressed in black clothes completely covering their appearance, almost like ninjas. The back of the van opens up, showing a man covered in a black cloak wearing a tan mask with bug-eyed visors shaped like cylinders. He takes out a bottle of bourbon and drinks it, as the police cars swerve and end up crashing into each other. Whoa, what just happened? He continues to swing while turning around to check up on the police, noticing that the drivers appear to be groggy and drowsy. The spider makes a turn facing the car in front of him, keeping up the pace with the vehicle despite having turned around earlier. That must be a quirk capable of making people confused or something. Spider-Man glares under his mask as he increases his speed, turning invisible before flipping in front of the van. He then stretches his arms, allowing his web wings to break free and pull him back. This allows him to land on the van with the least amount of noise, using his clinging power to stay on board. Yes, it worked perfectly. Thanks, Momo. He then crouches on the top as the van continues to make its move, leaving the city and reaching the forests on the outskirts of Musudafu as well as the rest of Tokyo. The van continues, taking him further up a cliff tipped just above a river, the trail leading to a cathedral placed at its zenith. Why is there a cathedral in Japan? He then handwaves it, mentally remembering that there are more important things to worry about. He watches as the assumed villains get out of the van. Like he saw before, they're dressed completely disguised, including masks over their mouths that cover their hair with goggles that show green lenses. "Alright, let's unload. We'll ditch the van and return you Diodoro." "Thanks." The man in the mask, who now has a name, takes a quick swig of his drink, his single word while quick is far more elongated than need be. "No, thank you," says one of the men. To Izuku he can hear a foreign accent, like an American whose third language is Japanese. "It's always a pleasure receiving assistance from our partners at the Shihasaikai." Shihasaikai. He has never heard of that name before. But, with a name like that, he fears there may be more to this than simple thugs. Even the things they're taking out don't come across as the run-of-the-mill things regular thieves take, this being instead 2 burgundy jars sealed tight from top to bottom. As much as he wants to know what's inside, he shouldn't expose himself without knowing just what their quirks can do. To that end he keeps himself invisible, waiting for the perfect opportunity to jump off. Though as he looks around he notices something on the door of the van, a familiar black cat face no larger than a button. Seeing it he realizes who's behind that black cat. The men continue to move the canisters inside the cathedral, one stopping midway. As he does, he looks at his hand to see something has landed on it. He presses a finger to it and ends up falling to the ground. More needles fly out and hit the men, pulling the canisters they've kept to themselves away. Soon they all fall, unable to move a muscle. All that's left is the man known as Diodoro, who looks around at the fallen. What in the world happened here? He glances to the left and steps back, avoiding a sharp object sent flying at his face that misses a good 2 meters. What's that? A sniper. Further, in the woods, the masked man spots someone in the darkness with white hair. Getting closer, Diodoro gets a better look, seeing Black Cat lying in the dirt. And he laughs. Usually, we get rats. This is the first time we ever found a cat. The dark-clothed feline lady glares up at her opponent, her body losing all equilibrium and forcing her down. What the is this, a quirk? Diodoro leans his whole body to the right while pulling out a pocket knife. He chuckles under his mask and throws it, slicing her face and knocking off her white hair wig. An utter of, better not take any chances, might have rabies, walks hand in hand with another knife drawn out of his pocket. He raises his hand to deliver the kill, only for a sticky substance to attach the blade to his fingers. Confusion causes him to look at his hand and stare at the webbing. What's this shit? Diodoro is then sent forward, face planting into a tree. After a minute of recovery, he looks back at the scene to see that Black Cat is gone. He grits his teeth and stands back up, going to his men to kick them. Hey, get up, he shouts. Go on full alert, and tell Carrie about this. Elsewhere in the forest, up in the trees, Izuku and the Black Cat can be found hiding on a branch. She looks at her new companion, and asks, "What are you doing here?" These words come in a muffle, so only they hear. He scratches his head. I guess I was just in the neighborhood. A thought then occurs to Izuku as he stares at her, holding the wig that fell off in his hand. Wait, burgundy hair, cat appearance, a quirk that projects thoughts. Are you Mandalay? Exposed, the woman snatches back her wig and throws it on. I'm supposed to find your identity and bring you to the police, she says, drawing her gun and aiming at him. Those brown irises of hers focus onto him and his unreadable expression. It puzzles me that you would save me. Because that's what a hero does. Black Cat keeps her eyes on him, before putting the pistol away. As her weapon is placed on safety, the woman chuckles. So that's what he sees in you. Huh, never mind. She checks down below, noticing all of the lackeys who were out before are now looking for them. You were invisible before, so they don't know you're the one who helped me. Who are they anyway? Izuku asks in a low voice, already used to whatever her quirk is that makes her do this. He'll figure it out eventually. She points down at a sole person looking for someone, taking out a whip and wrapping it around a branch. She dives down with it and grabs the man with her legs, wrapping her right leg around his mouth. The woman then chops at where his neck meets his body, before letting him drop. She then points over at the building up ahead, where the canisters have been taken in. I'll tell you as we head over. The duo moves across in the trees, making their way over to the building. As they do, Black Cat watches the Spider Boy copying her movements as they traverse. Impressive. A year ago, astronauts found a rare mineral that landed on the moon. They call it ocelite. They land on top of the building as she finishes. Oh, I read about that before, he whispers, remembering an article on scientific discoveries a year ago. Is that gonna contribute to the conversation? The two stop when they notice someone on the roof looking around. Using the speed appointed to him as an arachnid, Izuku fires a web line and pulls him quickly towards them, allowing Black Cat to strike him in the gut and throw him down. I read that it can absorb vibrations or something. It was brought to Japan to be studied, he replies. Oh, never mind then. I apologize for insulting your intelligence, she continues to creep down the hall. It was, but the ocelite was stolen as it was coming here. The Yaoyorozu family was supposed to study and recreate more of it with their creation quirk, she says in his mind. Creation, oh, that's right. Momo can make any non-living thing so long as she knows its structure down to the atomic level. Izuku crawls over to the side and pulls open the window leading inside, whispering, and these guys are the ones responsible. Inside they see a room that becomes a betrayal to the rest of what they've witnessed. It comes across as a laboratory, features such as tables with chemicals in glass vials tipping them off. On their 10 o'clock a window bare for the landscape outside to be seen as there, showing the forest and river below. They climb inside as Black Cat continues the conversation. Of course, they're foreign assassins interested in its properties. But why now? Why move it at this point? As he remains on the roof, his cat friend flips over and lands on the floor gracefully, not a sound leaving her heels. To make everyone forget about it, and have someone they can trust study it. The Shi-Hasaikai are long-term friends of theirs. The unlucky cat girl glances up at him while crawling. In addition, There was something else stolen that might be dangerous the longer it's left in their possession, some black gel that was attached to it. Black gel. The two travel through the room in moderate darkness, the boy still on the ceiling keeping eyes on the world below him. I've already contacted for backup, so my job now is to make sure they don't make off with any of the stolen goods. Spider-Man flips and lands onto the floor, his foot pressing lightly against the floor almost testing it. His actions are watched by the lady in black spandex, who notes him being careful all of a modern instance. What are you doing? Of course, he couldn't tell her directly. Like a veil of light burning down on him in the darkness, he can't help but feel something is off. That there's a danger in this room. Hopefully, she gets it. At that very moment his spider sense goes off, and he grabs Black Cat jumping away in shock when the sound of a high freak sound blast comes his way. The glass beakers in its path explode while the tables are burrowed down to the floor in the blast zone. Damn it, I almost got them. Spider-Man raises his head to look behind a table, where a villain stands with a boombox inside of his chest. Next to him is the man in the mask, saying, "Diodoro, you're up." "Got it," speaks the slur of the Shihasaikai as he stumbles to the scene. He appears in the room standing in the open. "Barely. He's the one who can make us go off balance," says Izuku's feline partner as she peers up from their hiding spot. "We got to do something about him." Spider-Man prepares a suggestion before their hiding area is blown away once again. As splinters of the table they had ducked under are thrown everywhere, Black Cat jumps up grabbing items in her utility belt before she throws them out. From his perspective, he can see their shuriken shaped in the form of claws. They fly through the air like bats in disarray towards the two villains, all but one hitting the wall or floor. That sole one pierces itself into Diodoro's mask. Izuku watches Diodoro's hand reach up to pull it off, leaving his kitty friend time to jump up and stretch a hand to the right and claw the incessant drunkard. He then notices her dropping just behind him, slipping on her face due to his quirk. Diodoro whips his head spouting language translated only for a more adult audience before he throws his mask to the floor. What the hell was that about? It's his quirk. He can somehow make us weak and off balance on sight. Thinking about her words and the knowledge he knows of him already, the human spider gets up from his hiding spot. An idea comes to mind as he formulates a plan to defeat this villain first. I hope this works. Following his super sense, he quickly dodges the sound waves of the boombox villain shooting at him, while firing webs to plug his face up. From this Spider-Man lands in a crouch facing Diodoro, watching him take out a series of knives ready to be used. In his sloshed speech pattern, he says, "Gettin' ready for our final cut, insect. Ah, they squashed bigger bugs than you for breakfast." Our Emerald protagonist remains calm, not letting him know of his strategy. Raising his hand to point to the ceiling he says, "Spiders are not bugs." His spider sense goes off, and he quickly tilts his body back to avoid the knives thrown at him from behind. "Why the hell?" mutters his enemy, though with his sloshing Izuku could barely hear him. Taking a chance, the spider boy jumps over to the drunk man flipping forward into a dropkick that strikes his chest so hard the villain stumbles backward and falls back over top a table that managed to survive the destruction of the others. Izuku crouches on the table listening in on his voice, recognizing the painful groan associated with a loss coming out of Diodoro's lips. "How did you do that?" Black Cat asks, her tone higher and her words spoken with confusion. Most likely she wants to know how he pulled that off. His senses trigger again, but before he could act in time Izuku gets blasted into a wall courtesy of the boombox guy's soundwave attack. He storms over before kicking a chair aside, ripping off a leftover piece of webbing on his face saying, "Ah, I'm sorry for not waiting my turn. But don't worry, I'll put you out of your misery." Groaning, Izuku slaps his ears trying to pop them to regain some measure of sound back into his eardrums as his attacker rotates around him. "How about putting me out of my mystery? Who are you?" "Call me Chukaku, because that's the last thing you're gonna be hearing." After touching a dial attached to his left glove shaped like a watch, the now-named villain Chukaku aims Spider-Man. Though before he could, a bladed shuriken in the shape of a cat head pierces into the man's dials. Sparks release from Chukaku's glove as all around him is silent. Even as Chukaku stumbles backward with his mouth open holding his ears as if he is in pain. No sound. Getting closer he watches Sound Man drop to his knees still clutching his head, before firing webbing to pull off his gloves. He then throws a powerful punch slamming his fist into his cheeks, knocking him face first into the floor. Once down, Izuku reaches down and pulls out his dials before providing a web cocoon. Phew. Izuku turns around and faces his partner, who gives a thumbs up following her assist. With him gone, Spider-Man pushes himself up feeling the ringing slowly ending. He can tell because he can hear Black Cat calling his name, faintly like it's from a distance. The feline in leather tights crawls towards him, asking, "Spider-Man, are you okay?" "My ears hurt from that," he replies, a little louder than usual. He notices Diodoro groaning as he's also starting to recover, so he webs him all up similar to Chukaku. The beautiful cat heroine steps towards the boy in tights as he concludes wrapping up the villains. She speaks aloud, "How were you not affected by his quirk?" He can tell she's curious about how he managed to keep his balance, so he best let her know in case he breaks free. "Simple. I kept my eyes closed." "You what?" Noticing the surprised look on her eyes widening her lids and the rest of her face, he elaborates. "I noticed that his quirk worked only when we were looking at him, otherwise we would have lost balance earlier. The only way to win was to use my other senses. Or in my case the spider sense." He smacks his mouth shut at that last blab. He probably shouldn't have said that, especially around villains who may hold a grudge. "Well, and here I thought you were just some ordinary vigilante," she says, his ears picking up on how impressed she is with him. The lady turns her eyes up to where the exit is. "Go up and stop them from taking the oscillite, I'll make sure they don't go anywhere." Looking at Black Cat, Izuku gives her a nod, before running up the steps quickly. Climbing the steps he comes to a hallway before turning left to see the entrance to a collection of pews where people would come for worship. Turning right he spots the door to outside he saw earlier. As they make their way there Izuku notices something loud, an effective sign of his hearing coming back, coming from up above. He peers out from a crack and spots a Blackhawk helicopter descending from above. There are also 4 men carrying the 2 canisters from before. Waiting, he contemplates his circumstances to come up with a plan and immediately assesses to. He could A. Jump in and attack going wild and beating them all down before webbing them up, or B. Well, he could just steal the canisters and run away with them until help finally arrives. Thinking it over, plan A sounds simpler, and with his senses, he can avoid any sneak attacks they may shove his way. "Alright, Izuku, don't let up now." Using his camouflage, Izuku runs outside before shooting a web line to attach to the canister and pulling it off the helicopter. It lands on top of one of the scrubs and cracks against his rugged and pointed shoulder. The canister rolls along the grass until stopping due to a pebble in its path. A dark ooze squeezes out of the opening until it makes a puddle. Back to the action, the man turns to Izuku in anger and charges him with his shoulders ready to grind through him. Our emerald spider of a protagonist jumps up in the air and on top of him avoiding his assault. He then throws a downward punch at the man's back, striking the part of his spine where it connects to his neck and body. He tumbles face forward like damaged bricks. Victorious, Izuku jumps off before the man could hit the ground going into a crouch. He then notices the 3 others drawing their sabers and charging at him. Better web him up. He aims his arms to fire webs, only for a short sputter to come out. "After I recharge." No other alternative in sight, Izuku turns invisible and dodges their swords. He backflips over to the busted canister without noticing, before lowering himself up in a crouching position to replace his web cartridges. His focus prevents him from noticing the black ooze that he stepped in from the canister. That absorbs into his body before he could be the wiser. With his web shooters refilled, Izuku becomes visible again and fires 2 shots at 2 of their faces to effectively blind them. He then moves to the last guy and passes by him, performing a lariat move to slam him into the ground. Before that guy could lose consciousness, the Spider Boy jumps up to perform a split kick to knock the other 2 out. He glances up when the helicopter takes off, the other canister still left inside. "Oh right," He fires a shot and pulls out the second canister inside, grasping it with both hands easily once it falls out. Phew. Taking off quickly, the chopper goes, abandoning the assassins to their fate in what the young spider boy assesses as a smart move on their part. Cutting their losses, huh? It's just up their alley. Izuku turns around to spot the dark feline carrying the two villains with her. The helicopter disappears into the distance, its blades no longer in earshot. What they do hear are sirens ringing in the distance coming their way. To that, Izuku begins to panic, knowing that the police are more than likely to arrest him. You better run, insect. She then nudges her head aside, and taking the hint he jumps into the shadows. Watching him go, the black cat takes out her phone and presses the speed dial. Hello. Elsewhere. Yes. Thank you for that. I'll inform them right away. I'll see you later. Yagi hangs up his phone. As he does, he checks, seeing he received a message. Good. He got my message. He also notes more, and those tiny eyes of his rise higher. Later, with the police having collected the foreign villains, Black Cat can be seen watching them go back to the city. She sighs with relief at a good job done before heading to the forest, where she spots a black motorcycle hiding from plain sight. There amidst the trees and leaves is her vehicle, as well as the vigilante sitting on top of it. He holds one of her many cat shurikens in hand as he stares at the woman. He stands. They're gone. Yup. The police took the stone and the men with them, but whatever that gel was is gone. It must have been absorbed in the ground. Good. He faces aside before turning to her. Black Cat, thanks for helping me out back there. I should be the one thanking you. The feline can't see his face, but she can tell he's distressed. What's wrong? It's super late, he replies, checking the time on his phone briefly. In his mask, he sweats bullets. What's wrong? Mommy got you on a curfew. Actually, yes, he replies, slapping his mask mouth for his idiocy. He can be so honest sometimes. Well, I could give you a ride and an excuse to dearest mother, Black Cat offers, narrowing her eyes to him. If you don't mind me coming inside your home. You know, it's not that far to the city, he quickly says before checking his distance. Before you do that, she reaches up and grabs his mask, lifting it just over his nose. Of course, with Izuku's hands on top of hers, she could only go that far. She then leans in, before pulling back, leaving her lipstick marked on his face. See you again, Spider-Man. And thank you for being a hero. Black Cat sits atop her motorcycle and takes off. The leather-clad beauty glances back at the boy as he leaves, her eyes narrowing. I wish I could know, especially now. He watches as she makes her exit, his face a beet red after that last course of action she performed on him. Good night, Mandalay. An incredibly beautiful woman just keyed him. No, a former hero that he looked up to for a while keyed him on the cheek. Momo's lips felt just as soft, but there was something exotic about hers. But as he thinks about her, he also remembers his situation. Groaning, he takes in a deep breath and runs as fast as he could down the road. Checking his phone strapped behind his waist, he checks the time as he paces. Oh, I hope Mom isn't in yet. It'll be harder to explain if she finds me in this. Along the way, he smiles with some form of pride thinking about his latest accomplishment. He managed to stand up to foreign villains and gain the respect of a hero who's been after him for so long. Maybe if he does hard enough, the police can overlook his actions, a thought pattern he's had since starting his vigilante gig. As much as he would like to become a hero, this is all he can do. All these thoughts come to a head as he enters Musudafu and reaches his apartment complex, because thinking about being a hero reminds him of what his mother said. If she didn't want him to become a hero, she would never approve of him being a vigilante. Reaching his block, he sneaks towards the building in the shadows before climbing its height, where he reaches his room's window at its zenith. He opens the window and slips in, checking around to make sure no one is around and his room door is closed. He closes the window and slips off his clothes, stripped down to his underwear and then throwing on PJs. He checks the window, noticing his face still sports the black key. I better get rid of that. To that end, he opens his door to enter the bathroom. Izuku. What oh? His mom is standing on the other side of the door down the hallway, staring at him. Her expression is a strange one he isn't sure of. Her eyebrows are lowered, narrowed with her eyes, her mouth curves downward into a frown, and from what he can see she looks blue. Mom, don't scare me like that. Like how you're scaring me. Her response shakes him. I've been in your room. You've been gone all night doing God knows what, and I'm here sitting around worrying about you getting a heart attack. He waves his arms. Mom, it's not what you think. And what is it? She asks loudly. Her eyes cloud over with tears that start to freshly fall. You shouldn't be out anyway. You don't have the means to protect yourself. You're all I have after your father left. Please don't make me worry so much. The boy's eyes glaze over with understanding and remorse. He didn't mean to worry her like this. Is this why she didn't want him to be a hero? Was she that worried about him? You're grounded. From now until next week, no. Until I can trust you again, you are to come straight from school to home and back. No coming home later than 6 p.m. Do you understand? I do. He can't argue. Not after making her worry so much. She means that much to him. Maybe he should tell her the truth sooner than he expected. Now, get yourself cleaned and go to bed. I don't even want to ask about that key. Elsewhere. The black cat lies her busted motorcycle along with a flickering light from an emotional street lamp. She stares face forward at the circle of flames in front of her and the metallic claws that grip her by the chin. Let go of me, she barks at her assaulter. A device is held in front of her, scanning. The man drops her before turning to leave. As he walks away, Black Cat draws out her pistol and aims, firing a tracking cat pin. The man turns around quickly and slices it into pieces, delivering unto her shock and horror. Spider-Man is next. Make sure to tell him that. He then jumps off into the night. Black Cat grinds down on her teeth. Her white hair wig has fallen off. She sits against her broken motorcycle, muttering, "The Society of Assassins have a new target now." Early into that morning, Toshinori Yagi sits with his friend Tsukauchi in the security hall of UA, where a small bear, mouse-like animal comes before them. He hands a list of names on a clipboard. The detective receives it, saying, "Thanks for doing this for me." "No problem," says the white-furred creature of sentience. "I must say, it's impressive you're doing this as well as searching for the villain alliance. But here you go, a list of every person who has been given a visitor's pass from the start of the year to now." Tsukauchi looks over the 40 names with a smile. "Great. With this, we'll be able to pinpoint the identity of Spider-Man with the clues we have at our disposal. Though it'll probably take a while if we interview all of these people." Wait. The deflated symbol of peace takes the board and looks it over. One name out of many grabs his attention. "I remember this name." Flashback. "Oh no, I'm out of time. I need to get away from this boy quickly. Oh, too late, I'm losing steam. Because I don't have a quirk, maybe that's not the only reason. But I've always been picked on because I'm quirkless. That's why I think saving people is just about the best thing a person can do. I want to save people like you, with a fearless smile that brings hope. I want to be the best hero, just like YYHHHHH. Yeah, he sees me. You're all shriveled up. What happened? Are you an imposter?" It's not surprising he thinks so. "I am All Might. I can feel the blood coming out of my mouth." "You're bleeding. Calm down," I tell the boy, who seems mildly disappointed. "You know how people hold in their gut at a pool. I'm kind of like that." Mind blown. Taking a seat, I stare down at myself. A fearless smile. I might as well tell him the truth. Maybe this will finally deter him. "You've seen the real me, kid. But don't write about this on the internet. I've got a reputation to uphold after all." With my left hand, I raise my shirt, giving the boy a full view of my chest, and the scar from that day. 5 years ago I fought an enemy, who did this. My respiratory system was nearly destroyed, and my stomach was gone. This is the most I can do with the surgery that's been given to me, and now I can only do hero work for 3 hours a day. I notice he's stunned, looking as if thinking. 5 years ago, you mean Toxic Chainsaw? That lowlife. No, but it's cool that you're well informed. I can't tell him the full truth. This was never made public because I asked it not to. A symbol of peace who saves people with a smile must never be daunted by evil. I smile to stave off the overwhelming pressure and fear I feel whenever I go out there. Looking back at the boy I ask, what's your name? Mikumo no. Deku no, damn it. Way to kill the mood, kid. Kind of feels familiar. Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya, a pro should always be ready to risk his life without fear. You may not be able to smell it, but you can see and hear fear, and that's why I want to say no. You should not become a hero without power. I can tell that's not what he wanted to hear. There's just this broken look on his face that even kills me. And it hurts so much having to say it. If you would like to help people, becoming a cop works. Those villain custody officers are mocked, but without police assistance, we're nothing more than criminals taking the law into our own hands. I think it's time to go. I need to deliver this bug villain to the authorities. Maybe I should leave this piece of advice for him. It's not wrong to dream, Midoriya, but you need to be realistic. That was the last time I heard of or saw him, until now. End flashback. With all of this in his mind, Toshinori lowers his head and closes his eyes, already coming to a single conclusion. Turning to his law enforcement friend, he says, Tsukauchi, you no longer need to search for Spider-Man. Both the animal and the detective turns to the blonde male, the former saying, you know who he is. Yes. The following morning, Izuku wakes up with barely a wink of rest. His high stamina aside, waking up so soon to his usual wake-up time. He wobbly gets dressed for school before throwing his costume in his backpack along with his schoolbooks. Passing by his mother as she eats from the breakfast spread on the table. He joins her eating for himself. As they do, not a single line of dialogue comes from either's throats. Knowing this can't be, Izuku swallows a glob of rice before saying, Mom, I'm sorry I made you worry like that. I'll be home late today as well. If you want to make up for it, I expect you to call me before 6 to let me know that either you're home, heading home, or running late. Try to avoid that last one, she then finishes before finishing her plate and placing it in the sink. Make sure you're on time today. Love you. Inko moves in a rush to key his cheek, before leaving out the door. Izuku, still eating, muses with a smile how despite all that she still loves him dearly. He should do something nice for her. After finishing his meal and cleaning up, Izuku heads out the door with stumbling exhaustion, one less than before. Though as he exits, he stops at the front of the apartment building before a woman. This redhead who looks to be twice his age immediately catches his attention. Looking into her brown eyes, he shouts out suddenly, you. She blinks in surprise at his sudden outburst. Hello, Spider. Heartbeat moves a mile a minute. A white and red lake surrounds emerald pearls that he calls eyes. His face gives the impression he was swimming. You found me. Izuku Midoriya, at 4 p.m. head to the location of that burning building you saved those people before. Make sure you wear your costume as well. The woman then gives him a bow and walks away. Sweating enough to bloom a garden, Izuku starts to panic. She didn't exactly say it, but he knows something bad will happen if he doesn't show. At best, a hero could arrive to tell him to give up his vigilantism. At worst, he's getting arrested and destroy any faith his mother has in him. Sighing, he decides on a plan of action. I better do this right. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.